Top of the morning, y'all starting off with round number 3 of Hot Rod Eliminator. Tony Iacono, the third, and Keith Mayers. Pretty good old matchup here. They go to the set. Oh, by the way, this is a twofer. Yep, winner of this pair has a bye run to the final next round. Tony will be left side, the Elite Motorsports. S10 pickup truck, and yes, that is a Porsche right side for Keith Mayers. Pre-stage, 1090 up on the board. Get there first, don't wreck your 1090. That white light will come on in your lane. Wow, we going to start off with a burn down on Saturday morning. They are pre-staged and they are sitting there. Somebody bring the coffee. I'll take a cinnamon roll. Absolutely nobody is moving. Tony left, Keith right. They're going to put him in park. Oh, Keith Mayers goes in. Now Tony's got 7 seconds light. That second light, here we go. Keith Mayers goes 001 red. And Tony Iacono is going to the final round with a bye run. 1086.7, 132 for the W. The left side of the track down there. This next pair, Donnie Gibbs, Larry Payton. Payton, the S10 pickup truck. The right side of the track, and Donnie Gibbs for Gibbs race cars and performance parts. The 91 Nova small block. The S10 pickup truck, big block. In set, and one of them missed the tree big time, but we'll talk about that later. So go back to wide open throttle. They are side by side down there at the 1,000-foot mark. That wind light should come on. Wow. Donnie Gibbs had a reaction time that started with a 2 and got the win. Lawrence Bain got down there, goes 11:08, 136, and could not get there. Donnie Gibbs to the semifinal round to race Ashley Parker in his Mustang, who has the ladder by here. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super stock, final call the lanes, please. Super stock, final call the lanes, please. Parker is 54 on the tree. The farmer down there runs that Mustang through. 1085.6, 135. 1085.6, 135. Super Rod, need you in the lanes, please. Super Rod, need you in the lanes, please. Top Sportsman, warm him up if you would, please. Top Sportsman, warm it up if you would, please. So Donnie Gibbs, Ashley Parker will pair up on one side of the ladder in the semifinal round of Hot Rod Eliminator. And Tony Iacono with a bye run to the final. Driving Taylor's pickup truck. Stock Eliminator coming out. The taxi cab. McNeil Freeman. 14:57 for the Hall of Famer, the left side of the track. And Todd Hoban, the 68 Firebird. 400 Pontiac. $10.54 for the Pontiac. A rather lengthy head start for the taxi cab. I went for a ride in that car, by the way, if you care. A red light start by 11 thousandths for McNeil Freeman. Todd Hovind, a free ride to the next round in stock eliminator. Was 50 on the tree. See how well Todd dialed that baby in. 10.54 up on the board. Todd Hovind down there top end. 10.46.8. By the way, McNeil Freeman red lighted away a dead on 3. Sterling Simmons, Jim Marshall. 10.55 left side for the GTO of Sterling Simmons. 10.82 the 78 Camaro small block of Jim Marshall. That Marshall Camaro right side will sky them front wheels. Just like that. Clean green this pair. Here comes that Pontiac up alongside Jim Marshall down there at that top end. Wow, Jim Marshall by 10,000ths of a second. 78 on the tree, 10.83 on that 82 dial for the win. Sterling Simmons was 25 and a 6 over 10.61.8, 1, 2, 3. Jim Marshall raced the winner of this pair right here, Aaron Allison. The 2015 Camaro at 9.26, chasing Dan Fletcher. Fletcher 10.94. Top sportsman, top dragster, need you the lanes, please. Top sportsman, top dragster, the lanes, please. Head start to that ATI Camaro. Fletcher is gone, and it's a red light start, Aaron Allison. Fletcher 0.42 on the tree. And down there top end, Dan Fletcher. 11.05, 107. Fletcher and Jim Marshall next round. Ron Juel, Joel Ward. 10.82, Joel Ward, the Camaro from Clinton, North Carolina, right side. And that stunning big block Chevelle of Ron Juel, 10.71. And Joel Ward got timed out. Had 7 seconds to light that second light. Did not happen. Ron Juel runs right on down through there. 10.68.3, 1, 2, 2. Joel Warren going to cruise right on down that right side. Reggie Lynch, the bye run. We'll race Todd Hovind next round. The 94 Camaro on that 1074 dial. Quick Rod, you will be out next. Quick Rod, you will be out next. Reggie's 61 on the tree with the wheels up launch. Dow 1074. 99 miles an hour at half track for the Camaro. 1077.6, 1, 2, 3. quick rod, 890 up on the board. Tori Iacono for Elite Motorsports, VP Fuels. Sister Taylor out there, and Mitchell Harkey. L&M Motors team car. Be over here in the Summit lane. To go to the semifinal round, we race that Troy Barton, who has a bye run this round at a #1 qualifying spot. First pair, round 3, quick rod. Tori's in, Mitchell's in. Back to wide open throttles. The stops turned off down there top end. Better reaction time, left side, wind light, right side. 8.922, 165. Tori was 40 on the tree. Mitchell goes 8.923. It was 13 on the tree. That doesn't add up. Corey Manuel, Steve Bueller this pair. Corey left side, Steve Bueller right side. A twofer. Winner has a bye run to the final. Next round. In set. Couple of big-time players here. Corey Manuel out there. Here comes Steve Bueller right side. Down there at that finish line. Steve Bueller, 8.917.033 for the win. Corey Manuel, 13 on the tree, 8.933, and by 4 thousandths of a second, Steve Bueller will run for the trophy in quick rod as Troy Barton coming up with a ladder bye out of that #1 qualifying position. Dad Todd, Mom Martha out there. Kid who had a lot of success in the junior dragsters, made his national event debut, race #1 3 weeks ago down at Durant Motorsports Park, Benson, North Carolina. It's funny to watch him in the pits, him and his dad arguing how they want to set the settings. Troy always wins because he's bigger. I've known this kid all his life. I remember when his mom and dad got married. Troy is 007. Watch him show off. Not bad. 007, 8.920, 176. Troy Barton going to the semi-final round in just his second national event ever. Superstock coming out next. Handicap starts. By the way, top sportsman, top dragster, you should be in the lanes. Round #3, Superstock. George Light. That's the Mustang. And Howie Adams. Just love the Nova wagon. Got that big old rake in it, the big tires underneath it. 946 Howie Adams. 973 George Wright, the Mustang. Mustang for that great varsity Ford team. Small block Nova wagon in from North Carolina at 946. Both of them dialed up 5 from their qualifying numbers. Mustang's in, waiting on that Nova wagon. Howie bumping it in, lights that second light. Howard going through the gears in that clutch car. Mustang is out there. Oh, this baby going to be good down there. Better reaction time went to the Mustang wind light. Mustang. How about 0-13 on the tree? Dead 0 for the win. Howie wasn't bad. Howie was 18 on the tree. But got down there and parked that baby at 9:53, down a couple of miles an hour, giving the win, giving the strike back. So George to the next round. Matt Overdack, wired up Mustang, 882, and Josh Barzy, the Nova, the Flintstone. How about that? Down 907 is getting the head start. So the stick shift Nova, the Flintstone. .907 and you're getting the head start. And a red light start for Josh Barzy. Matt Overdack, 28 on the tree, dialed 882, going to run it out. 8807, 155. Matt will race George Wright next round. Tim Sloan, Rick Nicolo. 65 Nova, 954 Rick right side. Tim Sloan, the Grand Am with a small block Chevrolet, the SSCS 943. Tim Sloan left side. Green light starts again. Let's start going right side to Rick and the Nova. Wind light Rick, 956.6 on that 54 dial, 30 on the tree. Tim Sloan, 945.82 over also, was 48 on the tree. Rick advancing. Dale Locklear, left side the Mopar, 997, and Robert Cup, the ATI Transmissions, Chevelle, 1016, Robert. Mopar just skies the front wheels. Head start went to that Chevelle. Mopar coming up alongside, got enough down there top end. That wind light says Chevelle, 10.18.5 on that 16.095. Dale got down there and out by 4 thou, getting there first by a hun. And Robert a bye run. Next round is Tracy Robbins. The 85 Corvette, 980 to dial. That's the class index. It runs a bunch quicker than that. 62 on the tree. 911. It's my pick. Oh, I was way off. Won't be the first time, won't be the last time. 916.0, 150 for Tracy Robbins. Super Rod. I do believe you're coming out next. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Top sportsman, top dragster. Final call of the lays, please. Top sportsman, top dragster. Final call of the lays, please. Richard Price, Joey Davidson start off this round. Round number 3 of Super Rod. The 990 category, the Davidson Motorsports pickup truck. And Richard Price, 04 Corvette. Small block in the pickup truck, big block in the Corvette. Put 990 up on the board, just how you get there. Make it work. Davidson in, rating on price. In, set, go. Watch the Corvette. Drops back, goes back to wide open throttle. The throttle stops setting. The pickup truck is out here. Corvette coming on big time down there. Wow, that Corvette made a move down there. Goes 9995, 148. Joey Davidson, a 76, 976 on that 990. Neither one of them were big time in the reaction time, but Price gets the win. Tim Quinton, Quinton Motor Corporation, 71 CUDA Mopar powered, by the way, left side, and Derek Willard, the Camaro. Oh, you heard the wop down there by 6,000, 995-1, 002, Derek Willard. Tim Quinton, 31 on the tree, 992-8. We tied that up, and Derek Willard, and Don Morris. David Morris, I'm sorry, my apologies. We'll pair up next round. $21 on the tree is David. 96.7, 174. We'll race Derek Willard in the semis to see who's going to race Richard Price in the final. Tractors back into their parking place. Just be a few minutes here. Round 2, Top Sportsman. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Quick rod and hot rod drivers from last round to race control, please. Quick rod, hot rod drivers from last round to race control, please. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Hang on. Give me a sec here. Round 3 of hot rod competitors. Round 3 of quick rod competitors. Need you to the tower, please. Quick rod, hot rod, round 3 competitors. Need you to the tower, please. So again, I'll make that repeat there. Hot rod, quick rod. All of you that ran that last round, round 3, need you to come to race control, please. So quick rod, hot rod. All of you that ran that last round, round 3 competitors, need you to the tower, please.
It's Top Sportsman. It's round 2. It should be 16 cars. Oh, look at me lying to you already. Why would I lie to you? We're not even dating. First up, we don't have cars. We have a truck. Pat DeBottis. Because there's something about a truck out of Corrigan Race Fuel, APD engines, Aaron Glazer. For Derby City calibrations. Call me crazy, and I'm guessing that's somewhere in the Louisville area. Isn't there where they have the Derby? Every time I watch somebody do one of those 18-second nitrous purges, I cringe. I had nitrous on a street car when I was 16, 17 years old. Back when people thought nitrous was taboo and they were afraid to park next to you because they thought your car might explode. And I used to work at a car wash. And I used to shine a bunch of white wall tires and clean mag wheels so I could get tips and fill my nitrous bottle. And he's just blowing it off into the atmosphere like it's nothing. I mean, it was only 40 years ago. I'm almost over it. 45 years ago. 86 years ago. Handicap head start, going to go to left lane. Pat DeBottis is predicting a 477. Truck is off. Here comes Eric. Now he's pumping the nitrous into the engine. Ain't going to catch him. 478, 139 the speed for Pat DeBottis. Aaron Glazer had a reaction time. Started with a 1. Ugh. And then he shut her down. Man, that thing's loud. Ran 484 to 110 miles an hour, but Pat DeBottis taking care of business, and he advances to the next round. That'll bring up Corey Evans. The 1969 Firebird, Daddy's Money. Lucky guy. My dad kept telling me he didn't have any money. It's like, but I just need $5. Sure, no problem. Why don't you mow the lawn and wash your mom's car? No, it's like, man, do I have to? Bob Mandel over on the right side. Fabricator, engine builder, extraordinaire. Oh, look at me shooting like 2 shots of nitrous in the sky. I'm going to run out there with a balloon and catch that stuff. Can you take nitrous on an airplane? Because I think I got to get it home somehow. Mandel runs a company called ProFab, and you're going to know what kind of quality work they do. Go down and look at that car. It's like, do you have a resume? Here it is. My 55 Chevy. This is Bob the Third. His dad's also racing. I don't know if the wagon's still in or not. I didn't catch round 1 yesterday. Wait, let me see. Nope, it looks like we're down to just one Mandel. 409, the prediction for Mandel. That means Corey Evans is going to leave first by 5 hundo. Just a little smidge. Corey will be off and running. Taking a little extra time. Now they're getting in stage. Side by side they go. Boom. Both drivers away on the green. Bob Mandel, double 03, 412. Winner. Corey Evans goes 024. He wasn't going to win that one. 418 on the 414. Not happening. So Bob Mandel, the third. Moving on to round number 3. TJ Luther in the left side. Mike Alexander in the right. Alexander, that thing is really green. I mean, really green. Out of the Walk and Tall garage. Alexander's backhoe service. 1963 split window. I really find it hilariously funny. The split windows are some of the most sought after, beloved, duplicated. And in 1963, they couldn't give those things away. There's a reason they only split the window for 1 year, because everybody hated them so bad they decided not to ever do it again. TJ and the Camaro over here on the left side of the racetrack. 490. We're going to have a better than a bulb and a half head start. And then the Corvette with power out of par. What? Yeah, it is. It just about matches. Like it's like a green screen. You could have your car. You could have your picture taken in front of the car, and you couldn't even see the car. There's the handicap. Here comes that force-fed Corvette. Difference at the start, 3,000. Difference at the finish, 500. TJ Luther is the 10th back of the dial, and so is Alexander. Alexander's going to win it. He had 3,000 in his pocket on the starting line. He got there first. Runs 18 on an 08. Luther, 504. That left Alexander a lot of room to back up. Mike? Scrubbed her all the way down to 153 miles an hour. Hey, stock, come on down. Stock, super stock. Come on back, please. Stock and super stock. We'll take you back to the lanes. Sorry, I got distracted. I saw something shiny. Hey, look, one car, two car. Red car, blue car. It's Donnie and Donnie. Gibbs on the left side, Teague on the right. No, really, it is. .462. This time it's going to be the right lane leaves first. The little blue Chevy 2. With 632 inches holding up the old hood scoop. And then Donnie Gibbs dialed .446. We'll try to catch him. North Carolina against Delaware coming at you right here. Both drivers get away on the green. Don is out there. Donnie's chasing. 461.9 on a 462. Don Teague was 009, takes the stripe and breaks out by 1 stinking thousandth of a second. Donnie Gibbs got a gift. He was in a whole pile of trouble out there, and Teague needed about 50 pounds more brake pressure and didn't have it. Stock and super stock. Stock and super stock. I need you back to the lanes, please. Keith Castle now on the left side. Mike Nitski on the right. Mike, for after hours wiring. You know what that sounds like, right? That sounds like a guy who does moonlighting. It's like years ago, I wish I could remember the guy's name. Jerry Bickle and Jerry Haas both were in the St. Louis area, and there was one guy that did all the wiring. When the cars had come out of the paint shop, they'd call this guy, and he'd go, okay, I'll be there at 6. And it'd take him about 5.5 or 6 hours to wire the race car. He'd stay until midnight and then lock the shop up and go home. And if you needed a Pro Stock car rewired, you called him and he'd fly to wherever you were and do it on a Saturday or Sunday and then go home. Keith Castle blasting all that nitrous out of the Dodge Stratus in the left side. Mike Nitski dialed 438. Cobalt's going to leave first. Won't be much. 2/10 and a hundo. One last little nitrous squirt, and we're in and set. And we're off on green. Stratus did a little tail wag out there. He's going to hold on and get the win. 417 on a 417. That is dead 8. Mike Nitski had 4 thou in his pocket at this end, but couldn't get there. Keith Castle by 009 runs dead 8 for the win. Nitski runs 2 above, and that's not the win. Now it's going to be Scott Wasco and Mike Damood. Scott, Mike, Scott. Shake hands, go to neutral lane. Repeat after me. I will not snooze. I will not lose. I will not creep. I'm just sitting here now because I've got this stuck in my brain now. Do you realize I'm watching all the nitrous? I could fill a nitrous bottle out of just the purges from this round. I really could. I don't even know what does it cost to fill a nitrous bottle these days? I mean, I'm not as old as English, but this will make me sound old. When I was filling nitrous bottles, a 10-pound bottle was $10. It was $1 a pound. I think it's a little more than that now. Might be a lot more than that now. Damood is going to leave first by 17. There goes the Stratus, and here comes the Pontiac. And here comes the Pontiac. And he ain't going to get there. Mike Damood put together a 005 light and an 18 stripe. Hey, don't do a burnout when I'm talking, okay? What are you, some kind of wise guy? Oh, wait, he is a wise guy. 430 for the win for Damood. Scott Weisco was 38 on the tree, and that left him in a whole pile of trouble. So Damood will move on to run whoever wins this one. That is Scott Weise, the wise guy. What are you, a wise guy? That Corvette's pretty cool. If you haven't had a chance to go back and look at it, Scott Weise, for those of you who may be familiar, he's from Virginia. Been racing 100 years. Well, not quite. But he used to race Top Fuel. When he quit racing Top Fuel, he had a bunch of stuff left over. And it's like, well, what are we going to do with all this stuff? Somebody said, I got an idea. Why don't we buy a Pro Charger, build a Top Fuel Hemi, put it in a 63 Corvette, and go run a Top Sportsman with it? I mean, in the grand scheme of things, they are barely leaning on this engine. And he runs at the floor of the category. He's dialed at 389. Robbie Krenshaw over on the right side. BuildRWC.com. That's 700 plus cubic inches under the hood. 426 is his dial. 426 to dial, you get the head start. That makes perfect sense to me, right? 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 All right, here we go. Off and running is Krenshaw, the Weise guy. Not going to get him by 0.08 of a second. 426 on a 426. Krenshaw goes 13, dead 9. That's a winner. Scott goes 23, dead 7, and home. 0.08 at the stripe. Robbie Krenshaw had a hundo in his pocket. Scott Weise was 2 thou closer to the dial, and I can do all that math. The margin of victory is 0.08 of a second, and Robbie Krenshaw take care of business. Scott Weise did a very nice job. Krenshaw just did it 8 thou better. Now it's going to be Eric Ellsworth on the left side, Johnny Brooks on the right. If you don't like Johnny Brooks Nova, there's something wrong with you, because that thing is really nice. The Cox powered right trailers, MT tires machine. Dialed 4, 4, 4, and Eric Ellsworth out of Barely Able Racing and ProTech Automotive. A great name for a race team. Barely Able. How you doing? Well, we're just making it. Just making it. 461 is his predicted number. So what's that, about 17 if I'm doing the math right? Ellsworth going to go first. We got Kentucky against Tennessee coming at you. See, another nitrous purge. See, now that I've burned that into your brain, every time you see one of those, you're going to think about poor little me cleaning white walls, hoping to get enough tips that I can go racing that weekend. Tell me about remind me to tell you about the time I forgot to turn the nitrous bottle on. I'm almost over that, too. Almost. Oh, the trauma. Oh, the trauma. It was pretty cool when Brian Lones called me the other day. He got somebody's complete historical magazine collection. And he sent me a text message with a picture. He said, "Hey, man, is this you? From Arizona 1984 final round." I said, "Yeah, that's me." He said, "Sorry about your bad luck." I said, "Oh, I guess you read the article, huh?" Johnny Brooks going to get the win here. Problems for Eric. 38 on the tree, which ain't great, but ain't terrible. And then 0.3 back of the number, and that left Johnny Brooks all kind of room. So Johnny going to advance. Take on Pat DeBottis in the truck. Robbie races Mike. Donnie races Mike. And Mr. Mandel runs Mr. Castle when Top Sportsman comes back later in the day. Hey, stock and super stock, if you are not in the lanes, you are in the wrong place, because the sleds are coming down. Listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need the sleds and the brats. The sleds are probably already there. Usually about the time you say, I need this, they're moving. But sleds and brats, come on down. All righty, here comes Top Dragster. You know what I think, Top Dragster? Top Sportsman. Think about those profiler folks. Have you been by and seen their display over there on the midway? Looking for heads, looking for manifolds, looking for horsepower? That's where you should look. We appreciate their backing of the fast guys over here. The IHRA Pro-Am Series. Nick Rivas left, Scott Lucan right. Scott's car. Got that centrifugal supercharger. Has a lumbar support sitting right down below his back. And Nick Rivas for Haw River Flooring. The Nitrous 632. See, you know what? Everybody's doing extra purges now just to, like, increase my trauma. You know, it's like telling somebody you're allergic to cat, and they all bring their kittens over. Oh, look, isn't he cute? Head start goes to the left lane. A little more than half a bulb. As soon as somebody stages. They will here in a minute. Or 2. Or 3. Or 4. I feel like Lawrence Welk. And a 1 and a 2. More oxygen burns more fuel, makes more power. Doesn't matter if you take it pressurized from a bottle, pressurized from a blower, pressurized from a hairdryer. More air burns more fuel. Oh, sure. Now they're zooming in on the purge valve. That's just mean. Mean. Wow, Lucan's car really laid down. Did you hear that? Whoa, no. Nick Rivas breaks out. Scott Lucan had 0 chance to get him. There was about as much chance of Scott Lucan catching him as there was of me quit whining about nitrous purges. I mean, you could hear that thing leave the start line, just go, buh. And Nick Rivas runs down there and breaks out to let Scott Lucan back in. Oh, he is going to be really, really unhappy when he goes back and looks at the replay of that. Now it's going to be Dane Davis. And it's going to be Anthony Marble. And we are holding up here for a second, as there may have been more of a reason for Scott Lucan's car going buh than just the fact that it went buh. Well, looks like they're going to do a little drag out there with the tractor, and that might explain why Scott Lucan's car was laying down out there so badly. I have a feeling that it was not getting the boost it was supposed to get. All right, so we're going to do a quick little drag, make sure there's nothing out there for anybody to run over, and then we'll get right back at it. Stock, super stock, you should be there. Sleds and brats. Sleds and brats. Come on, come on. To the staging lanes, please. We'll be back. We'll be back. All righty. A little sweep up. Done and taken care of. You know, it's funny. I love watching the guys on the starting line. They work very hard. They take a lot of pride in their job. They always want to make sure that we've got a great, clean racetrack. But it's funny. You watch those guys. They like grab a broom or grab a mop or grab a rag, jump right on it. Have you ever been to one of their garages? They ain't swept that place in 6 months. Dane Davies got the blower hanging off the side. If you're on the left side of the racetrack in the grandstand, you can see it. If you're on motorhome roll over there, it looks like it's naturally aspirated, but trust me on this, he's just hiding it from you. 408 to a 446 is the difference in dial between the two. Marble on the right side is going to go first. At least he better. Because if Davies leaves the starting line first and his light's green, Anthony is in trouble. Anthony left first. He took his handicap head start. Dane Davis pulled up right alongside him. Drives right by him. Goes 410 on a 408. Anthony left second, got there second. He was about 2 hun behind at the start. He was about 2 hun further back of the dial. That makes the margin of victory about 4 hun, and that's what it came out to. Dane Davis. Moves to the round of 8. Richard Smith down the left side, and Tim Williams. Williams is in the fab business. Guy after my own heart. I'm in the fab business. You know the difference between me and Tim? He's probably good at it. I'm kind of a hacker. Somebody said, "Can you weld aluminum?" And I said, "Well, my liquor shelf hasn't fallen off the wall, but I'm not fixing your cylinder head." Williams is dialed 415, so he's going to leave first. Richard's one of those free second players out there with the front driven, centrifugal. A little help from folks called Mazier. Let's see, is he the farthest from Mazier's home headquarters to be sponsored? Because Maryland is a long way from California. Look at the thumbs up down there. Tim Williams with the blower right on top. Smith with the blower right behind his back. Getting down to it. What do we got? 4 more pair? 4 more pair. And final call if the brats and sleds are not here. You're in the wrong place. Williams took the head start and also took the win. 417 on the 415. He dialed a 15, reacted with a 14, and ran a 17. He's like working on that blackout bingo card. Rich Smith goes 392 on the 389. He was also 100.5 behind on the leave, and that ain't going to get it done. So we'll send Tim Williams on to race Dane Davies in the next round. Then we'll bring Chris Ferguson and Chad Traylor up to the starting line. Traylor. Little help from the folks at VP Fuel. Mickey Thompson's Par Performance. Putting together the horsepower. And Chris Ferguson rolling up here from Fort Lauderdale. He's also got a Par power plant sitting behind his head. They're dialed almost identical. Their lights were not. Oh, Chris Ferguson. Chris had a double 06 light. Chris is 006 to 55 and takes a boatload to run 1 thou too quick. Chad goes 36 on a 30. 055 2 above for the win. And Chris Ferguson, if you're pitted next to him, you want to duck. There's going to be some wrenches or something flying over there. That one's going to hurt. Landon Reith in the left side. Landon Wright and Jessica Pritchett. Jessica, who by now has got to be sick and tired of her husband going, "Have you seen my trophies from last week, honey? Have you seen?" "Yes, Gary, I saw it." Runner out of hoops. Fire prevention, Mickey Thompson tires. To be fair, Jessica's pretty darn good at this herself. She was number 2 in the world last year over on the other side of the fence. And she is dialed in at 415. So Landon is going to get a small head start. I call that a small head start. I call that a 3 thou reaction time split, and Jessica keeps on keeping on. High fives down on the starting line. Landon Wright goes 0-16, one above zero, and home. Jessica goes 19, dead one to take 006. Jessica, I am impressed. Again, nice job. She's going to come back and run Chris Taylor later in the day. Joe DePascal and Jordan Dooley coming at you right now. Final pair in this round. Scott Lucan, who's going to be in mad thrash mode, trying to figure out why his car went but is going to wait the winner. DePascal with that Davis power plant from up in New Jersey. Jordan Dooley really out of Washington State? Holy smokes, that's a long way from home. Difference in dial is 07. 429 to 422. Scott Lucan awaits the winner. Side by side at the finish line stripe. How about Joe? The winner from Benson is moving on. Better on the tree by 6 thou. And then Jordan Dooley was 6 back of the dial. He predicted a 22 and ran a 28. DePascal went down there. Man, you think he threw that thing in park? 431, 148 miles an hour. He's looking over there going, he ain't coming, he ain't coming, he ain't coming. And Joe threw out the anchor. So Joe's going to run Scott. And that's going to take care of that round of top dragster. So what's coming out next? Stock eliminator, right? Right. Okay. Who's doing stock? If you want me to do it, I will. If somebody else wants in, they can. All right. Sounds like Mike English wants to do stock. I'll let Mike do stock. Five cars remaining in stock. I'm going to make a prediction. Ron Juel will be in the semifinals. That's my prediction. Here's Mike.
Thank you, Alan. And that was just a bold prediction. I love how you go out on the limb there with those big-time calls there. So stock eliminator round number 4 should be in the lanes, please. Stock eliminator round number 4 should be in the lanes. Actually, it should be under the tower. Thank you, Alan. Yeah, super stock should be in the lanes. Okay, work with me here, guys. Okay. There we go. Just like that, they were under the tower. Thank you, Alan. Way to go. Nice prediction. Yeah, you're 2-0, man. Way to go. Todd Hoban, Reggie Lynch. Reggie left side, that's the Camaro at 10.77. Todd Hoban, that is the Firebird at 10.50. C stock automatic cars get the head start over the D stock automatic car. Things that make you go, So the Camp Construction Firebird, I love that car. That 68 Firebird first gen F body. Take it on the 94 Camaro. Winner will race out of aforementioned Ron Juel. Love that. Clean green, this pair. And a great matchup there with the F bodies, just different generations. Down there at that top end, that wind light's going to say, how about that Reggie Lynch? Wow. Todd Hogan was 003. Next pair rolling in. Jim Marshall, Dan Fletcher. The Fletch, right side. ATI Performance Products, 1098. Jim Marshall, 1082 for the 78 Camaro. I had a car like that. Didn't run like that, but I had a car like that. The Camaro, 78. Head start to Fletch. Clean green again at this pair. Wop wop down there, Fletch. 32 on the tree. Dead 9. So going to hold him up here for just a second. Ron Juel, 70 Chevelle Big Block. The vinyl top, that just makes all the style there. Ran 1065 and 1067 in qualifying. 12 flat up on the board there is the class index. In from Holly, New York. .006 on the tree is Ron Juel. Out of the throttle, 1078-107 to advance to the semifinal round. And stock eliminator, super stock will be out next. Super stock will be out next. Sleds, brats, you should be in the lanes. Sleds and brats, you should be in the lanes.
Well, Mike English, what a beautiful, beautiful day here. Saturday afternoon, Tirana, Dinwiddie, Virginia, Motorsports Park.
Yet, Al. I know in your world, but it's not afternoon. Sorry.
That's all right. I was just on.
Some of us got up a couple hours ago. I know you just woke up. Sleep in the front seat of your car, did you?
Yeah.
Right on.
You know, when you work for a hot dog, you got to live like you work for a hot dog, my friend.
You got a hot dog?
Yeah. You didn't get one yesterday?
No.
Oh, God. I was over there begging between all the trailers. Someone said finally they were going to throw one out and said, here, you're hungry?
Man.
Yes, I'm hungry, man.
You get all the luck.
What a great, great race number 2.
Isn't it? Spectacular. Just a thing of beauty. Man, it was, if you were with us on Thursday, if you weren't, shame on you. Don't let that happen ever again. But it was a tad brisk, to say the least. We got here Thursday morning. It was 35 degrees. From a guy from Southern California, I was burr cold. But beautiful day today. Supposed to be mid-70s. Just, how about gorgeous? Just put it so nice. Well, it should be just a few minutes here. Superstock should be under the arch here. It will be round number 4. Superstock. Yeah, IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Race day, Saturday. Crown the champions tonight.
Aren't you glad he knows what day it is? I am. I'll tell you what, man, if you were down there, I was looking for a cup of coffee again. I couldn't find it. I know you should drive and get one from the hotel. It's easy to do that, but I was walking around and usually you can ask someone if they have it in their trailer. So if anybody has a cup of coffee they want to lend out, I'll pay for it.
You want me to go get you a cup of coffee, Al Tucci? I wasn't going to. I was just offering.
You're such a nice guy, isn't he? Such a good man. Anyway, so we're down just for a minute. Superstock will be coming up. Thank you to Alan Reinhardt. He's going to go do his journalism job now and figure out what's going on, where and what.
All right, hey, attention on the property. Any veterans, active or veterans, any active military or veterans, you can head to the hospitality immediately. We kind of need you moving that way. You're going to get transportation to the starting line here for opening ceremonies. So we need you to head that way right now to hospitality. That is at the far end of the bleachers. Not here where the Ferris wheel, the other end of the bleachers. Head that way as quick as you can, and we will get you to the starting line for our starting line ceremonies. Are going to be coming up here in 15 minutes. So we need you so we can get you where we need you to be. So we appreciate you all being here. We want to include you. We want to make sure that you know that you are welcome and that you will have some refreshments over there as well. So if you're not already familiar with that, head over kind of right now.
So a number of the crew chiefs out on the track there making their morning look, their opinions, and all those other things and everything. Al Tucci in the booth here, and just race day here at the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Durana Motorsports Park, Dinwiddie, Virginia. Just race number 2 on the tour. The championship hunt, Al Tucci.
The place to race, man. It's been a great day. I mean, since Thursday qualifying and Friday, and now we're getting into race day, and you got to love it. You know, it's just after watching all the guys and gals go out there and do their best. Is that working?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. No.
So with all that, there you go. Oh, is it? Let me get a test. 1, 2. The mic working out there?
There you go.
Put your arms up.
Absolutely it is. Yeah.
Sorry about that, Mike English. There we go. She's working up there now. But, yeah, what a great morning. Saturday morning. I know I said it was afternoon, but sometimes when you don't get a few hours of shut-eye and you're having a good time.
Beauty
Hey,
sleep.
did you hear about the bull riding? I got a whole update on all that. You know, there wasn't one guy that stayed on a bull. Those bulls were tough last night.
Hang on, Jimmy's coming in. Oh, yeah, put the gain on. No. So making our way toward that 11 a.m. scheduled opening ceremonies here, the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. And all you fans showed up here, thank you very much for coming, man. Glad to have you here. Hope you enjoy your day, your race. Crown some champions tonight. We'd love to have you join us in the winner's circle right behind the tower here later on this afternoon, early evening. The opening ceremony is a special treat that we are going to have. It's going to be kind of cool to watch, but right now just making some adjustments here. We should rock and roll along here at race number 2 in the 2026 series with the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Man, it's just been a great weekend. Just spectacular performances here. So Superstock should be in the lanes under the tower.
All right, so as Mike English points out, we're getting ready to start it up here in just a moment. Just working on a little bit of this and that, and we'll get right back into more racing here in Eliminations on this Saturday morning and afternoon. All right, so we're working out down there in the starting line, getting ready for things to go, and we're getting ready for opening ceremonies soon. We got our veterans down there. We thank each and every one of them for being a part of our opening ceremonies here today. God bless the veterans, man.
Absolutely. What a great gathering out there. Thank you very much, you guys. Appreciate all you do, and thank you for your service.
So with a great bunch of veterans down there doing their deal. All right, a big thank you to all the veterans down there that are showing up for our opening ceremonies. I want to thank them again highly, and it is great to have you guys there.
So Al Tracy, just a spectacular gathering of veterans out on the starting line there. Just the IHRA appreciates that very much. And glad to have part of our opening ceremonies that will be coming up in a few minutes here. But, man, what a morning. What a morning. Number one, yes, sir. Number one. Of course, Brett Carver and the team will be out there on the starting line there with our just gathering there and all the bands at the grandstands there. If you're walking around the pit area or on the manufacturer's midway, I highly advise that you start making your way to the starting line area right now. Your seats at the grandstands there. Know you're hungry. Brian's Burgers is in the house. Can't miss it. Great food. Great food, absolutely. So, just appreciate your patience here as we're starting to work our way through here. And
Sports Park, Dinwiddie, Virginia. So hang tight. We've got our skydivers from Fast Tracks and Save 22 Vets in the air. So we will be bringing in the colors right there in front of you. It's a beautiful ceremony. So we've got a few minutes, and then we will kick this deal off. So maybe it's a time to stretch your legs for just a moment and be ready, because once we get going, it is going to be rock and roll time here in Virginia. So give us just a few minutes while we get all of our timing with our skydivers ready to go, and we'll be back to you in just a minute. Also, folks, we want you to have a great time out here. We got the live band going to be playing between downtimes and whatnot, so when we're prepping track or cleaning up or whatever, you get some entertainment. We do have the Ferris wheel right here at the starting line. It is a spectacular view of the starting line. So please, it costs nothing. It is here purely for your enjoyment. So get in line, take your ride, watch the starting line from the Ferris wheel. We got a lot of great stuff. We've got Brian's Burgers. We've got merchandise, brand new IHRA merchandise, beautiful hats. We've got relevant sunglasses. If you're out in the pits and you find out where the Outlaw sleds are, the snowmobiles, they also have some awesome sunglasses you can check out over there, even have the IHRA logo in them. But if you go over to merchandise, they have hats, they have scarves, they have hoodies, all kind of fun stuff. So no reason to not have a spectacular time here in Dinwiddie, Virginia with IHRA. We are so happy to be here. We are thrilled to be joined on the starting line with so many of our active military and veterans. So we do welcome you. I believe I've got a little information here on some of those folks and where they're from. So I think it's awesome, first of all, for what you do in the military to protect, serve this country, to be able to give us this place, these freedoms that we have. We have Carrie Barber, are you down there? Give me a wave. Thank you for your service. Hey, I'm telling you, I got a whole list of folks down there. I've got Carrie, I've got Bobby, I've got Anthony. My eyes aren't so good. Jeter? Where's Jeter? I like it. Jeff, Kent, Frankie, Rick, Chase, Brian, Fields, Frank, Billy, Jerry, Lukey, Thomas, Paul, Ryan, James, Joshua. All y'all down there, if I missed you, I'm sorry. I'm trying to look at a really tiny deal. It does not mean you all are not a tiny deal. You are an amazing deal, and we absolutely, in the IHRA, we celebrate you. We bring you in for free. We want you to be part of the IHRA community. We want you to bring your friends and family. We also want to take a few moments to recognize the EMS that's here, that keep both the racers safe, our spectators safe, in case we ever need something like that. They are here. We hope that we never have to use them, but we have the absolute best safety, and we thank you folks as well for looking over the people on the property here this weekend. It is the second event of the 2026 championship season, and we are here. We were in North Carolina 3 weeks ago, and we are here now in Dinwiddie, Virginia for stop number 2. We go next to Montgomery, Alabama, and we hope that you will join in. You will tell your friends what an amazing event you went to see to with Nitro and all the things that you get to see here at an IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series event. We will have the bull riding at every event from what I understand. We have the band, these guys. If you get just a few minutes and you want to come over here and check them out a little closer, they do an amazing job. It's a 3-piece group, and these guys can rock out, I don't know, 300-400 songs, however many we need to keep y'all entertainment and do a great show. So we thank you guys, everybody in the tower. It's a total group effort. We do such work out there with the starting gate. Everybody on the property, it takes a massive deal to do this, and we thank IHRA, we thank Durana Motorsports for picking this deal up and just making it explode. So we thank you again for coming out, supporting. Text your friends, text your neighbors, tell them to come on out today. If they're within any kind of driving distance, I promise the show that's going to be on this racetrack today is going to be very, very spectacular. As we're checking out the timing, everybody's looking overhead. Yes, we do have Team Fast Track's going to bring in an 1,100 square foot flag for presentation here. So as we keep an eye out for that, I do ask that everybody goes ahead and gets on your feet. We're going to have an invocation by Mr. Mike Imhoff. After that invocation, I'm going to hand it over to our national anthem, and you are going to be blown away. So here in just a moment, as soon as I get the signal, and the signal is just seconds away, that flag is going to hit the air. It's going to take 4 minutes to go from here to right there in front of you. And Fast Tracks, Save 22 Vets, do amazing work. We thank you for taking care of, veterans here with IHRA and with Daryl, of utmost respect. So we want to make sure we do that, and we do it right. We bring it in 1,100 square feet of Old Glory. Going to be coming in overhead. And it is truly a sight. All right, I'm going to turn it over right now to Mr. Mike Imhoff. Here you go, Mike.
If we could just pause for a moment of prayer. Father, we are so blessed to live in the greatest nation in the world. And Father, we just take this moment. I thank you for all the men and women in the armed services, in current military, in the previous military. We thank you for your sacrifice, because without that, we would not have the freedom to enjoy this sport that we love. So, Father, we speak a blessing over the current active military, that you'll protect them, protect their families, Father, comfort them. Father, we pray this will be a safe day at the races, that you will watch over us. And Father, that we thank you for the hospitality crew. As Brent said, we thank you for all the people that make this thing possible and the blessing they are. Thank you, Father. We pray a safe day, a blessing over us. May you be glorified in all we say and do in Jesus' name. And everybody said, amen.
Amen, Mike. All right, if you're available on your feet, hats off, find Old Glory. You can't miss her. She's going to be coming in hot and landing right over there in front of you. We also have one on the tower. And I'm going to hand it over to our rock star singer, Kaya, don't call me Tony Braxton. Here you go.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Awesome job. Thank you, everybody, for coming out here. Virginia Motorsports Park, IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series coming at you. Thank you, everybody. We will have race cars back on the track here just real shortly. It's rock and roll time.
What a spectacular job there. Thank you, all the veterans out on the starting line there. Super Stock Eliminator, round number 4, will be coming out next.
There's the sound you'd love to hear at any drag strip around the country, man. It is time to go to work for Super Stock Eliminator. Mike English.
Thank you very much, Al Tucci. The first pair, a couple of Mustangs coming out. George Wright, right side. The GT Mustang 976. Matt over Tannen. The wired up Cobra Jet Mustang 884 for Matt coming up on the left side, Al Tucci.
Got the wired up entry coming out there. That Cobra Jet looking good. Even Kevin Bacon looked at it and thought, wow, what a nice car. As he walked right by it. 17 pages and 18 chapters of Kevin Bacon here this weekend. PTP in the house as we get ready for that Cobra Jet of Matt's to come to life. Here we go.
By the way, this is one of those twofers. Winner has a bye run to the final next round. 884 left side for the runner out of Pennsylvania. That beat Team Matt and the Wired Up Bunch. 976, George Wright for Varsity Ford.
All right, so just getting a few numbers ready and changing a few things as the cars will be in the water box. We'll be right with you, fans. All right, Michael English, we are back now, ready to go. We apologize for the little bit of downtime there, but we had to make sure everything was A-OK in our system up here. And it looks to be good now. We got numbers on the boards. 884 in the left lane for the Cobra Jet wired up machine will be in the left side. 976 for the Michigan-based George Wright over there, the FGTI. Oh, yeah. I mean, you can buy them from the factory that fast, right? If that doesn't make you that much happier, knowing you got to get the good win here to get the trip to a final round here in Super Stock Eliminator, nothing will. Here we go. Going to the top light over there. George Wright takes it on, says, I'm ready to race.
Matt Overtanic, 884. Chasing George Wright, 976 in that varsity Ford Teague machine. Lights are on, tree comes down. George is gone, Matt is gone. Clean the green disc pair. Here comes that Cobra Jet hustling after that GT Mustang. Down there at that top end, I see brake light. It's going to be George Wright. 32 on the tree, 980 with a 6 on that 76 dial for the win. Matt missed a little bit at 065. It goes out at a 2 over, 886.
How about that 886? Brings up the next two to the starting line. And we will talk about Tracy Robbins coming up here out of Youngsville, North Carolina. The 85 Chevrolet Corvette in the left lane. 917 performance prediction. How about the right side?
Right side, Rick Nicolo in from West Virginia. 956 in the stiff shift Nova.
Wow. That thing moved hard, man. Got that thing up in the air a little bit. Now it's time to drive it down there to the stripe. Top end. Big W comes up. Oh, a little too quick in the right side. 55 with a 9 on a 56, man. 17 with a 1 on a 17. How about that? Win light in the left lane.
Had absolutely no chance left side. Robert Cuppy going to the final. Going to the semifinal, I'm sorry. The 65 Chevelle for the ATI Performance Products team, 10-17.
That's a good run at small block, man. 327 down there. Goes down there 10-19 out of 10-17. Buck 28 and some change for the mile per hour. He'll be back for another round of Super Stock Eliminator.
Semi-final round is the next round. And Robert Cup will race Tracy Robbins with George Wright having a bye run. Sleds coming out next, Al Tucci.
All right, get ready to get down and fast there with the sleds. Coming out of Wisconsin, Minnesota, and all over. Wherever they be. It is elimination time in the sled program. Brought to you by the wonderful Sunglass Company. Have you visited them today? Relevant Sunglasses down there.
Relevant Sunglasses, yeah.
Go check them out. All types of brands, colors, nice stuff. You get the ones with the IHRA on the outer glass. You don't see it through your eye, but the people see you coming. As the sleds roll up, and Minnie over there is going to start up first here in the morning. That Minnie guy is something else, isn't he?
Yep, picked up the win down in Benson, North Carolina. Durana Dragway. Like to go back-to-back. Qualified out of that number 1 spot with a 4:45.
So that'll bring his competitor to the water box over there, the real shiny-looking machine out of Foley, Minnesota. Jason Ponches, ready to go. DOA drag sleds and the Revlon Sunglass eyewear sponsorship for him. 25 Pro Line machine in the left lane. Here comes Minnie. I like this guy. This guy is fast. Qualified number 1.
As he did down in Benson.
And also, you look at Ponches's machine. It's qualified very well. 643 for him. He's been 648, so he's going to need a whole bunch right here if he's going to get around Minnie.
So here we go. Oh, check out Anthony Minnie. He is long gone. Right side of the track there. 4:49, 1:58, Anthony Minnie. Jason was just tardy on that starting line there. Anthony Minnie to the next round.
Well, at 5:36, tardy or not, man, that 4:49 was flying down there. Used the parachute this time to slow it down. Anthony did. Michelle Mohler coming up now. Whoopun, Wisconsin, the Apex Turbo Pro Line sponsored machine.
With the wing.
With the wing over there.
Bandit.
That's a good-looking sled.
Jamie Dyson.
How about it, man? The Bandit living the dream down there. The tow vehicle looks just like the old Trans Am. Now we got the right lane going after him. How about it?
Did not get there. 5:51.2, 127. Michelle Mohler moves on. Jamie with a bunch better reaction time, but 5:71 does not get there. John Jakulich Jr., right side, Minnesota, and Travis Nyson. Your number 3 qualifier over there. That's left side here, the Summit Lane. Your number 6 qualifier, right side for Junior.
It's A to B, heads up right here in the sleds right there. Nyson over there leading out of green, finds himself pretty good, but man, watch this. Jay, the Triple J, coming after you. Can you get him? No. Nyson gets the win. 5:01, 132 miles per hour. John Jakulich Jr. goes down there 5:33 at 129 miles per hour. So he's done for the afternoon. Travis moves on, left lane. Next 2 sleds coming to the line. Here's Courtney Mohler, up in Wisconsin. The Apex Turbo machine ready to go. The number 7 qualified machine went its best of qualifying numbers of 5:77.2. Who's in the right side?
Rob Lowe, your number 2 qualifier for Bond Motorsports and Hurricane Performance up there in Canada. Plain green. Rob moved up that starting line. Watch that scoreboard right side. 4:68.3, 155. Rob Lowe to go to the next round, and will race Travis.
Man, Rob Lowe had it going on that mile per hour, 155 miles per hour. Qualified 477 at a $142. He found some power down there.
Courtney, your best run of the weekend there at 494.1, 152, and unfortunately he's headed to the trailer.
Still have the Bandit in, though, if they're family members, so. Still got family representing the sleds down there. That'll move out the sleds and move us right into the Brats, I believe.
Yes, Brats coming out next.
No time, small tire racing. Had a lot of real bizarre stuff going on in qualifying, man. Some of the guys catching fire, blowing motors, and hopefully everything's put together. As we start the Brats out with, I could say, my favorite car in category. I love that car.
The Chevelle?
I love that car.
Yeah.
I mean, I love the color. Everything he's done to it to make it look like a factory Chevelle is so cool.
What a matchup, though. Corey Reed for JA Services. Your winner, John Benson, and Adrian Herrera. He shot 6 at 67 Chevelle.
Adrian Herrera is going to have to be on that tree, man. I'm going to tell you, because that Corey Reed has been pretty unbeatable. Even in qualifying.
Man.
Even in qualifying, he's put everybody behind him as he's made his licks down the track.
No time. Brats team cars. Corey Reed, of course, looking to go back-to-back, and Adrian Herrera.
I should replace that and say, even though during test runs in this category, they're not qualified. They pick chips out of a
Chip drop.
bag of chips and find out who you're racing, and Adrian meets up with Corey Reed. I take the original taco flavor Dorito.
Chip draw.
Here we go. Corey Reed. Red Hat Mafia down there tuning him up. The Miller family. Johnny and his father Jamie, excuse me. And Johnny, the young one down there. These guys are serious. It's Manny Bujinga's car, by the way. He's got a few of those Mustangs running around. Pick Corey Reed to be the driver, man. DNA Service sponsorship on the side of the car, and it looks like it is finished. The win light coming up in the Summit side for Corey Reed. Adrian Herrera, go down there and get an autograph and check out his car as he gets ready to put it in the trailer with that run. Unreal. Here comes your favorite Nova.
Absolutely. Coming up next, the next pair here, it's going to be Shelby Kendrick and Jimmy Mayo. Kowalski Race Engine, 67 Nova. Jimmy Mayo, Mustang, will be in the right side of the track here, pulling out from under the tower.
There it is, the cool-looking 69 model Mustang with the wing on it. Parachutes under the wing. That is a cool-looking car.
And we should be, you know, for you folks at the grandstands there, the Bratz cars run on a 10.5-inch slick, small tire.
Yeah, think of that with all that 3,000 plus, or 3,000 at least some of these guys carrying the horsepower range. Think of that, going to that little tire. Shelby Kendrick's going to think of it out of Virginia. Kowalski Racing Engine's going to go to work. Maximum Oil in the fine 67 Chevy 2 with a Hemi on board. How'd they do that? Go down to the fire department, get a Hearst tool, stretch out those shock towers. Hemi in it?
Ball peen hammer.
A ball peen, a trim hammer, huh?
Yeah, there you go. I'll make it fit.
Got the big Hemi in there. So they're going to back up that Chevrolet after the burnout. His crew chief S will get down there and run him back and say, yep, left, right, left, right. All right, right. You look really good right about there.
So the alcoholic right side for Jimmy Mayo, Silver Springs, Maryland. Taking on Shelby Kendrick, Hurt, Virginia.
It is the Bratz here, 2026 IHRA, second race of the season right here. Girona, Dinwiddie, Virginia. Motorsports Park. Going to be a good one.
Pre-stage is Jimmy Mayo waiting on Shelby Kendrick. They are pre-stage. Shelby's in. Jimmy's in.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we're going to light the tires. Get back in it. No, Jimmy Mayo gets around him. Shelby was long gone. You saw that baby Altucci about 300 feet starting to light the tires up. Moved to the right, had to pedal it.
I want to tell you, I didn't mean to jump on the tip of your tongue, man, but, man, that was awesome. That was an awesome race right there because the Mayo started moving around. Then Jimmy started smoking a tire, and I thought, uh-oh, could be anybody's at this time.
B-Rad coming up, Brad Edlin.
Here's Warren Vandish here out of Fulton, New York. Could be in the left lane, the turbocharged Chevrolet Nova with a gorgeous burnout, man. He laid down the law, getting those little 10.5s hot and sticky right there. He had a wild ride yesterday. If you watched him, he got out there and that thing started blowing a tire off, making a move on there. He had to get out.
About it, Altucci, a ton of horsepower on a small tire.
It is. There's a lot of horsepower to be taken here under the hood of a lot of these cars. So it's got to be a chore just to figure it out to make it hook.
Brad, small tire, heads up, no time.
So Vandish now, the turbocharged Chevrolet Nova.
B-Rad right side, the Lumina.
B-Rad ran good yesterday. That thing was motivating here in the left lane. Let's see how he does here in the right side. They pick chips out of a bag to see who runs who. No qualifying. Make a few test runs here. A couple days, then you go after each other. Well, the New Yorker not going to be able to chase down that Lumina. Man, is he on a mission. B-Rad is out of here.
B-Rad moving next round there.
MTX.
Warren Vandish left the starting line, went up in smoke, and just had to pedal it, coast on down, watching Brad Eglin moving to the next round.
And the next round brings the Ford Mustang up here versus Chevrolet of PTC. Dustin Newborn will be over here out of Muscle Shoals, Alabama. The PTC sponsored Chevrolet Camaro. Supercharger hanging out of the hood, and the Mustang over there, Jamie Van Cleef. The farmer. Yeah, the farmer out of Virginia. He's out of Ford, Virginia, too. How about it? Got a Ford Mustang. Comes from Ford, Virginia, and he's a farmer by trade. 88 model Mustang, Fox body, left lane.
Interesting, the Camaro with the longer wheelbase you'd like to think is a little more stable versus the short wheelbase Fox body Mustang.
Well, Dustin had a few laps, a pretty good one, but also he had that tire challenge going on where he's trying to keep that tire hooked up. So keep your eye on the PTC car. They do converters, transmissions, and all types of things out of Muscle Shoals, Alabama. Kenny Ford, one of the original guys, still out there hitting it heavy down there, helping Dustin out. Dustin's a great guy, man. Been racing a long time. NMRA, NMCA, his Ford Mustang. Now he finds this great-looking Chevrolet to campaign here in the brass.
Hats go flying. Hit it out of the park. Bringing the drivers in. Dustin right, Jamie left. Moving to the next round. Bratz, small tire, no time. 3 stages, Jamie Van Cleef waiting on Dustin in that Camaro for PTC transmission. They're in set.
Look at Dustin trying to hang with him, man. You got a lot of steam down there, but the PTC car gets down to the stripe first. Newborn going to be the guy that takes the victory out of that one, but that was a great drag race from our viewpoint.
Both of them stayed hooked up there. You saw Dustin in that Camaro skating around a little bit, but stayed right with it. Takes out Jamie Van Cleef. That's the next pair coming up.
Well, you got him, Joe Ravioli, coming up here out of Maple Park, Illinois. Ravioli down there, the Ford Mustang, taking on the guy that means business. He's back in the seat again.
Bill Lutz.
Yeah, Lutz is over there at Stoutsville, Ohio. And you got a treat for you coming up. Guy didn't even make a lap. Well, the car did at 3 in the morning. It'll be the Bumblebee that's coming up here of the Lutz racing team and the Millers. They've got Jimmy Dale doing the driving of that car. He's already picked, and I think he kicked the lucky chip because they said the guy he picked in the first round broke. So Jimmy Dale gets a good test run here when he comes up in the Bumblebee. Watch this now.
So the guy who ran for it got runner-up down at Benson, right side. Bill Lutz, a 67 Camaro, the legend in this small tire category. And Joe Raviola, Illinois, for Dean's Performance and Andy Strachey Fabrication.
Well, Lutz was talking about on the internet after the first IHRA event of this year that I'm going to have to work harder, man. That little Mustang Corey Reed's is unreal. And obviously, and running good here today. So let's see how Lutz does here in the right lane. Can he make it happen? Can get a win? Joey's a tough competitor, man, when it comes to this type of racing. Well, a little stumble there for both of them. Joey could have taken advantage, and he didn't, man. I thought for sure he'd get back after him when you heard Lutz's car just shut down a little bit. He got in there, but Bill gets down there, gets his win, his first win here at race 2 of the IHRA National Championship. And I'm going to tell you what, now you got a treat over here. Jimmy Dale. Now, if you guys ever watch and pay attention to Little Gangsters category, this is the man that started it all. Him and the big guy running next to the car, Barrett Green, that 530 index. But now it's no time racing, and this kid has just got a gift to be a driver.
Chris Rankin, the Conquest for Northeast Unlimited. Holly, electronic fuel injection, taking on Jimmy Dale with the Bumblebee.
Jimmy Dale is probably about his 5th trip in a supercharged entry. He's got a nitrous oxide 530 car in the Little Gangsters, and he's found himself pretty good behind the wheel.
But this is the Bratz car, the small tired car here. Supercharged, big old honking supercharger.
All right, so with that, they're going to get the chance here. I didn't see a burnout in the left lane.
Well, Chris Rankin had problems yesterday. He's going to come up here and, well, see what happens.
anything can happen. I mean, the old cherry can fall from the tree down there, and that's probably what Rankin's waiting for. Jimmy Dale, not that much of a teaser. He'll get in and do his job. There he goes. His first victory lap in the in the brats category. Jimmy Dale right there. Good job. The
Chris
Bumblebee.
Rankin had problems yesterday in their time trial runs and just came up to stage it up and hoped that Jimmy Dale had a problem. Unfortunately, he didn't. So Jimmy Dale will move on.
How about
brats,
that?
10-5 Outlaw, no time.
They want to give Manny Bujinga a big thank you for lending them a supercharger for that car. So thank you to Manny Bujinga.
Top alcohol funny car coming out next. Round number 1. Alan Reinhardt into the announcer's booth, and we will move out of here and continuing on race day, Saturday, the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series.
Thank you, gentlemen. It's been an interesting morning so far. And I think the interesting is going to continue on throughout the course of the day as we start turning up the old performometer a little bit here.
And we welcome everybody to Virginia Motorsports Park with the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. It is race day, and the alcohol cars are ready to make some noise. Top alcohol funny car is coming up here first. Almost at top alcohol hydro. I thought it was drag boat racing for a minute. Ken Stout, Tommy Johnson Jr. sitting right alongside. Kristen Beat inside the staging lanes, as always, and Kristen Banks upstairs to talk to our round winners along the way. Looks like the first pair is fired up. It will feature Bruce Mullins and Chip Beverett as we get started here.
The weather's so beautiful, I can see how you get confused the day at the beach, and we're the day of the drag strip. But just outstanding weather today. Looking forward to a good day of racing.
Number 1 and number 8 qualifiers right off the bat here in the first pair of the category. Bruce Mullins out of Fredericksburg, Virginia. New body on the car, bought from the Follow a Dream racing team, which, of course, has stepped up. So we'll find out how things work out. Bruce Mullins struggling a little bit in qualifying. Not exactly the run he was hoping for, but he made the show. And that's all that really matters. Today is race day, and you can win from any position. He'll line up alongside Chip Beverett, who put a 361 on the board at 213.
Yeah, Chip's car ran really well and was consistent in qualifying and able to get that number 1 spot. Mullins, our most recent winner. He's going to do it again today. He's got to take down the number 1 qualifier right away.
Yeah, going to the final round there at our season opener against Phil Ez. Phil Ez not able to make the run in that particular instance. His career best, 373, put a 380 on the board, so not way off of that. We'll see if he can step up a little bit here today against our number 1 qualifier and Chip Beverett. Chip's career best at 360. Did it at Dunn earlier this season at our season opener. Went a 361 at qualifying, as Tommy was talking about how consistent that car is.
Oh, red light start right off the bat. Not going to get that done. We won't have a winner 2 races in a row. It's Chip Beverett, 365, 211. Getting the win and moving on to the next round. Just 400 slower than where he qualified, and just looking at the weather, we're almost 1,300 feet corrected altitude out there today, so not the best conditions they've seen all weekend by any means. Probably the worst conditions, so not bad to be only 400s off this qualifying time.
Yeah, and a nice hit there in reaction time department, an 0:59 light, so Chip ready to go here this morning. Yeah, unfortunately, Bruce leaving early. It picked up the front end. It was going to be an animal to get to the finish line anyways.
He was struggling with that at Galot, and things were still going his way. Those races are rare.
Violent ride there. Sooner or later, that horseshoe falls out.
That is correct, yeah.
Next pair will feature Melinda Green King and the seasoned Tony Bogolo, 2 longtime racers here. Very, very accomplished as well. Lance King doing the tuning for Melinda Green King as always, as we take a look at the atmospheric conditions here. 72 degrees outside. Track temp 96, pretty nice right there. And elevation right about 200 feet.
Well, that's not corrected elevation. I just checked corrected. It's almost 1,300 with the temperature.
Yeah,
humidity. Yep.
That sounds a little more correct. When, of course, that is the real number that they will work off of. Density, altitude, grains of water. Bogolo 13th on the IHRA Top Alcohol Funny Car win list with 5. Finished third of the points in 1995 and again in 2003. Was fourth in 1991. Just one of those guys that's always there. Melinda Green King, talking about driving these things for a long time, was the #1 qualifier going back to the 1994 Winter Nationals in Darlington, and runner-up to some guy named Mark Thomas, who apparently is pretty good in these things.
Yes, he's been doing this a while.
Love to have him back out here. Where are you, Mark?
Yeah. Where's your car? Get off the tractor and the combines. Right. Get down here and race with us.
Let your hair grow. That
yeah.
seemed to be something to the Samson thing, you know.
Melinda having a much better weekend than she had at our first event of the year. And did not make the show, and this weekend looking good.
Yeah, number 4 and number 5 qualifiers here on paper. Very, very close. 371 to a 373. Could come back to that starting line reaction time. Here we go. And this one, Melinda Green King. Nicely done for her. 371 with an 8 right there at her qualifying time. Within 4 thousandths.
Nice job on the starting line as well. Like you said, two cars were pretty evenly matched in qualifying. You could visually see Melinda get the jump on the starting line and staying ahead all the way down.
That will pair her up against the #1 qualifier in round number 2. Kristen Banks is busy. Let's get it to her.
Chip Beverett, you knew you had the speed, quickest qualifier, but also you knew that Bruce Mullins could get a win here. What did it take to pull out that win?
First, I want to say hi to Amanda and Luke and Liv at home who couldn't be here. So, we were the #1 qualifier, top speed, so you come in here with some confidence, but it was driver error that caused me to lose to Bruce at Galat. So that was definitely on my mind, because if I screwed up, Bruce was going to have me. I got to thank Arian Roshan, gave me the tune-up all weekend. The car has just been fantastic. My wife, Michael, Kyle, Kristen, Tom at home watching. IHRA, man, you guys rock. This is so good. I'm almost going to get emotional, and this is only first round, but that's how big this first round is right now.
Always a first-round win is big, but Bruce Mullins said he's going to get you back in Alabama, so we look forward to watching y'all compete all year.
Come get me, Bruce.
That's why they're here. They love the competition. As our next pair does the burnout, Joshua Haskett will be in the far lane or left lane. DJ Cox, our #2 qualifier, missed the #1 spot by just 13 thousandths, so right on point there as well with the 362.5.
Josh Haskett out here this weekend. Hasn't been out in a long time. And we saw him yesterday. He was so excited how just being out here and competing and running pretty good this weekend after being a long layoff. DJ Cox, he's been several events with us now, and #2 qualifier to 362. So Haskett's going to extend this weekend. He's going to have to step it up first round.
Yeah, to follow up on that story real quickly, they lost, Haskett lost their entire racing operation in a highway fire on the way to the U.S. Nationals back in 2020. So great to have everybody back out here. Their father, late father, Bob Haskett, started racing the Super Twister, Corvair Nitro funny car back in the 60s, mid-60s. So great to have them back out here. Hard to put all that back together. Redline Oil sponsored machine lined up in the near lane. Your #2 qualifier. And he's going to drive away, as you would expect. Puts a 371 on the board, 374 right beside him. Yeah. But it was a reaction time that really made the big difference there, as he picked up near a 10th and a half at the starting line.
Yeah, DJ nice and consistent going down the racetrack. But Josh, he kept him honest. And opportunity there for Josh. He got to go down the racetrack and did a nice job. But DJ Cox, you can see the cars leave way ahead. By 60 foot, he's almost a car length ahead. And only 300 difference in AT. That tells you DJ did his job on the starting line.
Oh, look from our super slow-mo cam. Ross Fitz out there running that one. Been working with Ross for near 20 years. Great to have him out there manning the camera.
great example of just the jump on the starting line, and as it goes down track, seeing how it grows, it magnifies. You get a good jump on the starting line, and just keeps getting bigger and bigger as you go down the racetrack.
And Kristen's up.
Melinda Green King, you got out of that car and you were smiling. Where are you finding consistency on this track?
We fortunately have got the car working pretty good now, and it's just finding it. And I did my job on the starting line, so it's awesome. I got to thank my crew.
Well, congratulations, and we'll see you next round.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And next up will be Ryan Stack. He'll line up alongside Phil Ez. Phil Ez qualifying in the number 3 spot. Struggled in the first session, had to come out and get in the second session, and he did so.
Yeah, what'd you say, number 3? Phil Ez, that doesn't sound right. Yeah. I don't know how many number 1 qualifiers he's got, but it was a lot.
Yeah, 4 out of the 5 last year, if you're referring to that one.
Yeah,
So,
like 3.
Yeah, and he got one this year at the season opener. So he's also been to every single final round here with the new era IHRA. All 5 last year. He did it at the season opener this year, trying to keep that streak alive. You talk about him being third. The top 3 were very close, a 361, 62, and a 63. So all of them very close right there. Well, Phil Ez will line up alongside Ryan Stack, who qualified in the number 6 spot. 3-time Grand Bend Motorplex Junior Dragster champ is Ryan Stack, proving that the ladder system does work, and went right from juniors to top alcohol funny car. That's a big step.
Yeah, that's a big step.
I'm not sure one related to the other too much, but
yeah,
at least he'd been on the track.
I went from the super rod category to alcohol funny car. That was a big step. You want to go from junior to that? That's even a bigger step.
Top alcohol dragsters here are getting lined up as well. Will be our next category.
Can anybody keep Phil Ez out of a final round? Nope.
Not this round.
Whoa. There he goes. He's getting it figured out.
Low ET of the weekend so far. 360 with a 5.070 light. Phil Ez is back.
Yeah, he said they've been experimenting with a few things and changing a few things on the car, and thought he felt that they had it figured out. And, well, first round, wheels up, leaving the start line on the Christmas tree, and away he goes. 360 low ET of the race. And, well, I hate to tell you, but it looks like he's headed towards another final round.
DJ Cox, first round win under your belt, but you said something felt a little off in the car. Do you have any idea what's going on?
I'm not really sure what's going on. It didn't run what we wanted it to, obviously, but you know, it's race day, so you're just collecting win lights. We'll go back, we'll look at it. Wayne's doing a great job, you know, put the car together. Car's running good, guys are working hard, so I'm sure we'll figure it out.
Well, congratulations on that first round win.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Great stuff. That's what you want to do.
Yeah, it was a great first round. 2 cars in the 60s and 2 cars in the 70s.
Yeah, all 4 cars,
yeah.
or 8 cars, I should say, down track, side by side. That is what we're used to there with the alcohol classes. They typically put on an incredibly good show. Next up is the Noonan Performance top alcohol dragster category. Noonan Products, I should say.
This is the matchup that we were looking forward to first round. 2 heavy hitters going at it. Not the final, first round. Rachel Curl in the right lane and Jackie Frick in the left.
Nitro injected cars, both of them very capable. Both with a ton of wins over the course of their career. Rachel, of course, a national champion. Jackie Frick with a win last year. Kicked off the season last year with a win at Columbus. It's had the mile-per-hour record here.
These 2 teams know each other very, very well, race a lot against each other, and Be a feather in their cap. Whoever can take home the victory this first round. A lot of times you'll see these two match up later in the day, but not first round.
Record set one night ago. Reset, I should say. Jackie was a former mile-per-hour record. Now Megan Smith. By just hundredths of a mile per hour. And Jackie in the far lane will get it done. Rachel Curl battling that car, was not able to stay in the throttle. And unfortunately for her, she struggled in the second round of qualifying as well. She was really good in the first round. They struggled a little bit in the second round, and it looks like that chased them right into round one here today. Jackie for the win.
Rachel was trying to do her job. She had an 0.39 light. She had almost 600ths of a second on Jackie on the starting line. But went out and shook the tires, had to get out of the throttle. Jackie's car nice and smooth. 347. Look at that tire shake. That was a great slow-mo. Wow. That was awesome camera work.
Violent.
Phil, as starting the day off with a pretty quick ET 360 with the 5. Is that what you had in mind?
Well, I thought it might go about that. Les has been helping me tune it over the phone, and we tuned it up a little bit, and it definitely made a nice lap. I tell you, we've worked really hard on this car the last couple weeks ago, and here we came in test, and it's kind of starting to pay off. I got my hot rod back, man. It's fast. I know it's fast. I can drive it. I'm comfortable now. Look out. Here we come.
When Phil is comfortable, that's a scary thing.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Kristen. And he had that same response when he got out of the car after the second qualifying session last night. They finally have, much to our surprise, he said it's drivable now. So he was struggling with that thing and still winning, and now he has a ton of confidence. Kristen Beat is in the staging lanes, working hard as always, and always has some nice updates. Kristen, who are you with?
Thanks, Ken. In the staging lane, Megan Smith. Just moments before moving up to the bridge, they had an air bottle burst. Now, the team was thrashing around the car. They were able to replace that air bottle, but nothing like a little high adrenaline before you're headed up to the tree on an event weekend like this. It's very loud down here, guys, but Megan Smith and the team thrashing before getting the car up here. They are confident in the car at this point, but again, an air bottle burst just moments ago.
Yeah, these cars run on, the air systems operate a lot of the features on these cars, and you'll have that from time to time. The little warmer temperatures out here, maybe they got a little too full when they were refilling it. The heat out here, it made it expand a little bit, blew the pop off, but good thing they were able to catch it before the run. Most teams always carry a spare in the tow vehicle with them, so they were a couple wrenches, and out it comes, new one in, and good to go.
So the pop-off, when it goes, it drains the whole bottle.
Oh, yeah. You'll hear it.
So it doesn't just necessarily go over the whatever that pressure mark is.
It's done.
Gotcha.
Yep, it's done.
All right, here we go. Screw blower first versus the injected nitro car. Jeff Chatterson lined up in the far lane. Does have the injected nitro car. And Joey Severance in the near lane. Severance is a player. Qualified number 3. I believe he was number 1 after the first session. Qualifying numbers 345 with a 3, 45 with an 8, 46 with a 4 to give you an idea. So Severance right there, he is one of the hitters.
Yeah, he was number 1 and got knocked back to number 3, but man, it was so close. You could throw a blanket over all 3.
5-time champ lined up in the near lane with that screw blower, can get it done. Reaction times for both drivers extremely good. And how about Joey Severance? 3:48 with a 2. Nice hit right there, and goes 221 miles per hour.
Well, we're seeing these alcohol cars come out and run just maybe a couple hundred slower than what they qualified at. And these are much warmer conditions and the sun on the racetrack. So they're doing a great job adjusting to all the changing conditions and coming out and throwing down first round. Got to give a positive note for all the guys in the back of the lanes thinking, well, the track's there today. Looks good. Joey Severance. That blower cars move so good early on this track. They're out in front of you 330. Injected nitro car is going to have a hard time coming around, I think.
Megan Smith coming up here, and Dan Dietrich. Megan Smith with a good hit last night.
Not as good as Dan Dietrich.
No, but you look at the speed, that 231.87.
That's right.
They clearly are making the power if they can get that thing to move early on and
just
keep
like I was
it hooked
saying.
up.
Yeah, just like I was saying, the blower cars seem to accelerate much better early in the run, and then the big speed out of the injected nitro cars. It's an interesting matchup.
Kristen Banks is up again at the top end. Let's get it up there to her.
Jackie Frick getting that round one win over Rachel Curl. When you walked over here, you just said, you kind of were relieved and said that felt like a final round.
It does. I really respect Rachel. She's a great kid. She's a kid to me. She's got 4 kids at home. She does her own clutch. She works full time. She's like Superwoman to me, and I really, really respect her and their team, and they're always fast and they're always tough to run. My guys gave me a perfect car. They were lining me up, and I was like, you sure that's where you want me? And I thought, you know what? I have all the faith in the world in these guys. They gave me a perfect car. All I had to do was hit the gas. She had to pedal. And like I said, it felt like a final round because I respect her that much.
Well, congratulations. We look forward to seeing you round 2.
Thank you. Thank you.
It was a huge round, no doubt. I mean, a couple of champions right there lining up. Both ladies very, very capable. And I do love the fact that she mentioned that Rachel takes care of the clutch inside of that car. It's pretty cool, man. And that's Randy, right?
Yep.
I mean,
yep.
Randy says if you want to work on these cars, you're going to race these cars, you're going to learn about these cars. And was just chatting with her father, Randy, in the staging lanes. And pretty much he said, man, I take care of this stuff by myself. I don't have crew members at home to take care of things. So the girls jump in and help out, and he does the rest. I said, one thing about it leaves all the beer for you. He said, by the time I get done, I'm so tired I don't even want a beer. Dan Dietrich qualifying number 2 in that car with a 345 at 216 out of Glen Arm, Maryland. 345.8, a personal best for him with the IHRA. Congrats. Megan Smith on the other side, we mentioned it before, was able to sneak that mile-per-hour record away from Jackie Frick. She had set it at 231.83, and Megan went 231.87.
They've got the top end figured out. If they can just get the car off the starting line a little quicker, get it moving, that'll result in some round wins today. But Dietrich got a different idea.
Of course, the daughter of John Smith and Rhonda Hartman Smith.
Just a tale of 2 stories. You have Dietrich at a 45 to Megan 61 in qualifying, but the speeds, 15-mile-per-hour difference.
See if they can find some in the front. Could be tough.
Don't have to find too much.
Nope, Dietrich in trouble there early. Was not able to get that one off the line at a launch pace. 0.56 light for Megan Smith. Nice job in the reaction time department, and goes a 71.
Yeah, Megan, they want to get the car quicker off the starting line. Well, she did a great job of getting off the starting line. Huge advantage on the starting line. And Dietrich's car going out and shaking the tires. Megan Smith, 71. Still looking for more. They're going to need more against Severance.
Yeah, Severance, bit of pace there on them with a 348. And that's who they'll line up against in round 2 as we watch that super slow-mo one more time. Wow, violent.
Joey Severance starting the day with a win. What's the focus going into round 2?
Just consistency. We're kind of sneaking up on it. We still haven't figured out. The starting line's been pretty good. The last couple races, we're behind a little bit, but we're running really good, really consistent, and we just have to turn on the wind light, I guess.
All right, well, we'll see if you can do it that next round.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that will leave us one pair here with Ryan Harris and the man that is in his company that is sponsoring this category, Jamie Noonan and Noonan Products. Again, fuel-injected car there for Jamie. And Ryan Harris with the screw charger.
Jamie driving the Samsel team's car. Been running really well. Love to take home his own trophy.
Yeah, qualified number 1.
Yeah.
Have to go back to it. He was also number 1 qualifier at the season opener, so back-to-back efforts there.
just looking at the quicker cars get to pick their lane first round. All the quicker cars took the right-hand lane, but we've only seen one of them so far win, Joey Severance. So I don't know that the lane choice is making a big impact so far today.
Jamie with some good success in 2025 and in 2026 with a couple of wins, or with a win already here. Former Australian Winter Nationals winner Will Smith drove this car to a victory, as you were mentioning before there, at Milan 1 year ago. Ryan Harris on the other side out of Beaufort, Ontario. Second of the points, Empire Dragway, Quick 32 Sportsman Series. That's no joke. Pretty tough to play in that category. Just got his top alcohol dragster license this year, back in March.
Like
a month ago.
5 weeks ago.
Yeah. Qualified number 8, but made the show. And Harrison's right there beside him, man. 008 light for Harris. Boy, oh boy, did he keep it close. At 347 will be enough speed for Jamie to get back around him. Reaction time, better. 60-foot time, better for Ryan Harris. And then finally, that Nitro car started tracking him down, was able to get back around him by the stripe.
Yeah, what a great job on the starting line. And as you can see in the 60-foot, the blower cars are just a little quicker early. But, man, that Jamie Noonan power right there. We've got 2 cars in the semifinals. Noonan and Frick both going to 47. It's going to be a tight drag race. Now the Christmas trees really starting to get important.
Yeah, and reaction times there are actually fairly close, too. I believe an 082 and 093. So it's going to be a battle, a clash of the Titans. It always is in that category.
Megan Smith, you had to put a replacement air bottle in the staging lanes on your car. How do you keep calm in a situation like that?
Our team's ready at any situation. You know, we had a backup one ready to go, luckily. So, can't thank my guys enough for getting it situated in time. And, just all we could do is go up there and see what Dan did. And, we'll try to do it again for all our partners, Hartman Enterprise, Redline Oil. Finally get around and win at IHRA. It's been a minute. So, thanks, everyone.
Congratulations. You got that win, and we'll see you next round.
Thank you.
Well, if she's going to get a second round win, she's going to have to step the program up. We had 2 47s of 48 and then her 71. So she's going to have to find the tune up for today. And she's expected any more win lights on in the second round.
And this first round is always so difficult and so much different than it was last night. So they have that data now and make some adjustments and see if they can close that gap.
Yeah, the weather out here is a lot different from what they saw yesterday. A lot warmer. Track's a little warmer, but everybody doing a nice job of making the correct changes.
Up next will be Nitro Harley, and making some history here with this category. First time in the IHRA's history. We have a 16-bike field. 17 out here trying to qualify. Unfortunately, Tim Kerrigan not able to get into the show. We take a look at the points here. This is pretty much how they finished up at the first event of the year. Ryan Peary on a 3 consecutive final round and win streak. He lined up alongside Chris Smith in the final round. It was pretty exciting, of course. Mike Beelan and Ray Robinson also making it to semifinals. Beelan struggling in qualifying. Just a couple of things that bit him yesterday. We'll see if he can get up on the wheel today.
Yeah, Chris Smith in the final round of the first race and struggled in qualifying here as well.
Yeah, and one of the best.
Peary, not too many struggles. Staying right up there.
Well, he struggled in the first session.
He lost a mini struggle compared to everybody else.
He lost a hole, but he definitely found it by the second one.
Yeah, it was an awesome run by him last night with that front wheel way up in the air, and pretty sure it went over the clocks and you tripped everything with the rear wheel.
Billy Jackson and Mike Beelan, the first ones here. Beelan certainly frustrated in the first session, had a decent run going, and something happened. He said he fat-thumbed it. So he has some pretty cool technology on that bike, one of the lightest bikes in the category at 700 pounds. And unfortunately just had a glitch moment, and it cost him. And then the second session, he broke some parts.
Yeah, I think it was the throttle shaft that broke on that thing and shut it off. And was able to, the guys in the pits were able to help him and get some parts for him. And, I think he might be getting a freebie. I think we had a problem in the burnout box in the left-hand lane.
That'll take some pressure off. 196 cubic inch power plant, 98% nitro on that one, 93-inch wheelbase, and affectionately called Big Booty Judy.
Yeah, and I tell you right now, Beeland's having some issues with the throttle. Probably that new shaft they had to put in there. The throttle was hanging up. They told him he had a single, so he just went ahead and rolled her in there. Let's get this thing to the finish line and get the round win.
Well, and he goes to the stripe. I believe that's the first time all weekend he's gone to the stripe under power, had to get out of it because it was going towards the center line, but puts a 471 on the board, 153. That'll give him some data to go off of.
Did a great job up there keeping us cool. They were having problems getting the bike to idle back down, and when they gave him the signal to go, he went and staged it and got the round win. Let's go to Kristen.
Jamie Noonan, how do you keep the momentum heading into round two?
Just one round at a time, and it's really awesome. I mean, the guys have got an awesome race car this year. I mean, it's just been flawless ever since we got it out of the box in Gainesville. So just one round at a time, and you know, everything's working really what it should be.
That's the mindset to have. We'll see you next round.
Thank you.
Yeah, Jamie Noonan has got a good running car over there. On point. Didn't make it to the final round. The season opener. Just came up a little bit short there. Rich McPhillips was on fire at that particular event. Did a great job. Had been to 2 final rounds in the previous 2025 season.
Rich not here this weekend. Jamie's not unhappy about that.
Yeah, we miss him, McPhillips. Solid team. Great running car. John Toth, better known as JT, and Ray Robinson. Ready to shake it down here. Number 7 and number 10 qualifiers here. The better of the two, Ray Robinson, out of Soderson, New York.
Big starting line advantage.
Man, leaning hard to the left, trying to keep it there, and he does so some way, somehow. JT really hanging on to that thing.
Woo. Well, it wasn't going to be from the starting line. Both riders weren't real quick. Tough. 238 light.
That left lane, watch JT.
Man, this thing's leaning over.
Everything he can do. Look at the rear tire chattering.
Woo.
And I mean right at the stripe. Past the finish line.
That was really, really close.
But the right lane got there first. Right lane. Left lane did not win that race.
Just going by the green
yeah, but I'm going by the visual. The right lane's there.
Yeah.
They need to fix that if that's the case.
We'll go up to Kristen.
Mike Beeland, what did you do to get Big Booty Judy running smoothly that round?
We tickled her a little bit, and she responded. It was awesome pass. It's not the numbers we want, but I had to get out because I can hit a cone and get back into it. But the bike performed exactly the way it's supposed to the other day. But we're finally there after 3 laps. We made a lap. Again, we won again, and can't thank my crew, Red Line Oil, CP Carrillo, Deechworks, Raising Hail, everybody that helps me to get here. I really appreciate all their help.
Awesome job. See you next round.
Thank you.
We'll go to our next pair. Jay Turner struggled, was not able to make the second session. Well, he was up here, but the bike, he had to shut the bike off. Will line up alongside a tough Ricky House. And the Bulldog picks the front end up, sets it down, a little smoke off the front tire, and puts a 447 on the board. Nice hit for him to finally get to the stripe under full power.
And both bikes struggling a little bit. But Jay Turner getting the round win. Giving him more time to figure out the tune-up. We didn't see him the first event of the year, but there he is this weekend. You see it put the cylinder out right there. You see the fuel coming out of the pipe. And man, they don't pull them like the fuel car does do. The funny cars put holes out, pulls you one way or the other. That one looked pretty smooth.
Took off fairly soft. Right here starts to pick up the front tire, sets it back down.
You could see it drop the front wheel with the fuel coming out of the pipe. You knew exactly when it dropped the cylinder.
And we're going back to Kristen Pete.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Before this start, in speaking with some of the Harley tuners, they said the big focus here in these sessions with the temperature and the track getting so hot right now, and mind you, it's about 67 degrees Fahrenheit outside, they really want to focus on being less aggressive with the tires, easy on the clutch, and get off early.
Yeah, it's a dance. It's a dance for sure on the starting line, like every category out here. And, of course, you want to keep these things loaded up, which is what the Nitro loves. Buddy Johnson and Rebel Glover. Rebel here in the near lane. Number 5, number 12 qualifier. Rebel the quicker of the two in qualifying with a 4:38.
Hold the bikes just a little bit, trying to get one off the top end. These guys are ready to go, and looks like there they go. We're getting close.
You can see the starter out there holding those guys up and said, "You're good to go." What's that feel like, Tommy?
Get out of the way. I'm ready to go.
After the burnout's done. Yeah, that has to be.
The adrenaline's flowing.
Pretty tense moment.
Oh, some mind games on the starting line.
Rebel took his time, finally turned on the bottom beam, and as soon as he did, Buddy Johnson pretty much left.
I told you the adrenaline was flowing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rebel Glover is taking his sweet time, putting it into the second beam, and Buddy was ready to go as soon as he saw a yellow. Well, it was the wrong yellow.
You know, it was almost like Rebel's like, man, I'm just going to stay calm here. I'm going to roll this thing in so he didn't get caught up in that moment.
Yeah, I don't know if it was on purpose or if it just worked that way, but either way, Rebel Glover taking the win.
Crazy how it goes sometimes.
Glover, he had the performance advantage going into that round, so maybe Buddy Johnson was just taking a shot, and that was it. And his shot a little too early. Well, a lot too early.
Yeah, before the tree was activated, so no numbers there. Not that it will make a big difference here today.
And it's like you ask about, like, you get up there, you're out of routine. You know, they held the bikes, and it doesn't take a lot. This is a really – drag racing is such a mental game and focus and concentration on doing your job and doing it correctly, and everything has to be done very precise and quick. And you disrupt that routine, and, hey, you never know. That might have been something that just threw him off.
Okay, thank you. And going back to that race between JT and Ray Robinson, it was Ray Robinson that grabbed the win there. Just want to clarify that, as we could visually see Ray Robinson go across the stripe first. So it is Ray Robinson that picked up the win. Congrats to him, not JT. I noticed the second pair here took their time. I mean, they waited until that top end was clear. They clearly saw what had happened before them. And there's the visual that I was just talking about with Ray Robinson and JT. For our fans at home, probably saw the same exact thing. It was a little confusing there for just a moment, but want to make sure we got that right. In the near lane, Michael Balch, you did a good job in qualifying. Qualified number 4 and will take on one of the best here at Bob Malloy down at the bottom of the field in the number 13 spot. Malloy, a player, not much he doesn't ride, and very, very good at it. And both of them with a hit. And that one more launch right there for Balch might be enough, and it's going to be. He gets it lit back up and goes to the stripe, gets the win. Not the prettiest way, but it doesn't matter on race day.
Wow, they both went silent. They hear him hit the throttle, and they both went silent. And obviously, Bob Malloy's bike went completely silent. Wasn't able to recover, and you could see the heads turn over and looking like, do I get back in it? What's going on? Oh, try it again. You can see Bob Malloy looking down. He's done. Great job getting that win. Wow.
Wow.
It wasn't pretty, but it's a win. Try it again next round.
Right here, he gets back in the throttle, and it lights back up.
He can hear nothing out of the other lane as well. I mean, you don't even have to look over there. You can tell that Bob Malloy's having issues. He can hear, just trying to get it there.
Bob immediately looks down, realizes he's done. Bob's had a tough weekend.
Yeah, it wasn't as smooth.
Let's go back up top to Kristen.
Jay Turner, not the perfect pass that you pictured, but you got the round win. What are you going to do going into round two?
Hopefully better. We've been struggling this weekend. Not it's no secret we've struggled. We got better. We still got a long ways to go to get where we need to be, but we got a good group, and we're going to go back and try to make some more better decisions and try to be better next round and try to get in the groove and get back where we're supposed to be.
Well, thank you so much. We'll see you next round. That's Jay Turner.
Thank you.
I got it.
Yeah, give him enough runs. He's going to figure it out. That's the problem. These guys, they're letting him figure it out. Keep giving him a round win like that, and the next thing you know, he will have it figured out and be in the final round.
Saw the Mancuso logo on Jay Turner's leathers there as well. Visions back of Johnny Mancuso, another very, very talented rider, former IHRA champion in this category. Had a big Harley dealership in the Houston, Texas area. Great guy. And still actively involved back behind the scenes to a degree. Trying to get that first gate open, I think, for him.
Yeah, that probably hasn't been open very much.
It's not playing nice. Jimmy McMillan and Chris Smith coming up here next. Chris Smith, as we talked about when going to the finals at our season opener. Championship winning rider. And as is the case with most of these riders here in this category, they have competed in different categories along the way. Chris Smith, Nitro Funny Bike is one of the categories that he's competed in, national champion in that particular class. Super Gas national champion as well.
Oh, what happened to Bob's bike? It shut off right away and not able to get it down track very far, so getting him pushed off, and we'll be ready for the next pair. It's a long ways down there at that speed. They get there a lot quicker when they're running.
Spectacular day here, as we've talked about a couple of times. Some soft clouds rolling in. Light, fluffy clouds might bring a little bit of shade, cool the track just a little bit. It's been a special 2 days, no doubt. Last night, about as good as it gets. I think density altitude around 200, if I'm not mistaken. Kristen Beat one more time has someone there in the staging lanes. Kristen?
Yeah, I have Cody Austin, who is trying his best to stay cool. I don't know if he's sponsored by DeWalt, but he should be. He's got this big old fan in here trying to keep himself cool. Cody, tell me about the setup right now. Are you feeling confident heading into these rounds?
Feeling fairly confident. We'll see. Made in a correction, based on the weather. And, we're just going to try to go A to B and do the best we can.
A to B and do the best we can. These guys have got their helmets on. They're ready to get going. Kristen Banks, what have you got up top?
Up top, I have Michael Balch, and he's going to the first round 2 win at IHRA, or round 1 win, your first time competing in round 2.
Yeah. It wasn't a pretty run, but I'll take it over Bob Malloy. He's one of the OGs in this sport. He's been doing it since the 70s, I think. I'll take that.
Where did you find success that pass?
Getting back in the throttle. We both had some kind of hiccup in the beginning, and I saw him out of my periphery just at the same place I was, and I was like, get back in it. It is game time.
Well, you got that win, and we'll see you round 2.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, good job for him. It was an exciting race nonetheless. He was able to salvage it and put it back together as we take a look at our next pair. Chris Smith here in the near lane, Jimmy McMillan in the far lane. Oh, and it loses a cylinder.
Yeah.
Chris Smith picked up the front end, was charging pretty hard. It set the front end back down. He does get to the stripe first, though, with a 484, 089 light to an 071 for McMillan. So both guys doing a good job at the starting line. But it's going to go to Chris Smith.
Yeah, Chris Smith's final round, the first race of the season, struggled in qualifying. Looks like he has it all figured out. Trouble in the other lane, and then the cylinder goes out for Chris and front end down, and it was who had more momentum to get him to the finish line. And Turner's starting to figure it out. Smith's starting to figure it out. Man, look at that tire shake on that thing.
Both of them. Wow.
Turner and Smith next round. And, boys, somebody needs to get it figured out.
And McMillan with a lot of wheel in that thing. When it set it back down, he had it turned to the right. So difficult when they're going one direction. You're trying to hang off that side, straighten the bike back out. The front tire's up in the air.
And it's shaking so hard you can barely hang on the bars.
And you inadvertently turn the front wheel, and it sets the nose down, and then you go to the right. I mean, it's not a game for the meek, I can tell you that. You better be switched on.
That slow-mo camera is just giving me one more reason why I wouldn't want to ride one of these.
Jason Leeper and Tracy Kyle coming up next. Number 2 and number 15 qualifiers.
Looking forward to watching Leeper's bike. We saw that thing in qualifying, and just sashay in the rear end of that bike all the way down the track, and it is a finesse wild ride.
Tracy Kyle with a bike named Frankenstein. Has a chassis built by the late Don, better known as DJ Johnson. Also the 2024 AMRA Nitro Wrench of the Year. Front tire up for Leeper. And Leeper to the stripe first. Nice job. 417, 185, low ET of the session.
Yeah, and it didn't move around a lot this time. So look at how well it runs when you can get that thing to go straight down the track.
Second quick pass of the weekend.
Trouble in the right-hand lane, but you can see a little sashay, but not like we were seeing in qualifying. Much smoother run for him, and something blowing out of it there. Oh, wow, look at that explosion right there. Man, you can see that. Woo, wow.
Chris Smith, not a pretty win, but a win nonetheless. Do you feel like you're kind of starting to figure out the bike finally?
A little bit, yeah. Yesterday was rough. We tried something new with the clutch, spun first round. Thought we were going to make a good run that last pass last night, and had secondary jet can stuck on us, which is super bad luck. We spun there. We won ugly. 3 weeks ago, I was standing here first round talking to you about how we won ugly. We made it to the finals, so we're going to try to do the same thing again this weekend.
All right, well, we'll see you there.
Thanks.
Well, you never know. He might win pretty next round.
I think he's going to have to win pretty. He's got Jay Turner, and Jay Turner's got other ideas as well. So, yeah, if he's going to go back to the final round again, it's going to be a little tougher road, I think, than it was the first time.
Final pair here. Robert Stewart and Ryan Peary. And Ryan Peary has been the man in this category. 3 consecutive final rounds, 3 consecutive wins. If you take a look at the runs that he made at our season opener, they were just deathly consistent, just ripping off 4.11s. Comes out last night. First session, as we talked about, he did lose a cylinder. Second session, it was Ryan Peary that we have seen at the past 3 events and puts a 4.10 on the board. Front end up in the air. Showed big speed at 2.05, but that's because he's carrying the front tire through the beam. So amazing effort there.
Oh, look here.
Out of him.
Whoa.
And
the number 1 qualifier has problems. The bike shuts off. Something wrong with it. And the guy that's been winning all the races is out of here first round. You want to talk about upset?
Yeah. Nobody in the history of the IHRA in this category has won 3 consecutive, and he will not make the call here in first round. The win will go to Rob Stewart.
Nobody saw that coming.
Stewart and Beeland will square off in the second round.
Peary is not happy, and who could blame him? Best bike out here by far, and an issue first round. That's frustrating.
That's a shame. Unfortunately, part of the game and how it goes sometimes. That'll mix up the points.
There's a whole bunch of other guys that just won that first round that went, all right, we got a shot. Because Peary's bike has been so dominant, so consistent, laying down the runs and taking home the wins. And, well, the door's open, boys.
Not even a fighting chance here today. So a 16-bike field there with the Nitro Harleys for the first time in the IHRA's history. That'll wrap up that category. Round 1 in the books for them. We go to our next class that will feature the fuel altereds. Some of what goes on here with the fuel altereds, they certainly have carried on the tradition of the backup girls, backup ladies, if you will. So you'll see them in full dress mode, helping their drivers back up into the rubber marks that they lay down whenever they heat up the tires for maximum grip. And it's on, man.
Yeah, the bugs are prevalent. We got the bugs out here, the backup girls.
They're just as competitive when
yes,
they come
it is.
to that.
Yeah. That's right.
I'm not getting in the middle of that fight.
It is a more than one competition going on the racetrack, and it's all good fun, and everybody having a great time and putting on a great show for the fans.
Dan Pedinato with the rat poison will be lined up in the far lane. In the near lane will be Brian Cunningham. Number 4 and number 5, Pedinato the quicker of the two with a 378 to a 437. And we take a look at the ladder. Ryan Hill, your number 1 qualifier in a 7-car field, will receive the bye run here in round 1. And then they'll be paired up the rest of the way through. Current point standings as Cody Austin won the season opening event. Congratulations to that team. Lined up with Ryan Hill. Ryan Hill with a lot of issues there at that opening round. Not able to grab the win. Came out here, missed it a little bit in qualifying, but then put it together. He and Cody Austin lined up beside each other, and there's no love lost between the two teams. We'll see how things shake down today. They're on opposite sides of the ladder, so if they're to meet, it will be in the final round. Cunningham was happy to get to the other end. I believe it just came out in that second session. Got some data. We'll see how he does here in round one. Pettinato taking his time to turn on the top light. And then rolls right in.
Double bulbs.
Wow, how about that? Cunningham keeping him honest for sure. Great side by side. It's going to be Pettinato.
385 to a 405, and boy, nobody's going to win an award for their reaction times. A 188 to a 378.
Yeah, I believe margin of victory there, 15 thousandths. It was a tight race. I was looking at the numbers there. I'm like, are we sure he won? I mean, he was so tardy at the starting line.
Yeah, 378's not normally going to get the round win when you have a light that starts with a 3. Just able to stay ahead right at the finish line.
Jason Leeper, you told your friends you were going to come to the IHRA and get an interview, and you did that because you just got that round one win. How'd you do it?
It wasn't just me. It was a team effort, and that's what I had told them all. I'd like to come, and we see you interviewing everybody, and I was like, yeah, it's going to be us one day, boys, and today's the day. It's our first round win, and we got a lot of people back at our camp helping us out. And I couldn't do it without all the help I've got, for sure.
Well, congratulations on that round one win. You did it. We'll see you next round.
Thank you.
You just never know. Might be getting more interviews today.
How about that, man?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. It shows how much it means. I mean, they work so hard. And you come out in a category like that, it's full of hitters, and those same guys have it sorted out, and they're going to win and win and win. It's hard to break through.
Yeah. Taking out the big ones is special.
Chuck Lofton will be in the far lane, ready to start his burnout.
I've got a new injector on there. Yesterday in the qualifying, Chuck blew his old one. Well, I think it's up on the moon. I think they might have saw it this week when they went by.
We talked about the backup girls, backup ladies. There's one right there doing her job for Cody Austin. Cody, the winner at the season opening event. Qualified number 3 here with a 370. Was number 3 by 1,000th of a second.
The first race in Galat, we saw Chuck have some issues with the burn the piston and putting a bunch of oil out, tagging the wall with that car. And yesterday on the second run, it went out there and it laid over pretty hard and backfired up through the supercharger and blew the injector off. I wouldn't be surprised if that isn't the injector off his top fuel car. There's some sign language going on to the driver there. That was a signal of some sort that I'm not sure what he was telling him, but
seems like everything's okay.
Yeah.
Lofton not leaving at pace, and that will hand things over to Cody Austin.
That might have been the sign language there, that just get it down the track because the other lane's probably broke. Maybe they had an idea that he was Chuck was having issues, and Jody Austin telling Cody, hey, whatever you do, just get it to the other end. Don't do anything that would get you disqualified, and Cody did just that. Maybe he's having some own issues there. It might have been the, you could see the throttle on Cody's car. He just didn't even open it up all the way. He kind of walked into the throttle.
But the fact that he hit it again.
Yeah, a little blip there. It's like, yeah, okay. It's above me. I'm not sure what all is going on there. Well, there was supposed to be 2 cars in this next pair, but it looks like there's only going to be 1. Paul Miller in the left lane and Troy Ray not up here.
Troy Ray sitting right here.
Oh.
Yep.
Well, I saw Hill's shirts there and with him standing there by him. I thought that was Hill's car.
I had to double check. I just looked at the number there. Was able to confirm that myself. So he just laid back a little bit. They're going to send the rotators out to make sure that everything is good behind the run that Lofton just made.
I looked up and saw Ryan Hill's shirts standing up here with Troy Ray's car, and I thought that's who it was.
Let's go to Kristen Banks.
Dan, how did you put rat poison in round 2?
We just tried to emulate what we did in Q1 yesterday, and the air changed a lot, so it slowed down a bit, but didn't hurt a thing and went right down Broadway, which is good for these little bulls.
I was about to say, how finicky are these cars right here?
Well, half the time our car is picking the front end up at half track, so there's really not a whole lot of steering sometimes. But this run behaved, went right down there. So
Well, congratulations.
no shake, a little bit of rattle. We're good. Didn't hurt nothing.
Well, we look forward to seeing you round 2.
Thank you so much.
All right, Kristen Beat, what do you have down in staging?
Well, down in staging, I have the Tim Brown. I walked over and he said, "Go away," as every angry race car driver wants us reporters to do as they approach the tree so they can focus. But Tim, tell me about this car and this build.
It's a 95 Haas Probe. It's actually 31 years old, trying to be out here and compete with all these new cars and stuff. We just switched over to a screw blower this year. So we're trying to figure it out. We're running Outlaw Pro mod. So I don't have no nitrous on it yet, and I'm only running at 91 over. So basically I'm going to be this guy's duck. I mean, he had the fastest mile an hour, 222 mile an hour at 355. We haven't even made it into the threes yet this week. So we're here, we're trying. We pick it up.
Having fun, right?
Yeah, this is fun. This is better than working.
It is better than working, guys. And looking for a better time here for Tim Brown this weekend.
It might have, albeit very, very dry. He's a humorous guy, clearly. yeah, we're having fun. Yeah, it's better than working. Yeah, because there's no work going on here.
Yeah, well, we just saw in the Top Fuel Harleys, the #1 qualifier. Hey, you got to pull up there and beside him. I mean, you never know what's going to happen.
Well, I say 100%. I mean, he's out here. The first and hardest thing to do is get out here. So they're swinging the bat, and I applaud them. They will learn. They'll get better. And like he said, they're running it at 91, I think he said. So he's got a little bit of room to grow there once they get things sorted out. And he said still no nitrous on the car, so clearly talks about putting that second power adder on.
I think they're running one more sweep on the top end with the FOD mat, and they're pulling it off and should be ready to light the car. They see water going down in the water box, and they're telling them to turn them over.
Here we go. Paul Miller and Troy Ray. Number 2, number 7 qualifiers. Paul Miller out of Garrettsville, Ohio. Went a 370 with a 0 to Cody Austin's 370 with a 1. Good enough for the number 2 spot at the time. Troy Ray hoping things go better in round 1 than they did in qualifying.
Paul Miller's car. Every time it does a burnout, I'm like, what is going on there?
It sounds like it's on a 2-step. We heard that, I want to say, at the season opener at Galat as well. It's just like they have a 2-step on it at a low RPM, and it bangs hard, man.
Yeah. That's one way of keeping the RPMs in check on the burnout.
It just sounds like it is hurting something.
Makes me want to duck.
Speaking of ducks.
Sure, right. That
way out.
That rear wing is way up in the air. Paul Miller's right on the roll cage. Troy Ray's is, I don't know, 3 feet above the roll cage. 2 ways to go about it.
Yeah, looking for some clean air.
He's getting some clean air. It's way up there. Looks like the wing stand off of a top field dragster.
You see how much, look how much that car is moving, man, just at idle.
Troy Ray run in there and put both bulbs on. Paul Miller, they both bulbs on. Wow!
Big move to the right for Troy Ray. Gets out of the throttle. Paul Miller to the stripe. Puts the 365 on the board at 214.
Nice run by Paul. Nice and straight. About as straight as you'll see a fuel older go down the racetrack. Moving on to the next round. Race car made a hard move to the right when he hit the throttle and got out of the throttle.
Car in the right lane, immediate right-hand turn.
Yeah, spun the tires hard and turned dead right on him. That was a wild ride.
Yeah.
Cylinder out on the left side for Miller. Here we go, slow-mo. This ought to be interesting. Watch his head. Boom, 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 boom.
Cody Austin, you're the points leader in this fuel-altered class. Do you feel like you have a lot of pressure to take the win again?
No pressure. I mean, we just go race by race, and you know, we got a win there. It wasn't pretty, you know, but it worked. So on to the next round. We'll try to figure out what went wrong and make the necessary adjustments, and hopefully, you know, get another win light. That's what we're hoping for.
All right. Well, we'll see you next round.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
And Mad Maxine sitting there waiting for her husband, Ryan Hill, to light that one up and do the burnout. He will have a bye run here. Number 1 qualifier. Was also number 1 qualifier at the season opening event. Made it to the final round. We had him a couple of times last year as well. Final round wins. One went to Ryan Hill and one went to Paul Miller. Ryan Hill had a great weekend at West Salem last year.
Yeah, and he's hoping for a little less exciting weekend, exciting first round than he had in Galat. That keep the front end on the ground and keep it going forward.
Yeah, we talked about it a couple times there for the Taco Man. It was on a really nice run in the left lane, and I mean late in the run, past half track. It picked the front end up, and he had absolutely zero steering, and it went to the left. And by the time he was able to set it down and control it, it banged the left front off the wall. It was exciting to say the least for everybody, including him. Nitro Bandito. Just a bit sticky out there.
You hear that thing idling up a little bit after the burnout, and then you heard it slow down. I think Ryan was in there. They got a tow hoop on the throttles, and I'm pretty sure he was pulling back with his toe, trying to get the idle down, and you heard it drop back down. So good job by Ryan not to get the clutch heated up. A lot of fuel coming out on that left side. One of those cylinders on that left side is pretty rich. I'm just
Constantly amazed that she can run in those high heels. I mean, it's nothing short of amazing.
What do you mean you can't?
I'm guessing no. I'm just going to go with no.
Look at the fuel coming out of that thing, man.
Wow.
I mean, it is wet. Be interesting to see when he hits the throttle if it picks it up or. Here we go. Will it pick up that side on the left bank? Or will it put it out?
Went a 3:59 in qualifying. It was a good pass.
It put it out.
And here goes 373.
I think it run pretty good. You get it to run on all 8. But yeah, it was awfully wet on that left side, and as soon as he hit the throttle, it never picked it up.
That'll put him in round 2 against Dan Pettinato.
Watch her on the left-hand side of the car. Look at the fuel coming out of that pipe. And
man, it almost like 2 of them might be down.
Doing a nice job of keeping it straight because he's got 4 pipes pushing on the right. Yeah, there's one for sure out on the left.
And that will wrap things up for the fuel altered category.
Do a little track prep.
Kristen Banks is busy one more time up top.
Paul Miller, nice win right there. You feel like you kind of got the car figured out. How does that give you confidence going into the next round?
You know, we made a lot of changes this offseason, and the hard work's paying off. We went 365. That's our career best in this car, and we got a lot more in the tank. So we're going to put that tune-up in there and go hunt for Cody next round, and then hopefully meet Ryan Hill or whomever in the final.
Well, we can't wait to watch it. That's Paul Miller.
Thank you.
All right, guys, just lay out for a second.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is your home for IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. All season long, feel the thunder of 12,000 horsepower, Nitro top fuel dragsters, and Nitro funny cars. Witness the excitement of 0 to 300 miles per hour in seconds. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series delivers heart-pounding action with every run. Follow the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
The first exciting leg of the 2026 IHRA Triple Crown starts at Maple Grove Raceway May 21st to the 23rd. This unique 3-race drag race featuring Top Fuel, Funny Cars, Pro Mods, Mountain Motor Pro Stocks, and Nitro Harleys, offering over $1 million in bonuses for sweeping all 3 events. The pressure will be on. The teams will be gunning for the million, and IHRA will be ready. Will you? Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, IndyCar, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Standing by with Chevy Reeves here. Chevy, you bring such an interesting swagger and flavor to the track. Where does that come from? What inspires that?
Man, we've been racing all our life, and we always wanted to try something different. We've been in the racing industry forever. We see what works, we see what doesn't, we see what people find interesting. We always try to apply that knowledge to our race team. We want to go loud, bold, creative. I mean, we got a real pretty blue car, so every accent on this team is blue. The suit, the helmet, you name it. We're just trying to make a statement, both on and off the track, bringing people into our pit, talking, having fun, trying to be a little bit different, maybe a little bit edgy once in a while, but having fun at the end of the day is kind of our goal.
I noticed the red ropes, the velvet ropes. It's like a movie premiere in here. Now, we mentioned the swagger, the art, the creativity. Can you showcase your helmet for me for a second? I think it is so cool. I noticed the swagger at round 1 in Benson this year, but this is so cool. Take me through this design.
Okay, yeah. So I guess first everybody sees is the Louis Vuitton pattern. You talk about swagger, you talk about a little bit of clout. We want to kind of go big and bold and flashy. So I've had 3 helmets now with the Louis Vuitton pattern. But something we do on a more personal note is on the back of the helmet, we always put an homage to something. So a few years back, the late, great Ken Block had passed away, and every helmet that he's ever worn has had a brain on it. It's his brain bucket. It keeps him safe, and that was something he always stood by. Every helmet he had painted had a brain. So I wanted to do that as a little bit of an homage to Ken Block, and of course my last name in the Hoonigan font, which he had created and founded. So, there's a little bit of meaning into it and a little bit of flair and flash. And, it's a good mixture of both things.
You mentioned Ken Block. Who inspired your racing career personally?
I'd say there's probably 2 to 3 individuals, Ken Block being one up there, Travis Pastrana, and Rob Deerdeck. They're not quite in the drag racing scene, but they're in the action sports, motorsports, all things, creative and chaotic. Ever since I was, 7 or 8, watching Fantasy Factory or Nitro Circus, that always got me hooked on everything to do with motorsports, and I fell in love with it ever since.
When you build out your cars and your design, how much of your personal creativity is poured into them?
Man, we try to be as creative as possible. We originally got this car from Street Outlaws, fame, which was Monza. He had initially built this car. Something about this car that really kind of resonated with me and my dad is this car is a 1970 Chevelle, and the color...
So classy.
Yeah, very classy. And the color is Misty Turquoise, which is actually a factory GM color. They only made in that year. So the cool thing about it is you never see this car in that color on the road, and we brought it here to race as a badass pro mod in that color. So, it's kind of a sought-after, rare color. Again, kind of going back to that swagger, that flash. We take that kind of with every facet in our operation.
You mentioned your dad. You come from a motorsports background. You guys own a track in Canada. How much has that influenced your growth and your presence in the sport? I
literally had zero option but to be a fan of racing. My parents, Rob and Kim, had owned a facility called Budweiser Motorsports Park, which then turned into Castle Raceway and now Rad Torque Raceway. It was an IHRA track for a long time in the Bader days with the Nitro Jam, and they've owned it for 26 years. So I grew up there. Every summer, every winter, I was at the racetrack. I had a whole bunch of friends that raced junior dragsters, so I wanted to get into drag racing and hang out with my friends. So that's kind of where it all started, and of course, it just snowballs from there. We go from junior dragsters, and now we're running pro mod.
Do you think that understanding and that climate growing up maybe influenced your understanding of how to set up the car better because you understand the track setup so much?
Yeah, I understand a track very well, and I'm not even going to lie. I am so fresh in how a car is set up, the chassis done. I've bracket raced all my life. It's kind of consistency and repeat. This is a totally different animal, so I rely heavily on my crew to kind of help me out and teach me as we go, because if it was just me doing this, calling the shots, we probably wouldn't be here. So, it's just a learning process through and through. Every time we touch the car, go to a track, I rely on them pretty heavy.
Chevy, what is your objective this year?
I guess first and foremost, it's to have fun. If we come to a race and we're not having fun, we don't want to race. So number one is that. We already have a few things that we're struggling with. Our car is 150 pounds heavier than all the pro mods out here, so that's already against us. So if I can be good on the tree and our team can put together quick, consistent runs, we have a chance. Last race, we got a lot of luck on our side, went to the semifinals, and it was surreal. First run out, after the car had just been rebuilt, it was way more of an expectation exceeder than we had ever anticipated. So between fun, being great on the tree and practicing that religiously, and just putting together consistent laps without doing too much damage, we're going to be super happy. Just seeing the atmosphere here, I mean, that's all we care about. Is if everyone else is having fun, I'm good with that.
Chevy, thanks so much. Best of luck this season.
Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Super Cat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, IndyCar, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today.
Big changes have been made at the Virginia Motorsports Park. Now, the facility has always been known for fast passes, but now we're stepping into a new era with all the changes made from the tower to the track surface. No detail has been left untouched. With all the changes, we're bringing a new experience to the drivers, the teams, and the fans. A lot of work went into this transformation, and it starts right at the tower. All of the old light box signs were removed, the building was sealed up to make it fully watertight, and inside you got brand new ceiling tiles replacing anything that had water damage. On top of that, the entire building inside and out got a fresh coat of paint. Out on the track, the upgrades continue. The track wall and start line have both been repainted, and the surface itself was completely scraped down the full 1,320 feet, then etched with a grinder to improve performance. Back at the tower, all cracked windows were replaced, chrome tint was added across the board, and the roof was resealed. Plus, the old vinyl awnings are gone and replaced with brand new metal ones for a cleaner, more durable look. And visually, you'll notice the IHRA signage now installed across the facility. And none of this happens without the people behind the scenes putting in the work day in and day out. We want to say a big thank you to Esteban and his team of painters, Brandon Mass and Angus Beaumont for their work on the track surface, Mike Outdoors for helping keep the grass looking like Augusta, Black Star Graphics and Wraps for the window tinting, and Signorama for getting the signage installed. It's clear that it isn't just a refresh, but a reinvestment in the Virginia Motorsports Park. With these upgrades, this facility is ready to host some of the best competition in this sport.
Yeah, a lot has been done to the track here, including the prep for this first round of Outlaw Pro Mod. Show you some of the class parameters here for the Outlaw Pro Mod category. No weight restrictions here. That is a big one for sure. You're allowed 2 power adders here in this particular category. A couple of cars have taken advantage of that. More cars are taking a look at it as you take a look at the 16-car field ladder. We have 14 cars qualified. Mike Decker Jr. ended up in the number 1 spot. We have a look here at Mike DiDomenico, and he'll line up alongside Robert Davis. DiDomenico qualifying number 4 with a car that he's been competing and pro modified with, but clearly based on the interview that we heard from him one day ago, it is completely different. Here's a look at the points. Cam Hensley winning the season opener alongside Randy Weatherford. Weatherford struggling here in this category to get things qualified. Put one together in the pro modified category with the other car. He was also in a very scary moment just one day ago. Glad he made some great decisions and glad he is okay.
Mike D made a lot of changes to this car, and it's paying off. I mean, here, come out here and qualify number 4 in the first race in the Outlaw Pro Mod. I'd say they made the right changes.
Brandon Pez was the car that was beside Randy Weatherford. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. Will not make the call here today in a very scary incident, but he was okay all said and done. Robert Davis qualifying number 11. 368.
Oh, red light start for Mike D. Number 4 qualifier out of here with a red light first round. Hang on to it, Ron. Robert. Woo, thing was dancing around down there and shut down there.
Yeah, and I don't know that Mike Deese, I think he stayed in the throttle at 213, but on the other side, much better performance there at a 356. We'll watch this one again.
Wow, way over by the wall. Woo, man, Robert Davis that's a wild ride. He was just a bit too early. Mike DiDomenico, and he's going to be frustrated with himself. He's going to be very unhappy with that. But Robert Davis moving on.
Chevy Reeves and Bubba Stanton. Two cars sharing the ET record here in this category. Bubba Stanton put it at a 351 with an 8 at Galat at the end of 2025. Then at the season opener, Jason Scruggs ran identical ET here in 2026. So both of them with a 351 and an 8 as the third digit. Chevy Reeves lined up in the far lane on the other side. The steel-bodied car.
Leaking something out. Looks like it's leaking fuel or something out of it.
I'd have to shut him off. He is one of the cars that we know has 2 power adders. Unfortunately, might not be able to make the call here, as it looks like they're pushing him back.
Yeah, that's a lot of fluid coming out of that car. So,
Stanton qualifying number 3 with a 353. Very, very tight in qualifying, as you would expect. A 52.5, a 52.7, a 53.1, a 54.7, 56.8. Pretty much is the class of both Outlaw Pro Mod and Pro Mod.
Bubba going to get a free round here.
Yeah, a lot of fluid out of the bottom of that one, out of the bottom of that Chevelle.
Fortunately, it looks like it's evaporating fast, so I'm going to guess that's fuel.
Quarterback's car.
Nothing wrong with that run. 374. Well, it looked better than that.
It did.
Yeah, I was like, wow, it looked like a nice looking run. And 74 coming up on the board for Bubba Stanton. I'm like, huh, okay.
Yeah, I looked at that 60-foot time. Was not super impressive there. Just lazy off the start. Went straight.
Yeah.
We'll find out who Stanton raced. Well, we know who Stanton's going to race against. He's going to race against the madman, Frankie Taylor. Brandon Pez will not make the call there in that car. We'll see if the gang there with Windy City Productions, once we get to that pairing where Frankie Taylor is to race Brandon Pez, maybe we can bring some video up and show you what happened a day ago. But it was a very scary moment. We are glad Brandon is okay.
Robert Davis, you knew you had a tough matchup that first round. How were you able to stay calm and get it done?
We just crossed over. This is our first race in the Outlaw trim, so we knew we had a good car coming in here. We just had a couple bad runs of luck, I guess, the last 2 rounds. We were on a really good pass last night and had to abort the run, but yeah, we knew we had a good car. We just got to not do stuff dumb on our own and cause our own problems, so we should be okay. So.
Well, congratulations on that round 1 win. We'll see you next round.
Thank you.
Soft spoken. Looks like they're measuring some grip out there on the starting line.
Yeah, just making sure all that fluid is drying up.
Sure. We were talking about it before. We're going to bring you a replay. This is in qualifying. Randy Weatherford here in the near lane, Brandon Pez in the far lane, and things got crazy.
Oof. Brandon taking a wild ride, and Randy doing a great job of not getting too excited and jumping on the brakes, just moving his car to the left and avoiding Brandon. Hard hit into the wall right here for Brandon Pez, and glad to see that car stay in the confinement of the racetrack, not get over that wall, but hard hit. Great to see him get out on his own.
Brandon moving the entire time, climbed right out of the car, was okay. That was the most important. Yeah, great call. I mean, look at that. It's just a massive head-on collision there with the wall. Randy Weatherford really keeping his composure, just a soft move to the left, did not make a big violent move, and kept good control of his car, was able to steer clear of it, and Brandon Pez, as we said, was able to climb out of the car. So clearly Brandon not able to make the call here. They'll build another car. He'll be back, and that car is so good. Of course, one of our winners last year in the category. But things went haywire one day ago.
Yeah, we watched that run over and over on the replays and just trying to see if we could see anything that might have caused that to do that. And I mean, there was a few little things that you could say, well, maybe, and well, maybe, but just nothing standing out, to say, why did that car turn right down there on the other end?
The VP Fuel mascot. Let's go to Kristen.
Bubba Stanton, were you happy with your car on that pass?
I mean, the car felt good, but something evidently was wrong. I don't know what it is yet. It didn't run to 374, so I guess we're going to get back and see what happened.
What did you think it had in it?
I mean, it should have been 52, 53 like it ran last night, but sun is out. But, I mean, it didn't slow it down that much. I got issues somewhere.
All right, well, we'll let you go figure out those issues, and we'll see you next round.
Thank you.
Yeah, we thought it was pretty lazy, and obviously he just confirmed that. We'll see if they can figure out what the bug is.
Did a quick little drag of the track and make sure everything is dried up out there. And fortunately, that was not oil.
See thumbs up from one of the crew guys. So coming back, I'll probably start putting water here in the water box in just a moment.
Pull them up.
And they're saying bring them up. So let's go. Decker up here next. Decker doing a great job. Mike Decker Jr. qualifying number one with 352.
One of the cars that also made the switch from Pro Mod over to the Outlaw Pro Mod category. Made some changes to his car, and wow, it liked it.
It really did.
Woke that baby up to a 352, number one qualifier.
I mean, we've been watching the Deckers cars. They have one in Pro Mod yet as well. We've been watching them. I mean, they had a ton of steam. They were fast. They were just very violent, really carrying the front end. But they have that, it seems as though they have that sorted out. And boy, Junior here put one on the table last night.
Paul Gibbs got a car in each category, Pro Mod and Outlaw Pro Mod. Deckers as well, but Paul's driving both of his. And father-son teams for the Deckers.
Yeah, and Gibbs did not have any real good luck here in qualifying. Probably good that it was an all-run field here with 14 cars on a 16-car field. He's at the bottom of the group with a 502. Certainly a 350s class. You're going to be a player.
This is a 2-for-1 round. Winner of this round will get a bye next round. So you can pull off the victory here. It's automatically to the semifinals.
Good-looking Cuda. Good-looking Chevrolet. Centrifugal charger against the screw charger. And for Gibbs to pull up here. Now we're close.
See Mike Decker III standing there behind his dad watching this round.
Larry Jeffers race car. Decker salvage. And Decker had to slap it one time. Gets to the stripe safely first. Puts a 378 on the board. 018 light. How about that?
Yeah, he was ready to go in the starting line. And everything was looking great. Got out there and had some issues. Had to pedal it. And Mike Decker doing a nice job of whatever it takes to get it to the finish line first. And he did. See right there, set the front end down and bouncing it back in the throttle. And the weather a little, whew, look at the tire shake for Paul Gibbs. Man, that slow-mo camera captures that very well. See if we can get Decker with the front end there, and it just sat it down. Didn't really see anything wrong. They just dropped the front end. I don't know if that's where he pedaled it, but assuming that's where he pedaled it. Able to get back in, get it to the finish line. Well, he's got a freebie next round. He can go out here and take it a test run.
Jason Scruggs is supposed to be up here next. He is sitting in the tunnel. Tim Brown up there at the water box. Scruggs with a big mile-per-hour speed. Last night went a 3:52.7 for the number 2 spot, but 2:22.88, and was good enough to reset his previous mile-per-hour record of 2:22.66. Signal to fire him up.
Well, the different weather and changing conditions today, and the sun on the racetrack and warmer. We're seeing several of the pro mods having some issues here this first round, slowing down from their qualifying. Not just a little bit, quite a bit.
Scruggs, a 3-time world champ. Very good at what he does. First door car to 200 miles per hour and the 8th mile. And now at 2:22. Gorgeous Camaro.
Tim Brown up here. Got to go down the racetrack. We've seen issues with people already not being able to get down the racetrack, and he has to go down the racetrack if he's got any shot at beating Jason Scruggs. He even said himself he's somebody's duck out here, and well, we'll see. We've seen upsets already today, and well, Tim Brown would love to have one more.
You know what? Do your job out there and make them earn it, if nothing else, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And they can rattle the tires. Anything is possible out here. Tim Brown, a competitor in the Radio versus the World in Pro 275. Far from his first time in a race car. And it is about getting out here and learning, swinging the bat. You know, swing the bat against a big guy here.
Yeah, he's going to have to hope that Jason has an issue, because if nothing goes wrong in that right lane, I expect the wind light to be on.
Scruggs towards the center line, has to bring it back in. Wow, Brown over there by the wall. Exciting run. It's going to go to Scruggs here with a 373. Both guys doing a good job at the starting line in 041 and 032. Scruggs is not taking him lightly.
Wow, Jason did a great job at keeping that car off the center line. It was way over to the left. See it make a move hard right there. Out of the throttle, turn the throttle, back in the throttle. Tim Brown over there on the other lane, almost tagging the wall. Both these cars going left. Woo! Nice job by both drivers to keep those cars in their lanes and not...
Yeah, race day, man. They're both hanging on as hard as they could. Look at the tire shake right there.
Scruggs' car shaking hard when it left, and just enough to make it turn a little left and drive that car towards the center line, causing Jason to have to get out of the throttle right there, back in the throttle. Nice job of pedaling, not overdriving the car, and, well, that's why he's won a lot of rounds.
Doug Reister coming up with a beautifully painted car, pretty wild. Kids certainly are attracted to it, and they love it. And he loves it, they love it. He'll be in the far lane, and we'll line up alongside Hank Stubbs. Stubbs, our winner at West Salem 1 year ago. Reister coming to us out of Victoria, Texas. It's been 364. Went a 65 last night. On the other side, Hank Stubbs, known as Hollywood, out of Morris, Alabama. Ran a career best one night ago at 3:56.8.
We know Stubbs' car is plenty capable of getting down through there and getting the win as he did last year. It's interesting, but a lot of these Pro Mod cars are having a real difficult time with the racetrack. But if you look out the window, the sun's kind of gone away. It must be behind a cloud right now. And hopefully taking a little heat out of that racetrack, it can tighten itself back up, dropping a few degrees.
number of Bickle cars, and this is one of them here in the near lane.
Supercharged versus a nitrous.
Nitrous car, yeah.
Yeah. That's more like it. 3:56, Hank Stubbs, matching his qualifying time. Now that's what I'm talking about. Both of them matched their qualifying times. 3:65 in the yellow lane. Wow, that's great. We just talked about how the weather is affecting the Pro Mod cars and the tune-ups, and these guys said, no, we're fine, we're good. 3:56 out of Hank Stubbs. Great job. Great drag race. I think it might be one of the first side-by-sides without a red light turned on. That's the first side-by-side we've had. Nice job.
Even those guys, I think that's what we're looking for right there.
Why is everybody having issues out here? No problem.
I think more the frustration of their own. It's like, I don't know why this thing should go to the other end like that all the time. A lot easier said than done.
Here comes Frankie Taylor. When we saw that why he was getting single, we saw the Brandon Pez crash there a little bit ago on the replay, and we'll give Frankie Taylor a single, his first round matchup.
Yeah, Taylor's still not real happy with this car here. Went a 3:57 with a 6. It's good enough for the number 6 spot. But they have battled with this car to a degree. Another Jeffers car here. This one born in 2010. It's been around. Looks great. And we know the Madman can drive one. Brandon Pez, as Tommy just mentioned there, was to be alongside. So Frankie Taylor will get it here and line up alongside Stanton in round 2.
Yeah, 3:57. It looks like Frankie's getting her figured out now.
Yeah, I am 3:57.6 last night, a 57 here, but much warmer conditions in the day. Yeah. So, yeah, good lap.
Yeah, Frankie, you'll be happy with that one. That's 2 pairs in a row now we saw where they matched or bettered their qualifying AT, and not as good conditions. So that's a great sign for Frankie. He'll move on to the next round. And
yeah, I don't know if I have all the times here, but I believe 3rd quickest of the session. Did catch all the numbers on it, but I believe it just looked to me like maybe it was a bit lazy at the beginning, but they might be trying to keep that thing calmed down until they get some good confidence in the car.
Well, looks like I see Randy Weatherford, but I don't see Cam Hensley.
Our winner at the first event. And not able to make the call. How frustrating is that?
Yeah, I was looking forward to the rematch of the final round at the first race of the year, and not sure what happened with Cam's car. I don't know if he had some parts damage last night or what, but he was your quicker qualified car, number 7 and 8, and not able to make the call.
Super clean looking Chevrolet here. Hertz Charger, centrifugal charger under the hood. When he gets things sorted out, man, he is tough. Went to the final round at Galat last year and grabbed the win. Also, big winner at the Pro Mod Mania event. Big money there. Over 100 grand he brought home that night. With that said, wasn't real happy here with the effort. They struggled a little bit in the first session, as I recall. It's 361 at 210, but there's some left in this one.
It's not what the other competitors want to see, is Randy Weatherford get a free buy run here to do a little testing and get things figured out.
Ooh.
Still having issues. Randy's still struggling this weekend with that car. And luckily, he was on a single. Give him another shot to figure it out in the second round.
Pretty much where he qualified at. You can see there. Lit the tires up, turned the car to the right a bit. It is a spectacular day, and it is race day. Welcome to the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series here at Virginia Motorsports Park. First time we've been here since 2005 in Dinwiddie, Virginia, and the weather could not be better. Qualifying went spectacular. We saw records fall. In fact, we had a history-making quickest field in history for the IHRA when it comes to Mountain Motor Pros Talk. Hello, everybody. I'm Ken Stout, and that is Tommy Johnson Jr. standing right alongside one of the most accomplished drivers here in the sport. Great to have him in the booth alongside. We've had a crazy weekend. Brandon Pez went for a scary ride one day ago, but he is okay for the people that have been watching that take place. However, it is race day now. Everybody goes down, only half come back. It is on. Game face time, baby.
I tell you what, we talked about the great weather and the performances we saw in qualifying, today's a totally different day. A lot warmer. The air's a little worse. The track's hot. We're seeing a lot of guys having to change tune-up. We're seeing a lot of guys struggle. We're seeing some big upsets as well.
Yeah, it's amazing. The alcohol cars came out here, everybody side by side, and then we had the Nitro Harleys come out here. Some great racing action that took place there, but started to struggle a little bit. And then we have the Outlaw Pro Mods, and like you just said, just such a big change from last night to today.
Yeah, and we saw the number one qualifier in Nitro Harley out of here first round with issues. And then we get the Pro Mods. You're right, cars all over the racetracks, cars slowing down, cars shaking. Guys have to make some big swings in the tune-up area today.
It's going to be a lot of fun. The good news is anything is possible. You never know who's going to win. You got to pull them up to the stripe, and you got to let them go. We have two great pit reporters that will help us out here today. Let's go to the staging lanes with the first of the two, and Kristen Beat.
Ken, thank you so much. In the top fuel class, we have the privilege to witness what is a true fairy tale story, a feel-good story of the season. Now, Gary Pritchett took the first win of the season in Benson, North Carolina at round 1. He's a former crew member for Doug Foley. He was offered the ride this offseason as Doug Foley inherited another position with the IHRA. Now, as a former crew member, Gary Pritchett told me that he's never had the opportunity to race a car of that caliber for an entire season. So for him, this is a dream opportunity, and winning at Benson was a milestone moment. Well, now, round 2, we are racing at his home track. And the question yesterday was, can he back it up? Can he keep this wave of momentum moving in the right direction? He replied to that question. The answer is yes. He was top of the boards in qualifying yesterday, elated. He's racing at his home track. And guys, this is the feel-good story of the year following Gary Pritchett, as he will chase down what could be his first championship and his first full-time season in a true professional car with a true professional team. Kristen Banks?
Thanks, KB. Now let's go over to that other Nitro class. Dale Creasy Jr. is coming in as the points leader in that funny car class. And when I talked to him earlier, he said, honestly, I am not worried about the points until the end of the year. He goes, however, I do know coming into this weekend, it has put a target on my back. But he said, in this class, you have no easy matchups. Every time I go up to the line, I'm just trying to get a win because I know I could get beat any given round. Now, guys, do y'all think there's going to be another winner in that funny car class this weekend? Or do you think Dale Creasy Jr. can go back-to-back?
Well, he's got his work cut out for him. There's Dale Worsham last night. If it goes late into the day and we start running some runs late at night, Dale Worsham seems to have kind of gotten a handle on that tune-up. And if one of these guys is going to take the win from Dale tonight, that's going to be a tough road. Dale's done a great job with his car, and pretty much he dominated the class last year, but this year other guys stepped their game up. But last night watching Dale's run, if we get into the wee hours here and gets dark, get a cold racetrack, Dale has the tune-up.
It'll be fun to watch. They will have to do it, though. And that's what it's all about. You got to pull them up to the line, and anything can happen. As we saw, you mentioned it right off the bat, Ryan Peary, our number one qualifier, who has been so consistent on the Nitro Harley bikes, 3 consecutive final rounds, 3 consecutive wins, number one qualifier one day ago, and came up here, and the bike would not take the line, did not even stage the bike, and he was done. So you just never know on race day as we go into our factory pro stock category. And great to have one of the Mopars in the field, decorated as the Ram Chargers. Love the livery on it. Such a rich history. And burnouts commence here in the Pro Stock category. IHRA Factory Pro Stock, and a look at the ladder. Number one qualifier, Tony Scott. Tony Scott also our winner at the season opening event. As you take a look at the points, lined up alongside Jason Deach. Deach, a player for sure with a couple of wins a year ago. Did a nice job. Went to 2 final rounds, won them both. This is Taylor Deach. There's 3 of them, Jason, Taylor, and Jaden. Taylor Deach qualifying number 3. A.J. Berg alongside with the Mopar. Heads up racing to the stripe.
Lots of horsepower, a small tire. See who gets these cars off the starting line. Keeps them hooked up. Guys taking their time today. Oh, deep stage.
On and off the throttle goes Berg. And that's all Taylor Deach needed, man. Just give me a little bit here, and I'll run away with it. Deach picking up the front end, carrying that front end for a long time with the Mustang. Really nice lap.
Yeah, A.J. Burge with an 0.36 light, but knocking the top bulb out, and knew he needed everything he could get against Deach. Deach's car running so good. A.J. Burge's car blew the tires off when we at the step, and it was all over after that.
Yes, he did. Great to have him out here, though. Love the diversity. And Ford, Mopar, and Chevy out here now, and that's great.
Great look at the slow-mo, carrying the front end, and look at that. That Dodge sitting back down after we blew him off and pedaled it.
Jason Dietz, the number 2 qualifier, will line up alongside Carl Task. I had a chance to speak with him just a little bit, and I said, that first session out yesterday was busy. And he said, yeah, we got a little greedy, man. Poured a little too much to it and knocked the tire off immediately. Second session, it was much better for sure, but he said we had to set it up lazy to make sure we got it to the other end. So now they're hoping they can get back after it a little bit in the front half of this track. We'll see how he does. Number 7 qualifier against the number 2 qualifier, and Jason Deach.
Got after a little too much again.
Again, trying to find that sweet spot. Another 491.
With a 1, and Jason will have his lane choice over Taylor.
Are they sharing tune-ups over there?
Yeah, maybe, just a little bit. Yeah, Task's car once again blowing him off at the step of the throttle. You see right there the smoke coming off the rear tires, and no issues in that right lane for Jason.
Yeah, he went a 5:15. I mean, the car's got the steam. Just got to find a way to manage it.
Like I said, there are lots of horsepower and a heavy car and a small tire.
It tried to go. Deach doing a good job. I think I said that was Jason Deach. Must have been Taylor Deach's first time out, and Taylor did get a win last year as well. Jason did get 2 wins. As we take a look at Don Justice and Tony Scott. Tony Scott, our number 1 qualifier here, was the number 1 qualifier at Galat. Grabbed the win at Galat. Had low ET and top speed. Swept the table.
Both the Deach cars slowed down just a little bit today. Not a lot, but a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see with our number 1 qualifier, how close he can run to his qualifying time.
Justice with a better reaction time here. Tony Scott might have been making sure he didn't make a mistake. Had plenty of ET on him. He goes a 491 at 145.
3 cars already in the semifinal round, and a 91.1, a 91.5, and a 91.9. Talk about a competitive class.
How's that for parity?
Yeah.
All 3 of those 91s with a Mustang.
That's a Chevy there in the right-hand lane.
Oh, my apologies. Yeah. I was looking over there at Justice's car. Yeah.
That's parity.
That's an older school Mustang, as you can see over there for Justice. So he's been a little bit off the pace, but yeah, nicely done there for Tony Scott. And we know Tony is as good as they come. But yeah, that is parity. Get that Mopar to throw a 90 on the board, and we'll have something cooking over here. James Betts and Doug Hamp. Number 4 and number 5 qualifier. Cars look great, man. They just look angry. Good old-fashioned American muscle. Ford versus Chevrolet, the age-old battle.
Both drivers taking their sweet time.
Love it.
the left-hand lane. And Doug Hamp, no issues there. 495, just a little bit slower than the rest of those guys, but how about that? All four winners in the 490s.
Yeah, within 400ths of each other.
Yeah, it's going to be some nice semifinal rounds.
It is a real fine line here for these cars to get those things hooked up and carry the front end out.
They look like they're either carrying the front end when they leave or they're blowing the tires off.
One of the two, yeah.
There's no in between.
You talked about it before, that window just very narrow.
We've got the clouds in the sky, big puffy ones, not solid clouds. So it's sun in, sun out, sun in, sun out. Giving these guys some tricky racetrack conditions.
And nice overhead shot. Gorgeous day, as Tommy was just talking about. Weather conditions very good. Just a beautiful spring day. They were a little bit cooler one day ago. Consequently, the time's a little bit quicker. But everybody making the adjustments as we shift gears. We will go into the Pro Modified category, where the drama has been the rule change, the addition of weight to the centrifugal charged cars. Peter Norton leading the points here. Our winner at the season opener, alongside Jason Harris in the final round. John Dock, Randy Weatherford. We talked about Weatherford in the Outlaw Pro Modified category a little bit earlier before we came on here to Speed Sport 1. He was able to survive round one, as he did not have a competitor alongside him. But the car was not happy. We'll find out how he does here in the Pro Modified category. Jacob McNeil out here and Frank Falter. McNeil doing double duty, also in a Nitro funny car. Had a good lap inside of that one. Spoke about Randy Weatherford in the Outlaw Pro Modified categories. Number one over here. He certainly has this one figured out.
It's amazing. You have one car running so well, and the other one's struggling all weekend. So Frank Falter being your quicker qualifier here, number 11. It's McNeil, who's number 12.
Falter out of Mount Airy, Maryland. And a 362 at Dunn. Career best.
Candyman.
Went a 361 here, so better that mark just a little bit.
The interview yesterday, and Kristen did in the stage lane, said he's a third generation Candyman.
That's right.
Jacob McNeil in qualifying. I think he went red on both rounds, so you can push it, but don't push it too far on race day.
A high-strung dude. Ton of energy. McNeil with the better of the two reaction times was a 367 on the board. Does his job at both ends of the track. 200 miles an hour, and will pick up a round one win.
Yeah, he did a really great job of pedaling out there. Look at the replay, and I'm pretty sure he had the pedal that gets out here, makes a move to the left. You can see it going left right here. Quick slap of the throttle, turns it right, hits it. Just a really quick slap to run a 367.5. You have a better view here. You can watch the blades on the thing. There they close and back open. Just enough to stay ahead.
Yeah, just enough to set that front end and straighten it out, and right back after it. Good driving job.
See the tire shake for the Candyman.
Callie Mills and Mike Decker III coming up here next. We saw Mike Decker Jr. in the Outlaw Pro Modified category. He was our number one qualifier over there. Really, really good car. We've not touched on the rule change. A couple of screw blowers here. It has affected everybody. If you have a centrifugal charger, you had to add 35 pounds. If you have a screw charger, they took 15 pounds away. So some adjustments here, and some people are like, it is what it is. Adjust your race car the best you can and go out here and race it. Other ones, not so happy about it. It has been a topic online before we got here, and certainly throughout the weekend in this category. Callie Mills qualified 10th. Really good race car. As I recall, was sitting P1 at the end of the first session. Second session, was not able to get it to the stripe under power. We thought she might go back up to the top of the sheet. Just was not able to do so. That opened up the door for Randy Weatherford. But she has a really good car, as we know, and she is very capable of driving it.
Yeah, last night her car made a little move towards the center line, and Callie electing to click it off, and she knows what kind of good race car she's got, so she'll come out here and race today.
The Decker Camp and Decker Salvage, they have a great hot rod in the Outlaw Pro Modified category. This one's been fighting them a little bit more, but they have for sure gone in the right direction, and both cars are very fast. We'll see if Hollywood's got what it takes here. Tough competitor in Callie Mills. American Pride Golf Carts back machine and Decker Salvage here. A couple of Larry Jeffers race cars. Car owner Paul Hayden for Callie Mills out of Sand Springs, Oklahoma. Had some great races 1 year ago. Top bulbs on. Almost identical reaction times, 0:51 to an 0:56. It's going to be Callie Mills with a 3:58 at 2:10. The better of the two ETs and grabs a round one win.
Well, Callie doing a nice job. Both drivers 51 and 56, dead even off the starting line. And Callie Mills, that last night, aborting that run didn't hurt that team at all. Come out here and run a 50 with the heat. It's going to be tough to beat this afternoon.
They get some momentum going, and yeah, that car is tough to beat.
Yeah, Decker right there with her. Great side-by-side race.
Decker back in the 60s. Again, finding some consistency with the car. We'll see if they can find a little more speed in it at the next event.
Jacob McNeil, how relieved are you to get a round one win off your belt?
Big, especially that run, man. We're going up that track was ball, going up Brandon Tony, man. It's about to be a handful. Get after it, man. It hiked the front end up. It was going about 300 foot, and it still wasn't sitting it down. I saw him disappear at my peripheral, so I just kicked it as fast as I could, trying to get the front end down, put some input in it. And thankfully, that CUDA guy, it still went, 67, 68 going down through there. That big girl still running her ass off, so it's a good deal. I mean, I can't thank J&A Services and Brandon Snyder behind this tuning, man. It's really turned my program around.
All right, well, that's Jacob McNeil.
Thank y'all. See you.
Man, take a breath.
I told you, he's high strung, man. Yeah. He's still racing.
And, okay, let's go. He's ready to go.
John Dock here in the near lane, and Disco Dean in the far lane. John Dock with a race car that was not happy in the first qualifying session, was able to put it in the number 9 slot in the second session. As we take a look at Disco Dean, we weren't sure we were going to have Disco out here this weekend. Kicked the weekend off with some food poisoning, but was able to get back in behind the wheel and get this thing qualified in the number 14 spot. Put a 371 on the board, still chasing that first career 60.
That'd make him feel a lot better if he could get that 60 he's been looking for, and a round win along with it would make him feel real good. But yeah, Doc's car broke a rear end gear that first session and had to put that thing on the dollies and get him off the racetrack and come back with a nice rebound last night.
We miss Lizzie Musey, lost her way too soon. Of course, the daughter of Pat Musey, one of the famed engine builders. She was quite a talent. Great race car driver. Beautiful young lady, and lost her to cancer way too soon. All right, let's see what we've got here. Disco Dean Carnes and John Dock. See if Dean can get this thing up on the wheel. I know he wants a round win. John Dock's a tough player. Dock in. Dean had to, well, he set the nose down. I thought it laid over on him. I think he stayed in the throttle. Again, a 371, but a 362 with an 042 light for John Dock's going to be enough to grab the win. Dean doing a good job at the starting line, just has not had the performance in that car just yet.
Yeah, 60-foot number off just a little bit. 300s from Doc's car. And it was looking good for them. And just down Doc, that car's running really, really well. After they got it fixed yesterday, come back, made a nice run last night. 71, just missed that 60 again.
Callie Mills, you just told me a year ago today was your first pro mod race. And can you just talk about how far you've come? You just had an incredible round one win. Both you guys had close reaction times. Just tell me how far you've come since then.
You know, I was looking back, and my first pro mod rip ever, we went like 368, which is insane, you know, to me. But we have come a long ways, you know. We've raced IHRA and last year, and that was my rookie season. And we had great turnouts at every race, and we're just continuing that momentum to this season, you know. But it's really a dream come true, I would say.
Guys, I got to say, Callie Mills is definitely a natural. We'll see you at that next round.
Thank you guys so much.
She became a player quick.
She really has, and she seems to be very comfortable inside of that car. A lot of confidence in the car, rightfully so. Number 8 and number 15 qualifiers coming up here next. Tony Wilson in the number 8 hole. Good job for him. And Bubba Green alongside. Tony Wilson putting a 359 on the board at 2:08.
Yeah, we heard in his interview how they've been struggling with this car, and he was extremely pleased after qualifying how he said they think they've turned the corner and now they got a competitive race car. He says we can win this race on race day.
Of course, Bubba Green over there with the scheme of the killer red mater on the front of that Camaro. Half-brother Scotty Cannon doing the tuning on this one. Just a bit off the pace at a 372. Find out how the Iron Man does. Getting some video. Handful for Bubba, has to get out of the throttle. 364 with an 075 light for Tony Wilson. Will grab the round one win.
Yeah, Tony was a great job on the starting line. 075 had a tenth of a second off the starting line and wrapped up with that 64 as equals win light. Bubba's car making a hard move over here to the left and trying to stay with it as long as he can, but not going to match that when he's tenth of a second late on the starting line and got a guy in the other lane running that 64.
Yeah, just spit out of the groove there for Bubba. Made things even worse.
John Doc, round one win. Now, when you're coming up to round one, do you give it all the car has, or you kind of hold back a little bit?
So it's tough, definitely challenging out here in the sun, the heat. Tim Davis did a great job on the tune-up, just enough to get the win. Good A to B pass. Definitely got a lot more left in the tank. As the day goes on, sun goes down, air gets better. We're going to turn it up, get faster and faster.
All right, well, we're ready for you to turn it up in that, what is it?
The Calmaro.
The Calmaro.
It's moving. It's moving, baby.
Yeah, it is.
Randy Weatherford will be on a bye run here in round number one.
His second one of the day.
Yep.
Outlaw Pro Mod, I got a single as well. And he's hoping this one goes a little better than the other one.
Certainly went better in qualifying. He is our number one qualifier.
That's what we talked about earlier, is Randy having an Outlaw Pro Mod and a Pro Mod, and the Pro Mod car is running great. The Outlaw, he struggled this weekend, and just makes you wonder if he can learn something from either one to transfer to the other. And I know they're quite different, but got to be a few things the same.
That's what one looks like.
Yeah.
363 with a 2, and I'm sure he is happy with that effort.
Nothing wrong with his Pro Mod car at all this weekend. Laying down another great run. Right with all of them in second quickest so far, the first round. And
Yeah, it stays right in the groove.
Yeah, that's about as straight as it'll get.
A to B, beautiful job. We've been talking about the rule change inside of this category. Kristen did a story on it a little bit earlier. Let's check in.
The new weight change in the Pro Mod class is really shaking up things in the Pro Mod field. The centrifugal superchargers had to add around 35 pounds, while the screw blowers had to take away around 15 pounds. Now, I had the chance to walk around the pits and talk to these drivers and see what all they had to think. I would say most of these guys aren't happy, but some of them didn't really care. Now, we're also seeing some of these guys switching from the Pro Mod class to the Outlaw Pro Mod class. Let's see what the drivers had to say.
We want Pro Mod to last forever, and if this is what they think they need to do to create parity within the class, we'll try it and see. I do think that when the weather changes here in a month or so, that what they done was a little much for the centrifugal combinations, but I guess we'll just see. And no better place than here this weekend. We'll be on a good racetrack, and we got a lot of cars. It'll tell the tale this weekend.
I think the blower cars needed it because them Pro Charger cars are outrunning them.
Sticky situation with the weight debate, so I'm not really try to be politically correct. I feel like it was an unjust change for teams that do good versus teams that felt like their combination was a little bit behind, and just it was a knee-jerk reaction. Maybe should have waited a race or two.
A lot of people were getting really fired up about it. I really don't care. They could put 200 pounds on us to outrun us. It's going to take like a Rolls-Royce jet engine, I think. So I feel good about it. We're going to keep going out there and keep getting faster and keep laying numbers. So
they took, 15 pounds off, 20 pounds up? No adjustments. It's like I said, it's not going to do nothing. On the regular class, we're taking a neutered dog to the fight, and it just ain't going to work. So that's why we tried this week to go outlaw class with the other one so we can let it all hang out.
I believe something had to be done. I know some thinks the 50 pounds is extreme, but at this class, at the speeds, it's probably pretty close, and I think we'll probably see that today.
So we had to add about 30 pounds to our car over the last race. So it changes the balance of the cars, where you put the weight at, and then it changes your tune-up, how you're going to manage your power. So 30 pounds isn't a lot, but it is enough to make a difference, and it will definitely show when the weather gets a little warmer.
It was already over in case, something happens wacky with the scales. You go across, the car drank a little more fuel than you thought it was going to. That's almost 7 pounds per gallon. So, they can occasionally drink more fuel than you're used to seeing.
So I don't see it doing anything. So we just decided, you know what, that's enough with the rules. Let's just do the outlaw deal and be done with it. There is no rules. It's outlaw, so there's no rules. I can weigh as light as I want. I could spin the blower as much as I want. Okay, so that's really what we needed. The blower class needed, if they didn't do more with the weight, then they need to let us spin the blower.
No, I'm no dummy. I have a Harts Charger car sitting, waiting to be finished, dynoed and plumbed out. They dominate. All the guys from Proline are sandbagging, and when we come out with our Pro Charger, we're not going to sandbag. They'll change the rules because we're going to just give it all it has. Take one or two punks out and maybe skip lunch is all I got to do.
I need to be on skip lunch. So there you have it. I mean, as we talked about, it is all over the board. Something that makes no difference at all. Some are very passionate about it, as you might imagine. Let's go to the top end of the track with Kristen Banks.
Tony Wilson, how crucial is it to be confident in your car when you come into rounds?
Very crucial. I mean, you have all the confidence in the world in your race car. That allows you to drive better, concentrate on reaction times and all that. But my dad and Ed have gave me a good race car all weekend, and I really think we have a car that can go several rounds here, maybe even win the race.
Now, we just watched a story, the fans at home just watched the report I did on you guys and the weight change in the Pro Mod class, and we know that you have the centrifugal charger in your car. What are your thoughts behind it, and do you think it'll play a factor in today's racing?
Yes. So I think the weight is going to show its head for the centrifugal cars, maybe even as early as next week at another race, PDRA, because it's going to be hot down there. So I think when the temperatures come up, we're going to see the screw cars pick up, kind of where they're wanting to be at. So we'll just see what happens. Maybe they'll see that they hit us pretty hard and come back our way a little bit.
All right, well, we're looking forward to it. That's Tony Wilson.
Thank you.
And, of course, while we were showing you that feature, Ed Marks and Jason Lee did battle as you watch the burnouts here for this next pair. And Ed Marks able to grab the win with a 367. Jason Lee with a great run at the season opening event. In fact, captured the mile-per-hour record at the time. It was since reset just one night ago with Greg Blevins Jr., but unfortunately did not have the combination in the car here this weekend. Brandon Plyler coming up here next with that sexy looking 41 Willis, and he'll line up alongside Greg Blevins Jr. as we were just talking about. Came out and set the mile-per-hour record last night at 2:13.64.
Blevins had a nice qualifying effort. And a lot of debate going on screw or centrifugal this weekend, isn't it?
Number 6 and number 17 qualifier. Number 6 in the near lane or the right-hand side of your screen as you look at them right now. And there is the example. Centrifugal in the near lane, screw in the far lane.
Yeah, right there with him. But he went
Blevins,
red.
Yeah, Blevins. Well, it looked good, right?
Yeah.
I mean, from the overhead, yeah, he was red, so that's why it looked like it was better. Clearly, Blevins better at every incremental and puts a 360 with an 8 on the board.
Blevins having a nice weekend. That car's running really, really well. And if you didn't see that red light, it made it look like a really close drag race. But that nice job by Blevins and moving into the next round. Second quick so far of the round. Nice job by them guys. Only Callie Mills will be the low ET the first round at a 358. Now we got full sun again. Clouds have moved away and sun on the racetrack. Guys will be adjusting some tire pressure for that.
Look at Doug Winter Chevelle, a Richmond-backed machine. He'll line up alongside Ray Matos. Matos qualifying number 7. Winter's deeper in the field in the number 16 slot.
Just noticed on Matos' car, they got the spill plates on the back of that. A little bigger than most of the cars out here. Just trying to keep the stability of that car on the top end and put a little more air on the rear, but keep the downforce.
And it seems like it really tapers back in.
Yeah.
The back of that car. So maybe losing a little bit of downforce with the width of another style, but for sure channeling all of it over that rear wing.
Holding it on the rear deck there.
Right.
Yeah. Much bigger than most of the Pro Mod Camaros out here. Makes that car more stable on the top end, I'm sure.
Round 1 of Pro Mod taking place here. We'll see if Ray can continue on with his qualifying efforts alongside a seasoned driver and Doug Winters. Winters way out of shape there. Has to get out of the throttle and hands that one back over. Winters with a great starting line reaction time, an 0.48 to a 1.50, but had to get out of the throttle and hand it back.
Yeah, Doug Winters doing all he could on the start line, trying to get the advantage and stay out there in front. Just leaving the start line, you'll see right here the car chattering really hard, getting loose, have to get out of the throttle. Matos, nice and smooth lap. 362.8. Moving on to the next round.
Front end way up there and just out of the groove immediately for Doug Winters. Back up to Kristen.
Greg Blevins, a pretty low ET right there. How does that affect your confidence moving into round 2?
It brings you tons of confidence. I've said it before, every round win you get out here is just like a final, right? Everybody's so good, every team's so good, and they push you to be the best you can. And I got utmost confidence in my team, Jamie Miller behind the keyboard, and I just get in and do my job and point it straight, and they do the rest. So they make me look good.
Y'all make it look simple, and it's not that simple. A lot of things have to go right for a round 1 win.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you get, parts breakage, you got to be up on the wheel, you got to leave someone on time, and you got to have a car to perform and don't shake the tires. There's a lot of variables there, but again, I feel like I got the best team out here, so I'm super excited for round 2.
Well, thank you. We'll see you then.
Thank you so much.
Definitely building some confidence inside of that car. And Blevins with a good hot rod as we watch Chris Klein back up Christine and Jason Harris alongside. Jason Harris, the current ET world record holder, set it at Galat. Went to the final round against Peter Norton. Good look at Chris Klein and Christine.
Jason Harris definitely the favorite coming into this pair, but as we've seen earlier today, anything can happen. And a lot of these guys having issues out here. The sun's out on that racetrack again, nice and bright, heating it up in a hurry, and Chris Klein's got to go down the racetrack and hope Jason Harris has an issue.
356 with a 7, good enough for the number 3 spot for Jason Harris. Yeah, and no doubt Chris Klein with his work cut out for him. They're looking down underneath Chris's car. Chris goes off to the left in a big way as well. Has to get out of the throttle to keep it off the wall. 3:59 with an 8:062 late for Jason Harris. He's ready for race day.
Yeah, Chris Klein doing all he could on the starting line, 0:36, but once again having issues with that car driving to the left and just having to get out of the throttle. No issues in the right lane. Harris 3:59, second quick of the round. He's ready to go. Look at that thing right in the center of the groove, no issues, and shoots out.
Heat of the day here, proving tough to get into the 50s, and as you talked about, one of 2 cars that's been able to do so far.
Ray Matos, how does a round 1 feel to kick off your race day?
Yeah, that's my first race in IHRA. It's awesome. Be here and win my first round here.
How do you think the track is right now?
It's nice. It's good.
And as the day goes, it'll maybe be a little faster, you think?
Yeah, I think we're going to more faster through the day because right now it's hot, but the track is okay.
Well, congratulations. We'll see you next round.
Thank you.
Great start. Congratulations to him as Kevin McCurdy and Travis Harvey complete their burnouts. Travis Harvey here in the near lane with the beautiful Chevrolet ZL1 Camaro, and he'll line up alongside Kevin McCurdy with the incredible looking 1955 Chevrolet sponsored by Angry Farmer Shine.
Travis Harvey, a tough competitor in this area of the country. Carolina kid, just a little south of here in Virginia where we're at, but raced here many, many times, knows this track well.
Multiple championships at the ADRL and Big Dog Shootout Series. Won in 2024 as a sub for Khaled Al-Belushi and Pro Mod. We'll find out how the California kid does here. Carolina kid, I'm sorry. He'd be upset. Wrong coast.
Travis being pretty patient here, waiting. Come on, boys, let's go.
Number 2 versus number 21. Harvey here in the near lane with the quicker of the 2 cars in qualifying. tell you what, McCurdy keeping him honest, man. He was there, 0.39 light to an 0.33 for Harvey, 3.73 to a 3.62 in a good drag race.
That was a great drag race. Both these guys, 0.30 lights, 33 to a 39, and they were both ready to go. And about 300 feet out, I'm like, well, this is still pretty close. Travis Harvey, no issues on that at all. It's straight, nice, easy run, and no issues. He'll have a bye run in the next round to advance on.
Jason Harris, we're looking forward to that round 2 matchup, you and Callie Mills, because you were kind of talking a little trash to her when she had a faster qualifying time than you first round. You said, this is because y'all added more weight to us. So we're about to see head-to-head the screw blower versus the Harts Charger.
Yeah, you know, Dwayne and Callie were down here talking a little smack to me earlier. Not just friendly competitions, all it was. And they thought I went like a 52. I kept holding up a 2. I said, no, I went a 62. And I said, that's because you guys added weight. And they did a fuel check on us. And I said, well, it's going to be high in lead content. So, but no, you know, team ran great. Chris is a good friend of mine. We've been racing since we were kids. I know they've been struggling a little bit. So Chris treated me. I had a better car, and that's just the way it goes today. But that old Christine car, man, you got to be careful of that thing. Think Stephen King you real quick, you know, and get in your life. But me and Callie should be a good run. I went 59. She went 58. I mean, we're right there together. You know, what can I say? You know, screw blower versus Harts, it should be probably be whoever leaves first. That's what I figure. But she's a great competitor, Dwayne is. But party time's moving on. You know, LAT got Kim Source on for this weekend. Racing fuel, maybe that made up a little difference for the lead. But Hoosier Race Tires, Proline, TKM, all these guys stand behind me. You can't beat it. You know, Travis Harvey's grinning, so I guess he won. So, yeah. But hopefully me and him stay away from each other. But right now, it's me and Callie. That's all I can count on, just win to win, you know.
Well, we're looking forward to that round 2. We're going to go down to Kristen Beat in the staging area, see what she has.
Donnie Placino, you qualified third yesterday. You finished first in Benson, North Carolina. What are you hoping to find out there on track today?
Well, it's first round. You always got those first round jitters. We need to make a good pass here. So once you get through first round in the middle of the day and the sun's out, you can kind of get some momentum going, get rolling. So we need to go out there, do what we think we're capable of doing, and start to put on a show here.
Best of luck.
Paul Gibbs and Peter Norton will be the final pair here in round number 1 of the Pro Modified category. The better of the 2 qualified cars is Norton, and Norton in the near lane. Of course, Norton also the winner at our season opener. Current points leader as it stands.
Yeah, having a great season, great start to the year, and wants to keep that rolling, and Paul Gibbs wanting to screw that up for him. That's going to be a huge matchup with Callie and Harris second round. Huge matchup. Brings all those rule changes into focus. One of each pairing off. 2 heavy hitters. Right now, got a heavy hitter on the line, Peter Norton.
Waiting patiently for the other side.
Only person left that, you know, has a chance at a perfect season, so he's going to try and do that. He's got to win this round here.
Peter Norton with an 0.42 light puts a 63 on the board and grabs a win, goes into round number 2 and keeps the streak alive.
Yeah, that was a great job by Peter. That car, he was ready to go on the start line. The car ran a nice run, and man, Paul Gibbs had a 4-something light. That's not going to win too many rounds. There was both 4s, but one had an O in front of it, and the other one started with a 4. So Peter Norton, just like Jason Harris's car, nice smooth center of the groove, and right in the hunt with everybody else. In that low 60s, only 2 cars in the 50s that round, and guess what? They got to race each other next round.
As fate would have it, right?
Travis Harvey, what expectations do you have for your team and yourself heading into round 2?
I think we got a bye, so I'm lucky to qualify number 2, and it put us on the right side of the ladder to get a bye into the third round. So that's a good momentum swing for us. We've been struggling all year, got a round win, and all we hear online is about rules. I'm tired of the rules. We're just going to put them on the racetrack and see who the best man is.
All right, well, we're ready to see it.
Thank you.
Yep, just line them up. Well, if you missed qualifying one night ago for this category, you missed a show. 2 events in a row. This category has set a new all-time record quickest field. Started off in Galat with a 4.100 as you take a look at the ladder here from Mountain Motor Pro Stock. And it continued on last night with the bump at a 4.089. Tommy Johnson Jr. in the first qualifying session said, I predict a bump at 4.087. Missed it by 2 thou. Very disappointed in you. I can't believe you missed it by so much. Johnny Placino winning that season opening event, consequently our points leader alongside Jordan Insolin, who was in the final with him, of course, Jeremy Huffman, Matty G. And Matty G was the man to beat one night ago. Came out, reestablished both ends of the record, ET in mile per hour. 401 with a 9, 180 miles an hour. John DeFlorian, a former champ inside of this category, will line up alongside Darrell Stewart to kick things off. It is a incredibly competitive category.
Yeah, such a tight field, and what an awesome show they put on in qualifying. We had so much bumping in and bumping out, and guys getting bumped out and bumping back in, and just a great show for everybody watching. And I mean, even the guys in the class, we talked to a few of them this morning, they were all excited watching it. So it was a very cool show, and these guys are doing a great job this season. And
from number 1 to number 16, 7 hundredths of a second. You better be good at the starting line. Stewart, the number 8 qualifier. DeFlorian, the number 9 qualifier. Right in the middle of the field, on paper, 2 of the closest. Separated by just 5 thousandths in qualifying, and the win's going to go to John DeFlorian. I said you better be good on the starting line, an 0.29 to an 0.44, and a 4.08 beats a 4.10. We are off and running, and DeFlorian gets the first round win.
Man, DeFlorian 0.29 and never look back, ahead all the way down, and 0.84. With the sun out and the hotter conditions, I didn't know if we'd see a bunch of the 4.0s, but DeFlorian right out of the box, 4.08. So don't know if we're going to see those low 4.0s, but obviously could be a bunch of high 4.0s. About a half a car victory for John DeFlorian. Moving on to the second round.
Next up, Jeremy Huffman and John Montecalvo. A chance at history here, as we've been talking about history with this category. The number 7 qualifier, Jeremy Huffman, the better of the two here. John Montecalvo, the number 10 qualifier, of course, a 3-time champ and a former IHRA champ. If he can get this round win against a very tough Jeremy Huffman, it certainly will not be a give me. None of them are in this category. It would be his 200th career round win. Only one other person has done that in the category.
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Dave knows.
He's over there eating birthday cake.
Yo, birthday. Both of you guys with birthdays. Scotty, right? Tricky Ricky. There you go. Ricky Smith, of course, a man in this category for so many years. Shame he is not out here with us.
A little over a hundredth of a second separate these two in qualifying. I mean,
checking wheelie bar there on John.
There's no clear-cut favorite in this whole category. This class is no clear-cut favorite. Every pair is a toss-up. Lump looking in there. Last minute, want to check on something?
Montecalvo, one of the cars with a win last year. Jeremy Huffman with a number 1 qualifying effort a year ago. Here we go. Montecalvo on the far lane. Huffman with the reaction time advantage. It's going to be Huffman who's able to capitalize on it and grabs a win on a hole shot. Nicely done. An 0.14 light to an 0.43, and a 4.07 beats a 4.05.
Yeah, John was right there with him all the way. And, I mean, 0.43 light, you're not dead late, but, boy, when the other car's going 0.14 and trying to make up that ground and as tight as this class is, that's a lot.
And that 200th round win will have to wait. Monty will get after it. He'll have to choose that third event of the season, see if he can make it work. 2 round 1 losses.
Peter Norton, ET of 363. Where do you continually find success in this car?
We just try to find some consistency. You know, we looking at the weather and the track for this first pass, and you got to read your competitor too and see where you need to end up. Another thing that's important, I think, right here is lane choice. Maybe we had a little struggle picking lanes in qualifications, so we want to be fast enough that we can have lane choice, but not too fast so we're trying to let the car get away from us early. So just try to get back, check the car over, and go on to the next round. I want to thank all my guys at home that are working their ass off today to make sure I can be here doing this, and my crew doing a fantastic job.
Well, congratulations. We'll see you next round.
Thank you.
David Hughes and Chris Powers coming up here next. Chris Powers, as we've documented, such an incredible 2025 season with us. Went to all 5 final rounds, won 3 of them, and he'll line up alongside David Hughes. Again, if you're in the show here, you already survived 1 race, number 6 and number 11 qualifiers.
Powers always doing a great job on the starting line. When he doesn't have a great race car, he does a great job, and vice versa. They great combination last season, and he'd like to continue that.
Very accomplished driver himself, and Chuck Samuel, his crew chief. Very talented. Another driver in Chris Powers with multiple championships inside of this category as he lines up alongside David Hughes out of Nazareth, Pennsylvania. Hughes in trouble early, has to get out. And Powers doing what he does. 071 light might have been a bit tardy there against some of the other players here in this category, including Hughes. But the 407, a good solid number. It goes from A to B like it always does. And he'll have round 2 to get after that starting line reaction time.
Yeah, unusually a little late off the starting line, 070 for Chris, but 4070 will get the job done when Hughes having issues in the left-hand lane. It's one of the first cars we've seen in Mount Motor Pro Stock shaking the tires.
Florian, you were just overcome with emotion up here. You're physically jumping for joy. Just tell me what's going through your mind right now and where that emotion comes from.
This is my passion. I live for this. I love racing. I love racing. Being in that car is where I want to be at all times. And you come out here and you're racing against these guys. These are the baddest son of a guns out here. I mean, you got the best of the best of the best. So if you win one of these rounds, you've done something. Much less if you go on and win the race. It's a hell of an accomplishment. So I love this. This IHRA idea is awesome. The track is killer, and we just love it. We were out here last night, and I'm not going to lie to you, we were trying to set a record last night. We didn't get down. So today was going back into race mode, changing the car back around to try to go rounds, and that was the beginning of the day. So hopefully, if it works out the way I'd like for it to, we'll be talking tonight after a win, but we'll have to get through these rounds. These guys are badass, and they're tough, so you can't take anything for granted.
Well, we look forward to it. That is John DeFlorian, and man, I love the passion. It makes me excited. It gets me amped up.
Yeah, let's go! Yeah!
The adrenaline is flowing for free today out there. Everybody pumped up going rounds. He's kind of a laid-back guy. I mean, he's kind of a smooth character. It's kind of cool to see him getting excited like that.
That is a lot of fun as we take a look at 2 more incredibly tough competitors here. Alan Drinkwater, a champion inside of this category. Jordan Enslin going to the final round at our season opener. Another tough player in this category out of Lakeland, Florida. Drinkwater, former ET record holder with us here. Did it at Galat 2026, put a 4:02.6 on the board. That was great until last night. Elijah Morton went a 4:02.1. Then Matty G went a 4:01 with a 9. Alan Drinkwater grabbed the mile-per-hour record at 179.68, only to be outdone by Elijah Morton's 179.95. I mean, it was absolutely on.
Got an issue with Drinkwater's car here in the right lane. I'm not sure what they're wanting to look. They're pushing it back, telling him shut it off. I think there's something leaking. Yep.
Oh, man, you just hate to see that. So much work. Cars are so fast, so good. And Jordan Enslin rattles the tires.
Got to make it even worse.
Just to add insult to injury. I mean, let me kick him while he's down. Wow. So it goes. Insolent to the next round. We're not finished. We're in the middle of round number 1 for a world record-setting quickest field ever in Mountain Motor Pro Stock. Stay with us. When we come back, we'll bring some more action to you here with the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Stay with us.
Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Super Cat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, IndyCar, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today.
Nice overhead shot here at Virginia Motorsports Park for the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. The pit's starting to thin out a little bit with a lot of the racing action completed with the Pro-Ams. Some people that didn't qualify in a tough qualifying session one night ago. But as you can see, a beautiful place here on a beautiful day. Kristen Banks is very busy up at the top end of the racetrack. We're going to send it back up to her.
Jeremy Huffman, walk me through that run.
Well, John Montecalvo is always a super, super tough competitor. He's like the godfather of Mountain Motor Pro Stock, and I told him after the run, I'm like, man, thanks for all you've done for our class. You know, we're just honestly all out here living the dream, and a lot of it's because, you know, what he got started years ago, and so to win against him is a big, big deal to begin with, and that team, they're fantastic. But I was 14 on the tree to his 43, and he outrun me by 3 or 4 numbers on the track, but I had enough on the tree there to get the win.
Reaction time is everything. Now, we continue to talk about how competitive this class is. And Chris Powers, you have found a lot of success in it. But, I mean, getting a round one, you still have to be happy with that with every one of these competitors. There's no easy matchup.
No, I mean, after Galat, you know, getting punched out in round one after all the consecutive finals is disappointing. So we'll see what we can do here. We got a really good car. Chuck's got it tuned up. So hopefully the next run here, the air will cool a little bit. We'll go a little faster, but just got to do a better job driving, and it'll all come together.
All right, that's Chris Powers and Jeremy Huffman. We'll see them in round 2.
Two tough players that have made the transition from round 1 to round 2 on a very tough day. As we take a look at Matty G, the number 1 qualifier on the Enoch Love Motorsports John Causey-powered Camaro. An incredible night one night ago to get it done. He'll line up alongside a tough Lenny Lodig, former mile-per-hour record holder at 179.30, set at Galat, but of course surpassed one night ago Loddick will not be a pushover by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, a lot of times you'll see a number 1 racing number 16, and you'll think, oh, that's a pretty good advantage in this category. It's like, yeah, okay, it's a big deal.
Yeah, as we talked about, 0.07 of a second.
Matty G, really strong performance there in qualifying. Number 1 after both sessions, and that shows you that's the car to beat this weekend. So Lenny can pull this off. Well, that is an upset.
Loddick in the far lane, as you can see there. Matty G here in the near lane. Matty G with a much better reaction time. That's going to help him out. An 0:21 light and puts a 4:06.2 on the board.
The way that car's running and you let him leave first by that much, you're in trouble. 0:21, outstanding run. And Lenny, you can see the wheelie bar shaking. He's struggling, fighting that car. It's shaking the tires, trying to stay with him. But with 0:21 and a 4:06, it's going to be tough to beat. Matty G's got some consistency, got a little momentum. And look out, boys. Got your work cut out for you.
It's a little bit to the left,
Yeah,
but
just a
all in
little
all,
bit, yeah.
really good run. Another great side-by-side battle here in this category. Driving away just a bit there at the end. As we bring this up, we've not talked about this story yet today. Dylan Voss will line up alongside some guy named Alan Johnson. Yes, that Alan Johnson. Former Pro Stock champ, bit of a hiatus, is back here behind the wheel. The entire team still intact here as Cammy Caruso has stepped out of the seat to start a family. And they brought with them, Alan Johnson, some guy named Jim Yates, believe it or not. So another incredibly successful former driver and tuner that has joined this team here with AD.
Yeah, Jim's been helping him out, and I'm not sure who called who to get Alan to see if he wanted to drive this car, but I had a message from Alan Monday, and he wished me happy birthday on Facebook, and he didn't mention anything about this. I saw that press release. I said, what? But it's great to see Alan out here. And boy, he didn't miss a beat. He took some time off, but he hasn't missed a beat. Last night, going out here and laying down a great run.
Both sessions. I mean, really, both sessions. The car straight as a string, and he was actually number 1 at the time that he ran, eventually surpassed. Ended up number 4 with a 4:03.1. Oh,
Alan's
man.
car shaking and taking a hard left-hand turn, and Dylan Voss getting a round victory. 4:10 with an 8.
As soon as we talked about how good that car has been, and it gets a little nasty on him.
Yeah, if they got a slow-mo on that one, it'll be interesting to see. That thing was shaking hard. You could hear it. Watch here. Alan's car leaves the starting line. Right here it starts to chatter the tires and take a left-hand turn. And Voss, no issues on that side. 4:10.
Great job for Dylan Voss out of West Palm Beach, Florida.
Right here is slow-mo. Watch this car chatter the tires. Right there. Look at that rear tire. Wow. Alan's going, oh, I remember that. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea. Just hurts more now.
And our next pair coming up. Jason Grima there. Driving a car that was first in the 3s in this category with Randy Lynn Butner doing the driving at the time. And we'll line up alongside that man, Elijah Morton. Elijah Morton came out and had set both ends of the record. ETN mile per hour with a 4:02.1 at 179.95 and was sitting number 1. And I think that lasted for 2 or 3 minutes. And Matty G followed right up and took them both away, including the number 1 spot.
Yeah, Elijah ran really well last night, as he usually does, but You could tell. He's like, man, come on. They interviewed him right after. He's like, seriously? Come on.
I think it happened at Galat, too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So he's got a great hot rod. But the man from Australia sitting on the other side, hoping to make him pay here in round number 1 to see if they can find some performance in this car and get it off the starting line.
Yeah, Jason in only his second race in the Mountain Motor Pro Stock category, and did a great job his debut at Galat a few weeks ago. And this weekend, quickest field ever, and he stuck it in there.
A little less than 700ths between the two of them, or 600ths, I should say. A little more than 600ths between the two of them in qualifying.
Several Australians here this weekend. Grandma out here representing them, competing. I saw John Zappia, talked to him a little while ago. All kinds of Australians.
Red light.
Oh, 7th hour red by Jason.
33 light 4086. Nice job for Elijah. He'll go into round number 2. And Jason just a tick early.
Yeah, just 7th hour early, but he knew he needed a little bit. Elijah had the performance advantage, and Jason knew he needed a little bit on the tree, and just 7,000's too much on the tree. Elijah will move on. And
another look. Red car's going to move just a tick early. Elijah Morton here in the near lane. Picks the front end up, man. Beautiful pass out of that car, just like we've been seeing here all weekend. And he will grab the win. Let's go to Kristen.
Jordan Enslin, I know you guys are tough on yourself and you don't want to win like that, but when your competitor's not going to make it down the track, does it kind of give you a sense of relief at the line?
Unfortunately, no, because then everybody's paying attention to you, and when you go up there and shake, you really feel like a dummy because you're like, well, I just ruined a great opportunity to learn some data. Now I got to go back and figure out where I screwed up. So thankfully, PJP, CJW, Talmadge Towing, and Dark Horse Coffee Company, they've stuck with us so long, and we need to pick up a couple more. These races are starting to get expensive in diesel fuel.
Well, congratulations. Now let's go over to Maddie G. Maddie, you have found consistency all weekend. What is it about this car and your team and you as a driver that you're finding so much success?
Well, we put a program in place and we try and stick to it. We look at a lot of data and try and make some sense of it. And evidently it's working. I got to thank Ram Clutches, Kazi Racing Engines, Lincoln Transmission, Stroud Safety, my entire team, Pat, Jen, who's not here, it's well documented. We're thinking of you, Becky, too. You're here in spirit. Enoch Shell's here. The whole family's here. Joe, Wayne's pitching to help. So I'll tell you, we're rewarding them with some runs, some good runs, and win lights always the great medicine. So hopefully that makes you feel better, Becky.
Well, congratulations. We'll see you next round.
Great, thank you.
Good stuff. Having a great weekend as we bring up our final pair here in Mountain Motor Pro Stock. It's going to feature Dwayne Rice and Johnny Placino. Johnny, a second-generation Pro Stock driver. His father, John Placino. And, of course, Johnny, a multi-time champ in a number of different sanctioning bodies. First IHRA Mountain Motor Pro Stock race in Bradenton back in 2015. And on the other side, Dwayne Rice out of Grove City, Ohio, has been doing this forever. Terry Adams and Tommy Lee helping him out there. And one of the last true Chevy wedge motors inside of this category, an oversized 500-inch motor, has been running since 2004. It was #1 qualifier last year at West Salem. So it's a good hot rod. It's a beautiful car as well. He's in the far lane. Near lane, Johnny Placino. And Placino's going to inch his way forward to grab the win here. Had a great starting line advantage, an 0.34 to an 0.82, and follows that up with a 4.067.
Yeah, nice run, and both 4.0s, but starting line at 0.34 for Johnny. 500's quicker off the starting line and quicker at the finish line. It'll be tough to beat today. Johnny, most recent winner. doing a great job and continue that momentum.
Yeah, and I hate to add insult to injury, but maybe double-check your notes here, Tommy. Not that it's going to make a difference here, but I think the quickest pass of the round was John Montecalvo.
Yeah, it was. That's going to hurt.
And so it goes. Round number 1 of the incredibly tough Mountain Motor Pro Stock category in the books. As we continue forward, up next will be round 2 of Nitro Harley.
Robert Stewart in the right-hand lane, Mike Beeland in the left. Both these guys having a couple issues in the first round, but they advanced. So here they are, second round, going head-to-head.
Beeland again trying to hang on. It finally picks up the front end. I mean, almost at the finish line, but he's able to squeeze into the throttle, hang on to it. 475.8 obviously had no idea what Stewart was doing over there in the other lane, so he stuck with it, and he's going to get a round 1. Yeah, he's going to get a round win, I should say, not round 1. So congratulations to him, man.
Yeah, they're not pretty, but the win light's still on top of that scoreboard. Man, that thing's just going left right from the get-go. Have to get out of the... You could hear them all just roll out of the throttle, roll back into it, and then start to pick their front end up. Doing a nice job of not to get over there against the wall and tag it. When the other lane's having issues, just get it to the finish line. Leaning as hard as he can lean. There's where it picks their front end up. A little late. Better late than never. I have to assist one off the racetrack, and I can see him coming from the top end to get him. And
Beeland making to the semifinal with that effort. And here is the updated ladder. As you can see, Mike Beeland there making his way to the semifinal and around Stewart and Jackson. As you take a look at the rest of the field here. Big battle over there on the other side of the ladder with Chris Smith and Jay Turner. Two Titans in the category.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Two really good riders that have struggled throughout the weekend, but you keep giving them enough chances, they're going to figure this thing out.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
It's going to be interesting to see which one has this round, or if they both have. We might see a real throwdown if they both figured it out. Enjoying the Ferris wheel.
How about that? That was a great time. It is located right beside the starting line. It's a great seat, if you can get one.
There they go. They got him moving him off towards the top end. And once he gets down there towards the turnoff, we'll fire up the next two.
Checking grip and temp. Trying to get some data and go back there and make an educated guess on how to get things going. He's going to look at both lanes, depending on where they end up. Rebel Glover and Michael Balch will be the next pair here. Balch, a two-time national champion. Glover out of Ormond Beach, Florida. And Balch coming out of Palmerton, Pennsylvania. Looks like we still have something up there in the right lane.
Yeah, they're moving. It's just a long ways to get them things off the other end. Balch, he did a great job that first round. Both the bikes having issues, and he kind of said out of the peripheral of his vision, he saw that Bob Malloy was having more issues than he was, and did everything he could, pedaled it, and got it to the finish line, got that round win.
Second stop on the Points Championship Tour here at Virginia Motorsports Park. 8 events here for the championship. We also have a Triple Crown that we will contest here throughout the year as well, and a one-off Pro Mod Mania where we'll have all the door cars
Lots of money, lots of cars, great competition. It was a great show last season up at Milan, Michigan.
She's having some fun. Let's go up to the top with Kristen, who's having fun.
Johnny Placino, nice round one win. Now up next in that second round, you have Chris Powers. I've kind of heard about this rivalry between you two. Are you excited about that matchup?
Yeah, you got to. They're great racers. You know what I mean. That doesn't mean that we definitely want to beat them. So you got to beat him. You got to get through a bunch of guys to get to the trophy. So this one, we get the win. It'll feel a little extra special.
Well, that's Johnny Placino. We'll see him next round against Chris Powers.
You got it. Talk to you then.
A little extra motivation.
I love rivalries. Sometimes you just step it up. When you got to race somebody and you're like, all right, I'm going to step my game up for this guy. You just rise to the occasion when it's somebody you respect. Like he said, he respects them. They're great racers. And when you beat a great racer, it means a little more.
Who was your motivator?
All of them. I hated everybody. I'm just kidding. When you put the helmet on, you do. No, there's guys are tough. There's guys that I'm like, all right, got to be on my game. They're good, and you have to step your game up. And a lot of times it was my own teammate.
Mad Maxine working the crowd here
Got
with
an
a T-shirt gun.
Yeah. There, we got them off the other end. Bikes are fired.
You're talking about the grandstands not completely full. Great to have some fans out here, but as many people standing at the fence as there are up in the grandstands. And then on the right-hand side, a row of motorhomes with fans, everybody packed over there underneath the pop-up tents. So we appreciate everybody coming out here, supporting us. And for those of you at home as well, we thank you for watching. Rebel Glover getting some help from part of Jay Turner's crew. And they do have a number of customer bikes that they help out along the way. These two qualified, number 4 and number 5, very close. Glover getting by Johnson in round number 1. Bulge getting by Malloy in a crazy race. Both bikes shutting down, but his bike came back to life, and he was able to get the win.
Also rolled right in, double balled him.
Timeout if he doesn't get in here.
Here we go.
And it's going to pay off. Glover's going to hang on. It was not pretty, but he's going to get the win.
We're seeing some ugly wins in the Nitro Harleys here, but boy, the top few Harleys are hard sometimes to get them to run on both cylinders. When you drop one on one of these, that's 50% of the power. It makes a huge, huge difference. And you can see him trying to pedal that thing and bouncing and picking up and whatever it takes to get there first. Full sun again. Had some clouds, some sun.
Yeah.
Keeping everybody on their toes.
I think Glover made it all the way to the top. However, not necessarily the case for his competition. Balch is going to need a little bit of help. He's up there just past quarter mile finish line. As you see there, Balch struggling at the starting line as he smokes a tire.
I think smoked it pretty hard.
While they help get him off the track up at the top end, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more racing action here with the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series.
IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is making a debut at Capital City Motorsports Park in Montgomery, Alabama, May 7th through 9th. Don't miss Top Fuel, Alcohol, Mountain Motor Pro Stock, Pro Mod, and much more outlaw drag racing all weekend with bull riding Saturday night. Family-friendly event, fun for the whole family. Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, IndyCar, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Welcome back to the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. We're here in Dinwiddie, Virginia, and Virginia Motorsports Park, having a great day on a beautiful day here, and it looks like problems for Chris Smith. He was to race Jay Turner. We were really looking forward to this pair, and Smith has climbed off of his bike. Very similar to what we saw with Ryan Peary in round one.
Man, just a rough weekend. Chris Smith and both of our finalists from the first race of the year, one out first round, one out second round, both with issues, and this class is wide open.
How crazy is that?
Oh, and Jay goes out and just blows the tire off Chris. That's not going to make him feel any better.
Man, and I have not seen Turner struggle this much, I don't know, ever. I mean, he just has not been able to put a good one together. With that said, he's going to get another crack at it.
We haven't seen any big blown up numbers so far this round. I mean, it's who can limp it to the finish line first.
Again, it tried to. It rolled a little bit and knocked it off.
Beeland's 475 is low ET of the round.
I think he even shook his head a little bit whenever it's like, man, are you kidding me? What do I got to do here? Yeah, Beeland.
Yeah, I thought his run when he first ran, I thought, well, he'll take it. It's not the best run ever. And right now, he's looking like king of the mountain.
Yeah, as I recall, I think he said at Galat that was his first career IHRA round win.
Yeah.
And picked up a couple here. We'll have a shot at going to the final round.
He'd be happy with two more.
I'm sure he would. And that's the way that goes. You're never satisfied, are you?
No. Oh, that's got to hurt. Crew member just ran into the starter. Going to have a mark on that shin.
Like running into a bumper hitch?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
It's always a special moment.
I saw the look on his face. That's what it looked like.
Yeah. Jason Leeper and Ray Robinson ready to do battle here.
Leeper, one of the more interesting bikes to watch as that thing goes down track, just wiggling the tail end of that bike. And
it gets the front end up, and man, it just sashays around left and right, and he hangs on. It moves around here a little bit again, but he's going to pick up the win.
Yeah,
nicely done.
look at that. That's what we're talking about.
416.
Wow, now. We were talking about how hardly anybody got down the racetrack, and he comes out here and makes it look like nothing. Jason goes out and goes 416 with a 9 and goes, what's the problem, boys?
071 light. And then Turner's going to have his hands full if he doesn't pick it up, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, front end up on that thing. It actually looked like a little calmer ride that time.
It's starting to wiggle less and less, so that's a good sign. They're getting this thing figured out.
A little more stable.
Man, the first run in qualifying yesterday was a tail wagging. A little less last night, a little less first round, a little less today on the second round.
Well, talk about wiggling. It was such a popular addition to the IHRA races last season. They decided to bring it back into every round this season. A Ferris wheel here at the track. So, guys, the vantage point you see from this spot right here, it is incomparable. You can see the entire track. I don't know if I told you guys this, but I'm a little afraid of heights. I love speed, hate heights. I don't know why. I don't know why I was picked to do this. But a great view of the track from here. The Ferris wheel, fans, kids, friends, everyone can pop on this thing and watch the start of the race and see the cars move down the track. Beautiful Ferris wheel. I don't know if you can see me. I don't want to tilt it too far. Oh gosh, camera's below me. I'm just gonna sit right here. I don't know if you out there can see me. Okay, I'll wave to you guys there. What a beautiful view here though, guys. It is absolutely stunning. I can see our Bugs girls down here and the cars in staging. A perfect day to be at the races here at Virginia Motorsports Park, guys.
We can see you. We can see you.
I think the guy operating is saying, well, she don't like heights. Let's just leave her up the top up there. Yeah.
Please don't.
Magically, they stop it with her at the top.
Yeah, weird. That's a good $5 we spent.
That was $7. We had to get them to stop it. So. Well, one of the players that typically follow us is Kai Kelly, and they did a nice showcase on Kai.
My name is Kai Kelly. I'm from Macomb, Mississippi. Drag racing a long time. You know, grew up on the street. Did the Street Outlaw show for 12 or 13 years. And when that kind of went away, you know, I still got the passion for drag racing. So we jumped over here into the pro mod world. Let me tell you what, it's different. You know, it driver skill and you're doing your homework plays a small part out here, but I mean, they got some big money guys out here. They got nice equipment, and our team, you know, we race with one motor. We got a trailer full of parts, but you know, it's a little harder for us because we have to put in the work to show up on race day. Can't say enough about IHRA, man. Like, nowhere in America do you go that they bring you free ice every morning, they feed you at night, and they give you a place to race that's actually affordable. Back in the day, I was a little kid, and my uncle had built some four-wheelers to race 300 feet on dirt, and that got me interested in just straight line, you know, competitive side-by-side racing. And from there, bought my first car, you know, milking cows and working in a grocery store. And I didn't have the money to pay nobody to get my car ready or learn how to make it fast, so my mom had an old shop in the backyard, you know, there was some rats in that thing, probably big as a squirrel. Sometimes I'd be laying on my back changing the transmission, and there'll be a rat, looks like a possum looking at me right there. So I definitely grew up the way that I wanted to, you know, like I didn't grow up with a silver spoon or nothing like that. It's everything I got, I work for. Everything I know, I learned the hard way by messing stuff up. And, you know, here we are today. One day when I'm old and people talk about me, I just want them to say that they hated drawing my number. They hate pulling my chip. They hated getting beside me. Like, I was competitive, you know. Growing up, I always thought of John Force or Pat Musey or one of them legends that just really went out there and applied pressure to people. I want to be that guy. I want little kids to say my name one day. So we put in the work, and we don't half-ass nothing. We keep digging at it, and I think one day I'll be a name that people can remember.
Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull. From Pro Class 1 to Super Cat, it's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, IndyCar, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today.
Welcome back to the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Virginia Motorsports Park is where it's all going down, and we're about to turn up the heat. Spectacular day for the second round of the 2026 season. Second of 8 rounds where we will chase points. In the middle of the season, we will have a triple crown that will take place at 3 different events as well. Big money on the line, $1 million if you can win all 3, $150,000 if you can win 1.
That's like 3.
Yeah, that's a great point, Tommy. We're going to shift categories and go into the fuel cars. Funny car coming up here next. Del Worsham laying one down last night, said he's starting to get a handle on the late night action. And he proved it last night with a 322 at 281 miles an hour. So take a look at the ladder here. He's up at the top. Dan Hicks, a former winner here with us, has been struggling with that car. We'll see if he can get it turned around. We do know it's fast. If they get it fixed up, and he feels a lot better about the car. He just hasn't been able to calm it down at the starting line.
Yeah, they couldn't get Dan Hicks's car to run on all 8 cylinders, and now they have. Now they can't get it to move forward because they got to make a bunch of clutch adjustments when they got the power now.
Look at the points as Dale Creasy Jr. grabbed a win at the season opener. Terry Haddock right there with him. Well, unfortunately, was not able to make the call. They had heard some parts and pieces, just couldn't get it back together in time. Del Worsham and Jacob McNeil having a good run to the semifinal round. We'll find out how things shake down here today. Jacob McNeil qualifying number 2. Very young in this category.
Whoa.
Wow.
Well, I'm going to guess that the throttle stop fell off on that.
Wow. So violent.
Yeah, you can hear Terry's car start to burn out at a normal RPM that it normally would do, and then suddenly increased pretty high.
Yeah.
That might guess the throttle stop came undone, and the throttle pedal went a little further than Terry was expecting.
Instantaneously.
Joe Morrison, no issues on the burnout in the other lane. And we saw him last year run really well, won a couple rounds at a race, so we know that car's capable. Totally different conditions for these fuel cars. They ran later in the day yesterday, and then the night last night, and the track was tight. Track was good, so this is who can make the most adjustments when the sun's out, the hotter racetrack, a little warmer weather.
Nitro Joe in the far lane, former comp eliminator champ with the Northeast Timing Organization. Terry Haddock, of course, a IHRA champ here. See if everything's okay with the car. After he buzzed the motor there just a bit. And Haddock, with a big moment right at the finish line. Boy, did that thing turn sideways quickly, but he was able to gather it up. 366 at 176 miles an hour for Haddock.
Yeah, just kind of what I was expecting. These fuel cars going to have some issues today with the sun on the racetrack and the warmer weather. Joe Morrison having problems instantly off the start line. Terry's car leaves the start line, gets out there about the 330 mark and pulls the tires loose. And it's got some speed at that point in the racetrack. Unlike Joe Morrison that just left starting line not moving, Terry's car coming loose a lot later. And when it did, it made a turn in a hurry. Get your attention, and Terry out of the throttle. And that right there is what got him in trouble. He tried to pedal it. Come on, Terry, you know better than that. These things will go where they're aimed. And Terry, the flames were coming back up, and that thing was aimed to the center line. Well, guess what? That's where it's going, center line.
Yeah, sometimes you can operate your foot off and on the throttle before you can get the car straightened down.
Yeah.
It happened a little quicker than you could get it pointed back straight.
On race day, you're doing everything you can to get to her to the other guy, and you don't know where Joe's at, so he's trying to get back in the throttle as quick as he can to get to the finish line. And luckily, he jumped back out of it and didn't cross the center line. That was the biggest thing. He almost shot across the center line, and Terry did a good job of getting back out of the throttle, keeping it to the right, and keeping it in his lane. I guarantee he's okay. It's going to be the key today. Get it to the other end, hooked up all the way.
They fire him up. Joe Haas and Dale Creasy Jr. Joey out of Pleasant View, Tennessee. 2024 Nitro Chaos champ. Second generation driver to Joe Haas. And Dale Creasy Jr., first two-time IHRA champ. He was the winner at the season opener. Came out, put together a respectable hit one night ago with a 325. And once again, one of the backup girls here in this category for Joey Haas. Making those bodies look light as they stand there like that, but they are anything but.
They are when they're new, but after age and cracks and repairs, and they can get quite heavy. But put your biggest guy on the team and making him lift that body.
Haas in the far lane. Creasy here in the near lane. The top three, 322.8, 24.2, 25.5, and that third one was Dale Creasy Jr. Round one, funny car, here we go. And Creasy's going to get it done. 330 at 260 miles per hour. 094 light doing his job at the starting line as well. Nice A to B run for Creasy.
Yeah, Creasy and the guys doing a great job. A 330 for this racetrack is a nice solid run. You could hear the cars that went down track not pulling down on the engine. They didn't have a lot of clutch, and that thing wasn't moving the cannon very fast, and never really did pull the motor down. And that's what it's going to take to get down the racetrack. Only issue is right there, he put a cylinder on the left side, and that is probably a direct cause because they weren't pulling on the engine. Make a few adjustments next round and fuel system wise and match the two.
Terry Haddock, probably not the picture perfect pass, but you made it down the track. Walk me through.
Well, first I want to say thank you to everyone who lets us be here. Thank you, God. Thank you to sponsors. Well, what happened up there is we were a little tuned up, a little more than I thought. We had found a bunch of things with the car, and I keep tickling it and fixing it. And that time it made all the power it was supposed to, and I couldn't handle, or the track. I was going faster than the racetrack would allow, I guess. So we'll go back and detune it a little bit and figure out what happened. But I'm just grateful to be here. You know, we're going round after round. This is so much fun. This is why we're here. It's a great day, and let's go see what everyone else does. Thanks for being here.
Well, congratulations. We'll see you next round.
Thank you.
That was Terry Haddock, as you can see, hustling back over to the car. They've got a lot of work to do to get ready for round two. Looks like some lane cleanup here on the left side.
Yeah, Joey Haas, when I think it spun the tires, it seemed the motor pretty good, and looks like it might have nicked it a little bit, but I don't think it's anything too major. Let's hope it's not a big cleanup. You can see Terry in a big hurry to get back to the pits, and we know why, because at the first race of the year, he wasn't able to make the final with that service thing, so they want to get back and get the most time they can.
We're going to go to break as they clean up this left lane. Hopefully will not take too long. Looks like they have the Zamboni out there and make a couple of passes, and we'll get it fixed up and turn the next pair loose. Stay with us here at Virginia Motorsports Park.
The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is making a debut at Capital City Motorsports Park in Montgomery, Alabama, May 7th through 9th. Don't miss Top Fuel, Alcohol, Mountain Motor Pro Stock, Pro Mod, and much more outlaw drag racing all weekend with fun for the whole family. Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, IndyCar, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
That's going to be a full one. And once again, we welcome you back to Virginia Motorsports Park here with the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Some cleanup going on in the left lane. Joey Haas's car ate itself up, and no shortage of oil underneath it as they were inspecting that one at the top end. So while we clean up that left lane, we're going to give you one of our driver profiles. This time it's going to be on Lex June, one of our Top Fuel competitors that grabbed a win at Milan 1 year ago. Let's learn a little bit more about Lex.
Officially, my name is Alexander, but Lex June is my nickname. Originally, we came from the Netherlands, born in Amsterdam, living in the United States since 2013, immigrated, became U.S. citizens last year. Really proud of being American, so I did really well in Europe, won a lot of races, did set a lot of records, and became FIA Top Fuel champions in 2005. We were able to emigrate here because of our background and everything we did in drag racing. The American government said, yeah, we want you here, so that was a cool deal. Gert and I said, yeah, let's do this. If you want to be the best, you need to beat the best, and the best are here in the U.S., so here we are. How did I get into racing? Well, I was a member of a fan club, and the Chevy fan was customized. Started racing during the fan meetings, and I thought that fan was just too expensive to race, so I bought a 68 Camaro, put a big block in it, and more guys start doing that, and then we start racing. And once we got going, then I noticed I was really competitive. It doesn't matter who I was running, I always wanted to win. And must say, IHRA racing here, it's really what I know about drag racing. This is the core deal, how you drag race. My ultimate goal in racing is it's about winning races, and then it's about winning championships. I would really like to run 2 cars. Put young kids behind the wheel and keep tuning and working at it. Since the end of last year, we got a crew together that's killing it. That's really awesome. And not a lot of people understand this, but at the end of the day, you can have the best car in the world, but if one of the crew members don't do his job, the car won't perform. It starts with my crew chief, that's also my wife, Gerda. And it ends with the guy that's cleaning the tires. Everyone in there. Some of them are new and they're still learning. Most of them are veterans, worked for the big show teams, won a lot of championships, and we got them on our team. So I'm really proud on that. Here we started with a new race car. Yesterday we made our first run with it. It went well. It was just detuned to see if it would get down the track, and so now the tuning part starts. And it will take half the season to dial it in, but I know we can do this, and so I'm really looking forward to do this and to see where we can go with it and win a championship.
Yeah, great to have Lex, Gerda, and, of course, the rest of that team out there digging hard in the top fuel category and stepping their game up after a really solid season last year at our 5 events, and already off to a good start here as well. Still lots of cleanup going on here. Unfortunately, it looks like the better part of that left lane. Up there in the top end as well. Another pair, a couple of pairs of funny cars yet to go here in this category for round number 1. So we'll continue to give them a great racetrack to compete on.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is your home for IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. All season long, feel the thunder of 12,000 horsepower, Nitro top fuel dragsters, and Nitro funny cars. Witness the excitement of 0 to 300 miles per hour in seconds. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series delivers heart-pounding action with every run. Follow the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
The first exciting leg of the 2026 IHRA Triple Crown starts at Maple Grove Raceway May 21st to the 23rd. This unique 3-race drag race featuring Top Fuel, Funny Cars, Pro Mods, Mountain Motor Pro Stocks, and Nitro Harleys, offering over $1 million in bonuses for sweeping all 3 events. The pressure will be on. The teams will be gunning for the million, and IHRA will be ready. Will you? Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, IndyCar, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Good look at the puffy clouds we were talking about before here at the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series, Virginia Motorsports Park in Dinwiddie, Virginia. Just a beautiful day. And KB has been busy, and one more time, we'll send it over there to her.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sitting by with Joe Foley of Gary Pritchett's team, the feel-good story of the season. I talked about it at the top of the show, but I mean, to go from being a crew member to now having the opportunity to own the seat for the season and to perform so well not only at Benson, but to be looking as though we're backing it up here. I mean, Joe, tell me about being a part of this team, what it's like working with Gary, and the storytelling that's happening in front of us.
Oh, we have a great group here. I mean, some of the best guys we've had on this team in forever. Gary is just one of the nicest people. I mean, you couldn't ask for somebody better to be a part of the team. You know, he puts all the effort in he can on the car, even though we won't let him work on it. He's trying. But, yeah, no, it's just a great group of guys, and hopefully we can keep doing it.
From your vantage point, do you think it helps to have a driver who also has such a keen recognition of car tuning, because he has been a crew member before?
Oh, 100%. It's so much nicer when the driver can tell you when we get top end, hey, it felt like it shook or it did this, and it's nice to have somebody that knows exactly what they're feeling going down the track.
I know we're only one race in, but this is also Gary Pritchett's home track, and the opportunity to go back-to-back is hard to resist. And then when you go back-to-back, you start talking championship scenarios, right? So what is the mindset for this team at this moment in the season?
Oh, it's a championship. I mean, there's no point in sugarcoating. We're coming out here, and we're going to do everything we can to try to leave 26 with a championship.
Knowing that this is Gary's home track, his hometown, there could be a lot of distractions this weekend. It could be a good thing having all the family support in the stands as well. How do you keep him focused on the race at hand, or does he need that motivation?
Oh, no, he does a great job. I mean, his wife's out here racing top dragster, so it's a family thing. I mean, he's got his family here, and they're supporting him, and he's doing a great job, so couldn't ask for much more.
We're excited to see how this season progresses for Gary. Guys, do we to the guys in the truck, do we want to keep walking down the line, or should we keep? Okay, we'll toss it back to Ken Stout and reset for a moment here, guys.
Thanks a lot, Kristen.
I agree. If you have a driver that has worked on these and knows these cars inside and out, it helps you have a feel for it. I always thought that myself. I always worked on the car and knew when I felt something, what area of the car I felt like it was at, and would try to help the crew chiefs with it. And you just more in tunes. And then some drivers, they don't want to know anything. They just want to hit the gas. They feel like they do a better job not knowing. So everybody has their own ideas, and Gary's doing a great job.
Kristen Beat also spent some time with the Voss brothers.
The dynamic duo Dylan and Corey Voss in the Mountain Motor Pro Stock class this season. Dylan, I'll start with you. You have the privilege of being able to work with your twin brother throughout the entire season. Yep. You as a driver, and then, of course, Corey as tuner and crew chief. What is that dynamic like on race weekend?
It's really good. So we grew up racing. Dad's been in racing for forever, so we grew up at the racetrack. Dad drove, and then when we came of age, we rode a drive. So it's really a family dynamic over here. We bounce ideas off of each other. We communicate really well. He can drive the car, I can drive the car. So we get a lot of really good feedback in unique ways that maybe some other teams wouldn't really get.
Corey, how would you describe Dylan as a driver on the weekends that you're playing crew chief? Is he a diva? What's he like?
You know, he's one of the best drivers out here. We got youth on our side. So, you know, I can trust him to cut a good light. He hits his shift points on time. He's stone cold. If there's anyone's trying to give him any crap in the lanes or doing any games at the tree, I don't have to worry about it. So he's one of the best in the game, and I'd put him up against anybody, anytime, any day.
What has it been like growing up around racing? What helped you maybe in racing move that? Because there's so many lessons we can parlay to real life too, right? So like, how was it growing up in racing for you?
It's been nice. You know, my dad owned the engine shop when we were young, so I mean, we've got pictures of us when we were 3 or 4 years old at the racetrack. So we being grown up in the sport, we know the ins and outs of it, and you know, it's afforded us to be able to come out here and run a professional race team.
Dylan, who is the better driver, you or Corey?
Definitely myself.
No doubt. Do you rebuttal that?
No, he's got thousands and thousands of laps over me. I'm a good driver in my own right, but we're a good team the way we are, and that's how we want to keep it.
Do you guys ever have wild nights where you go to the go-kart track and just lay a couple heaters down?
Yeah, so actually our home track, used to be our home track, Palm Beach has a go-kart track there. We used to, after qualifying, go run some go-karts and get pretty rowdy.
How do you guys celebrate a good weekend? I mean, being twin brothers, I'm sure you guys have a lot of fun stories.
Yeah, so, you know, if we have a good weekend, we just kind of hang out as a family. We got my dad, my uncles are all here, so it's just a real big family affair. We all have a great time, and, you know, this is our fun. You know, we don't fish, we don't hunt, we don't do anything else but race. This is it right here.
That's just adrenaline in the blood. The yellow car, iconic. I think at one point or another you guys called it the banana, right? The banana. Where did that come from, and how did you guys gravitate towards that yellow paint scheme?
So it kind of stuck, you know, first they called it like the flying banana, and then like Eddie Hill had the nuclear banana. So the bad banana got called from one of our competitors, and it kind of stuck. It's a really fun name. The fans know it, so it's been really fun to have a car that the fans know, and even in the staging lanes, like, oh, that's the bad banana. So our previous cars didn't have that, so it's been fun to have a car with a nickname.
Guys, the faces behind the bad banana, both Dylan and Corey Voss. Thank you guys so much for your time. Best of luck this season.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, the Voss brothers having a good time and very, very talented in that extremely competitive category as we are just about ready to turn them loose, it looks like.
Yeah, I see most of the things are off the racetrack.
We have a guest that will join us here in the booth as well, and Tommy, I think you know him better than I do. Boris, welcome, my friend, down from Australia, and you work with the IHRA down there as well?
I certainly do, yes. Look after Australia and New Zealand and quite a few other international tracks now that we've accumulated along the way. So.
Yeah,
a lot of flight miles.
we've done a lot of flight miles lately, yes. The frequent flyer points is looking good.
Yeah, so what brings you here to the States in this particular event?
Yeah, look, we've had a really busy start to the new year in Australia. We've kicked off with our championship drag racing. We've had a couple of major events. We've had one at Willowbank Raceway, which is in Queensland, which was the Pro Alcohol Nationals, and then we had the Riverbend Nationals, which was in South Australia just recently, and both significant events, and we've got a little bit of a break until we move into two really major events for us, which is one in May and then one in June, which is the big Winter Nationals, the biggest drag race outside of the USA. So little bit of downtime, it was a great chance to get over here. And we've obviously just I brought John Zapier all the way over from Australia to come and see the racing and, get him excited about what's going ahead later in the year. So John's come on board as an ambassador for IHRA in Australia, and he's doing a wonderful job, and thought it was a great chance while we got a little break to come over and catch up with the crew and, come and enjoy Virginia Motorsports Park.
You come over here and tease him with the crack cocaine of racing, he's going to want to put a helmet on.
Well, it's funny. That's already been discussed, and plans are already well underway for that, so stay tuned.
I can see that happening very easily. Uber successful. John Zappia in here with us. As we continue on here, it looks like we'll be able to get our next pair of Fuel Funny cars out here on the starting line. We'll feature Dan Hicks and Dell Worsham, our #1 qualifier.
These two cars have met up in the final round a couple times last season, and Dell getting the best of Dan and Dan getting the best of Dell.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We'll see if Dan can make the proper adjustments. I mean, of all people he has to line up against, a guy that's not going to give you much wiggle room is Dell Worsham. We'll see if Dan Hicks, I mean, it's one of those sessions. If you're Dan Hicks and you're that crew chief over there, Tommy, what do you do here? You know you're racing a guy, the #1 qualifier, a guy that probably has it figured out. If you're going to really beat him, you're going to have to beat him to the other end of the track. But with that said, you just don't have that data to put in the car.
Yeah, Dan struggled this weekend getting the thing off the starting line. He's finally got it to run on all 8 cylinders, so I don't know if he's even worried about Dell. He's got to figure out his own tune-up, get his car to run better. And he knows Dell's over there, so he can't back off too far, but he's got to get it backed off far enough to get it past 60 foot.
It might be a plan for the next race, right? Let's get it from A to B, and we'll continue to work on it.
Absolutely. He knows if Dell doesn't make a mistake, he's in trouble. He's got to go down the track, so back it off and get it down the track.
Second ball on. Here we go. And Hicks gets it done. He goes side by side with him. That's not going to be enough here, but a 3:28.9, 275 for Dell Worsham. But it looks like Dan Hicks is back. How about that 60-foot time? A little bit better than Dell Worsham, and right there with him at the 3:30. So I'm sure this isn't a victory for Dan Hicks in this particular round, but it's a victory overall for the team. They've got a race car again.
This might be one guy that lost the drag race, and you're going to see a huge smile on his face when he gets out of the car down there, because to get that car down the racetrack and making it run on all 8 cylinders, it's been a while. I mean, it's been several months. Dan has started having that issue 2 or 3 races from the end of the season last year, couldn't figure it out. Started the season, had the same problems after all the work all winter long, and now the thing goes down through there. But Dell Worsham, it missed a beat, 328.
Well, if he'd have hit the tire like he did in the first session yesterday, he'd have been in trouble. So Worsham, once again, very, very good under pressure, so gets the round win. Some of that racing action that you're hoping for down there, I'm guessing you have some ideas and things to make us better over here, and consequently you can learn some stuff and take over there.
Yeah, I think that's been the greatest opportunity for both of us, really, is that we've both been able to come together and universally bring some of our own ideas to the table. And, we've got a lot going on in the background with, the potential for, world championships. And Darrell's vision and the resources is nothing short of incredible and spectacular for all of us. And I think the sport really needs to take a breath and let him just focus on what needs to be done and, make it happen, as he likes to say. And
he's made a lot happen already, that's for sure, man.
It's incredible. What an amazing facility this one is, too. I mean,
right.
It's wonderful to be part of the IHRA family. It's an incredible facility, and it's great meeting all the fans. They've all been wonderful and welcoming, and they're grateful to see it up and running and, with the improvements and obviously the paint, and looks amazing. Looks really good.
Let me tell you something. They got some really nice facilities in Australia, too. Been down there, I think, 13 times now to compete, and just blown away when I went down there how nice the facilities are, and they really take care of the racers and really think about putting on a good show, and a great facility is where you start at, and they have some great facilities down there.
Well, we've been really lucky, particularly with, like you just said, some of our major facilities, and the Bend's brand new. And
that was one of the most beautiful racetracks I've ever been to. I loved it. Was down there last year, about a year ago, and one of the smoothest and flattest racetracks I've ever been on.
Yeah, so we've actually, funnily enough, we've just had a racetrack down south in Victoria that was originally called Heathcote Park Raceway, has been bought, purchased by an entity, and they're actually named it VMP, which is Victoria Motorsports Park, funnily enough. So we now have a sister-brother sort of arrangement going on internationally.
Just tell everybody, I've just been at VMP all weekend. What's the big deal?
That's right. That's right. But Darryl was lucky in January. We did a world trip, and I took him to most of those major facilities, and he was so impressed with what we actually had down under in Australia. I think it really sort of took him by surprise. But I said, look, this is now part of what you're doing. So he's excited about the opportunities, particularly now down under, and also in New Zealand as well, where we visited.
Take a look at some of the atmospheric conditions that are going on here. Beautiful day, as we've been talking about. A good bit warmer than what we saw one day ago. Density altitude I've got at 1450. Temperature 75 degrees. Humidity 43%. I mean, it is very good. A beautiful spring day here as the next fair doesn't burn out. I said to Tyler last year, they were talking about Australia, and I said, man, I've always wanted to go down there, always wanted to go to New Zealand. And he looked at me, he said, be careful what you wish for. You might find yourself down there. So it's super exciting. We're certainly glad to have you guys be part of the family.
Got some problems Jody Austin in the left-hand lane.
Yeah.
Running out, pushing back, couldn't get it in reverse. Jacob Neal in the right lane. No issues there. That car is running well all weekend. Tony Shortall backing him up in the Jeff Deal funny car. They got Jody going back now.
Yeah, McNeil came out in the first session, made that hit, did a great job, ended up in the number 2 spot. Decided early on that they were not going to run the second session last night. Just save the parts and pieces, have it ready to go here for race day today.
Yeah, it was getting a little late. They have to service these engines after every run and tear them all apart, get them ready. And I mean, I'm sure that the guys that did run last night got out of here about 12:30, 1 o'clock, maybe a little bit later. Oh, it sounds like one's shutting off to me. Maybe not, yeah. One's revving up, like the fuel shut off.
I heard what you're saying.
Jody Austin's car is shutting off, not going to make the call. Jeff Deal's car with Jason McNeil. Jacob McNeil behind the wheel is going to get a single.
So a single here in the right lane or near lane. And a good hit, 331, 262 miles an hour. One day ago went 324. And the car very consistent. Again, just a nice lap. Nothing funny in the middle. Exactly what he wants to see.
Yeah, Jacob doing a nice job keeping pace with the other winners. Creasy went on 330. McNeil 331. Creasy have lane choice next round. And Dale Worsham with that 28 was low of the round. Haddock spinning the tires. He's the slowest one, but he moved on as well.
One more look, and we'll send it up to Kristen.
Dale Worsham, nearly perfect round 1 pass. Walk me through what it felt like inside the car.
We sat there for a long time waiting, for the oil down that Joey had. Too bad for him, blown up an engine, whatever happened to him. But either way, I just sat in the car for a long time and just said, I got hot in there and I probably should have got out. But either way, the car made basically a picture-perfect run. I ran pretty much what it was set up to run. I was clean. It was a great run. Had a good side-by-side race there with Dan, who beat me in the final round at Columbus, and I still haven't forgotten about that. So it was a good run. The team did a good job. Car performed great, and looking forward to, I think we have Terry Haddock next round, so we'll see what we can do.
All right, well, we look forward to it. That is Dale Worsham. We'll see him next round against Terry Haddock.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Having a good day as he continues on his march. He'll chase that championship.
Not as young as we used to be there, Dale. Getting a little hot in there. You might want to get out.
Like he went over and shook hands with Dan Hicks as well. The preferred, we're going to shift gears here. We're going to go to Top Fuel in just a couple of moments as they check this track out. It's the preferred season of racing for you guys down under.
Yeah, look, typically summer through to winter where, it cools off a little bit, but at the moment we're still in the sort of low 80s, mid 80s at the moment. So
I've raced their Winter Nationals. It's not that bad.
I'm thinking after watching Nitro Funny Car, Tommy's waiting on the phone to ring from Australia.
Yeah, that's right. I know the area well. I can come down there and represent, yeah. I mean, Zap's here in the U.S. representing Australia.
And
I mean, what's better than I can go down there and represent the U.S.?
Well, we've also had Alan Reinhart recently.
Yeah.
And he's back again for both the Sydney race. And
he called me and asked me to pick my brain for some advice on anything. And I said, oh, you're going to love it. Here's what you need to do. Do this, do that. And had a great time.
So we've kind of got this IHRA pathway now between Australia and the US.
Yeah, it's awesome. I know Tommy went down there last year and watched it rain.
Yeah, that was a long ways to go to get rained out.
I mean, I get the border control now at San Francisco Airport, and they're like, you're back again? There must be a race on.
Welcome back to the United Trailers Top Fuel category. Our first pair here in round number 1. Kyle Sattenstein, who won the final event of the 2025 season. And he'll line up alongside Lex June, who we just saw that feature on a little bit earlier. New car for them this year.
Boy, that sun's making it tough on the crew chiefs. I see everybody's head keep looking up in the sky trying to guess when their car's going to run and what the sun's going to be doing because it's in and out, in and out. Guys with the tire pressure gauges are busy.
Yeah, crazy. What are the increments on the rear tire pressures for you guys that are significant? Half pound?
Tenths of pounds. Very small.
Top bulbs are on. First pair, round 1. Side by side they go, and a big explosion down on the right-hand side for Sattenstein. But Sattenstein's going to hang on. He's going to grab the win with a 3:14 to a 3:20. A little bit better ET, a little bit better reaction time, and it's going to be enough to win that one at both ends. But Lex June keeping him honest. He keeps getting better and better.
Yeah, Kyle came up on the short end of the stick first round and Galat the first event. This time he comes out on the good side of it. Just a great drag race between the two. Lex was right there with him until I saw Lex's car put a cylinder out on the right-hand side, and then shortly after, the flames coming out of Kyle's car, but able to hold on for the victory.
Watch this one again.
Both cars leave pretty even at this point. You'll see a cylinder come out on Lex's car right there, and then next thing you know, it's fire out of the back of Kyle's car, but just enough ahead to get to the finish line before Lex.
Great drag race here.
Kyle won a 3:13 in qualifying, backs it up with a 3:14 first round, and got a little damage. Those guys will be busy in the pits in between rounds.
And one more time, let's go up to Kristen Banks.
Jacob McNeil is having a good day today. A round 1 win in the Pro Mod class, round 1 win in the Nitro Funny Car class. How are you feeling right now?
Oh, feeling really good. That thing started laboring real early. And I said, hope it help. I got to get my breath together. Sorry, y'all. But Jeff told me before, he said, man, look, you got to get to one end or another to help a little bit for next round qualifying, or next round of trying to get lane choice, everything. And they told me I got a single. I just try to stage it short, get as much ET as we can on the big end. It started laboring pretty hard. I just hope, man, I started cringing about 400 foot. They think about the blower. It's going to make it the rest of the way. So it's a good day. SoCal Funny Car going the second round. It's a good day so far for my racing pit.
Has anyone ever told you talk really fast?
Yeah, girl, I can't go drive a Nitro car and see how fast you going to talk after. It's rough. That little air thing in there shut off halfway, and I was having to hold my breath. Them Nitro fumes are hard. But yeah, everybody describes me as that little squirrel off Ice Age. I can never just find that. No, but if I ever catch it, I ain't going to know what to do with it. But it's having a good day out here.
All right, now I'm never going to unsee that. That is Jacob McNeil. We'll see you in that Pro Mod class.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, breathing nitro fumes, it can get pretty tough. But how about presence of mind to stage it shallow, get as much ET as it can for lane choice?
Yeah, absolutely. You want to get all you can, try to get lane choice, and when there's nobody on the other side, go for lane choice. I always tell them in the final round, there's no lane choice for winner's circle, man. Put her in wherever you got to put it in.
Great stuff. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with more great racing action here at Virginia Motorsports Park.
Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Super Cat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is making a debut at Capital City Motorsports Park in Montgomery, Alabama, May 7th through 9th. Don't miss top fuel, alcohol, Mountain Motor Pro Stock, Pro Mod, and much more outlaw drag racing all weekend with fun for the whole family. Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
We're back. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series in Dinwiddie, Virginia. Doing the track cleanup. And Kyle Sattenstein getting the victory there first round. And a little engine damage and do a little cleanup on the racetrack. And in the meantime, we got some guests in the booth with us. John Zappia from Australia. Hi, John. Welcome to America again. You know, good to see you. And
how you going?
Got to hang out with John when I was in Australia racing down there. And last January, we got to spend some time together. And such a great legendary racer in Australia. And top door slammer, which would be kind of our pro mod category here and over the years. And how many championships have you won now?
We won 11 straight.
That's good. Yeah, 11 straight.
We had 2 runner-ups before that, and we've had 6 runner-ups since the 11. So we're due to win another one.
Yeah, but I saw this. Now you're in part of the new program, Maurice. What's the new category you can come up with down in Australia?
So we've created the IHRA 660 International Classic, which is based on bringing everything back to sort of 8th mile for that particular category, which, you know, in the pro mod world, 8th mile has become the chosen distance. And so we figured that, you know, because we have such world-class competitors back home with guys like John and obviously John Ricker and guys like Barry Plumpton, you know, we have some really great competitors. We thought it was time to give them the ability to jump into that, you know, top 10 fastest listed in the world. So we created a new class.
Build a little synergy with IHRA in America, 660, and down in Australia, 660. And first event was last week in Riverbend at the Bend, and I saw on the internet that John Zappia was the winner.
Yeah, we got it done. We had a lot of luck on our side, but we got the job done in the end, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, it's a good start to championship number 12 then.
Yeah, that's right.
That's it. So they're chasing us. We've just got to keep it that way.
Yeah, I've been seeing Maurice every time I turn around at IHRA. He's here in America, and then I see him in Australia. And you've been putting in some miles back and forth and working with Daryl and trying to make the thing worldwide.
Yeah, look, we are, and I'm grateful for the opportunity. I mean, I've been fortunate to grow up in the sport most of my life, chasing my father around drag strips, and to be able to now, in the later years of life, be able to make it your full-time profession is nothing short of amazing. And, the opportunity Daryl's, presented and given me personally has been immense, and to be given, the opportunity to help grow the sport globally is really amazing and quite surreal at times, but we're so lucky to be in such a great sport.
I tell you what, I enjoy when I get the opportunity to go down to Australia and race. I've raced top fuel dragsters and funny cars down there. And it's fun. I get to enjoy it. I love the opportunity to do something internationally. Any plans you'd love to compete over here in the IHRA in America?
We love watching the Aussies kick his butt too, don't we?
Yeah, I got one top fuel win. I'm looking for that funny car. I got to run her up. We're trying to get it, but
look, we'd like to come and race in America again. The last time I was here at Virginia, we ran 5:42, 2:65 in a door slammer. We did some 8th mile racing PDRA the night before. We went 3:54, 2:18. That was with a brand new 4.9 Noonan, and now you look at how many 4.9 Noonans there are out there. But it was really good, and so we're hoping now that we've got a class with the same rules as Pro Mod in America. So we've got a world same rules. Whatever happens here happens there, and we're going to try and build that bracket up in Australia, and then hopefully the top 4 might end up over here for a big race.
That'd be great. That's
sometime.
Awesome. That's awesome. Love having you guys here. And right now we're going to throw it up to the top end and Kristen and see what she's got going on up there.
Cal Sattenstein, we're just up here talking, and this year at the beginning of the year you switched from a 5-disc clutch to a 6-disc clutch, but in the budget you didn't really have the money to go testing. So these are kind of your testing rounds, and you feel like you're starting to really figure out that car. Tell me how confident you are in it right now and like where you're at in the confidence in your car.
Yeah, I would say the confidence goes up and down like crazy. Some runs, it does everything we want it to do. It feels great, and we're like, we're going to take over the world, and next run, no one stands a chance. And then it does something funky, and, you try and backtrack a little bit, make some adjustments. And we came into this run, we thought it was going to make a good run, and it slowed down a little bit. Not really sure why. We'll check it out. But it looks like Lex has slowed down pretty much the same amount, so I'm not sure what the deal is out here. I'm just happy to even get down the track. This is my 4th time to Virginia Motorsports Park, and this weekend was the first time I actually ever went down the track. So the first 3 times I came, never even took the tree. So this is a huge improvement over the last couple times I've been to this track, so it's good to get the monkey off my back.
Well, what does it do to your confidence just getting down the track? It seems super simple, but hey, it has to build your confidence.
Yeah, it absolutely does. I mean, every run we make with this car builds confidence, right? As a driver, you just sort of like to make laps, right, and get comfortable. Even though I sat up there for 45 minutes, my back started hurting. But, it's every time you make a lap as a driver is great. And then the crew chiefs, every time they get to, with the new combo, like you mentioned, anytime they make a pass, every piece of data we get, helps us make a more informed decision for the next run. So hopefully, I don't know who we got next round. Does anyone know yet? Or they race after us? Gary or Mercier? Yeah, that's all right. We'll beat it if it doesn't matter.
All right, well, thank you so much. That's Cal Sattenstein. We'll see him round 2. We're going to go to a break, but when we come back, we have more Top Fuel racing. Y'all stay tuned.
Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Super Cat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, IndyCar, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today.
You are watching the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series here at Virginia Motorsports Park. And it has been a bit of a battle here to get round one of the fuel cars in.
Yeah, these guys they keep blowing them up and blowing the track. And conditions much different than what we saw in qualifying. And a little tougher getting them down to the other end and causing some parts damage. But they're putting water back down in the water box and be pushing cars back up here to fire them up. And that's a good sign.
Yeah, I believe it's going to feature one of the Palmer cars here, Lee Calloway. And he'll line up alongside John Capps, who did a great job in qualifying. And we saw Jasmine out here. Glad to see it. Looks like she's feeling better.
Yeah, it looks like she's starting to feel a little better. And I know I talked to several people who said she was feeling pretty rough yesterday.
I bring that up because if you're not familiar with the story, John Capps is filling in for her. She was definitely under the weather one day ago. Was hoping to hop in the car. Just the doctor actually said, "Yep, not gonna let that one happen. You need to sit out at least for a day and get yourself back up to speed and feel better and some fluids in, that type of thing." So she's smiling today. It looks like things have turned around for her. That's great. But in the meantime, John Capps was able to qualify the car. Came here with Bob Gilbertson to run the funny car, and unfortunately they were not able to get that back together in time. And he walked over out of respect to Bob and said, "Hey man, they're giving me this opportunity. Are you okay with it?" And Bob said, 100%. Go take advantage of that. So very cool for him to do as well.
Yeah, talking to Doug Foley Jr. and he was telling us that the points will go with Jasmine because she was officially let out of the car because of the medical reason. And in that case, the substitute driver is going to be earning points for her, which is the right thing to do. When you don't want somebody in there trying to just drive a car when they're not feeling that well, and it's probably not a safe situation. So John's doing a nice job for her. Qualified that car yesterday and trying to get her a round win here today. There's Jasmine standing there up there. I know how that must feel. You don't feel well. You're not in the car, but, man, you hate seeing somebody else in your car.
Yeah, John doing a great job as well. Lee Calloway with a great run. Lee Calloway getting a round win at the season opener, put a 3:18 on the board. John Capps with a 3:10. We talked about Capps winning the March meet. Very accomplished in a number of different areas. Both working. You said he worked on your team back in the day. He's been an Indy Lights crew chief. He's been involved with midgets, I believe, driven them on both the dirt and the asphalt. Stunt driver, was in Ford versus Ferrari. Has done a number of movies, in fact, but that's just one of them. Stunt driver by trade, driving instructor. Works at a number of racetracks, including the high-end Thermal Club out in California. And much like his brother, his older brother, Ron Capps, is very, very proficient behind the wheel of a fuel car. I mean, he hopped in this thing, and it is anything but preferred. I mean, he's a good bit larger than what Jasmine in it. It presents some real challenges. You know this as well, Tommy. But he's not able to pull his foot all the way off the throttle. Has to turn his foot sideways, I believe, just a little bit, and consequently slapped the throttle a little bit yesterday right at the very end. So it's a challenge for him. Also, I believe with the clutch as well. So he's doing the best he can do inside of it. He wanted them to make some changes, and they said, nope, not touching the race car. It's good. You need to figure it out.
Yeah, it's tough. And these cockpits are built for, kind of around a driver, and her car, they run it full time with her in there, so everything's tailored to her. And she's not that big. And John jumping in there. I mean, John's not super big, but he's definitely bigger than her, and it's a struggle to find room for all your legs and arms and make everything fit. But doing a good job, all crammed in there. Lee Calloway, that car's been nice and consistent the first race of the year. Made a couple nice runs, and this weekend got qualified with 3:18. So this will be interesting. John Capps, his first round of racing in Top Fuel Dragster this year, going up against Lee Calloway.
Saw the top bulb on there for John Capps, but I believe it was a crew member's foot. They are on now, though, officially for both sides. Oh, man. Capps hit the throttle when he needed to, an 077 light, but it immediately hit the back tires. 310 with an 8, 279 for Lee Calloway, and he will get another round win. Nice job for Calloway.
That's one of his career best runs, 310. I think best before that was a 316. So nice job by that team. That car has been stepping it up every run this season and doing a really good job, and going to be a car to contend with for this championship. Nice slow-mo shot.
Watch it again here.
Instantly driving up into smoke, similar to what we saw that car do in the final round. Made it a little farther than it did in the final round at Galop, but just a little too aggressive early in the run and coming loose. Callaway made really nice run at 310. I mean, don't get much better. Gary Pritchett and Palmer, the teammate car, is just the only one's a little quicker than that.
Talking about Jasmine as you watch her walk away.
Hopefully we'll see them in a few weeks at Montgomery.
As Gary Pritchett and Dan Mercier will square off here in the next pair. Pritchett, our winner at the season opener. United Garage Doors backed machine. I love it. Happy birthday to TJ sitting here alongside, and Dad of Dave Wazlowski, up there on the screen as well. You might want to take a picture of that one, Dave. Yeah, that's great stuff, man. Happy birthday to both of them. It's actually Dave's birthday today. It's Tommy Johnson Jr.'s birthday week that he's been celebrating all week, so.
Okay, back to racing.
Great stuff. 49 and holding.
Something like that. Dan Mercier in the left lane up against Gary Pritchett. Now, Gary was #1 qualifier, but doesn't mean he got a slouch first round. Mercier was the winner last year at Dragway 42. Very capable car, just struggled in qualifying, couldn't get the thing hooked up. Overpowered the racetrack a couple times, and you interview with Dan last night, he just scratched his head, and he's like, why do I own this thing?
Yeah. He was low ET and top speed at that event, too. So, I mean, you're right. He does have a hot rod if they can get it sorted out. We saw that with Dan Hicks on race day. You know, these teams are very capable, and they make the right adjustments. It could be a handful. Gary Pritchett will not take him lightly.
No,
that's
Gary,
for sure.
Gary's got to be on his toes.
Pritchett, the 84th different IHRA Top Fuel winner, did that just one event ago. Here we go. Side by side, Mercier's going to make him earn it if he can get it done. Oh, and he does.
Wow.
069 light, puts a 308 with a 5 on the board, wins it on a hole shot. Talk about a great side-by-side battle. Dan Mercier right there, but the 090 light at the starting line cost him.
I told you Gary had to be on his toes, and he was. 069, got the advantage on Mercier off the starting line, and that was the difference. Man, Mercier, we knew that car was capable of making a solid run, and it did.
26 thousandths of a second, the true win margin, and it comes back to Pritchett. All of it right there.
You saw those blades open just a fraction of a second before Dan Mercier's, and that made all the difference. Great job by that team, and Gary as well. Winning one for the crew.
No, he had that.
I'm up here with Lee Calloway. Lee, round 1 win. What was going right?
Everything was kind of going okay. Track condition had changed, and I asked Scott what he was going to run. He said 310, so hell, I guess he's psychic.
Hey, he was right there on the money. What does that just say about your team?
Oh, well, you know, we got a really great team. I mean, we're a little short-handed, but we're basically running 2 cars with, all pretty much free help, just people that like to come out here and have a good time. So we're having a good day. Hopefully we can go a few more rounds. Hopefully Scott stayed in, too. I don't know if he won or lost.
He's up next, so we'll find out, and we'll let you know.
All right. Hope we see you again.
Yes, sir. That's Lee Calloway. We'll see you later.
Gary Pritchett, by the way, our #1 qualifier. I think I failed to mention that when he was up there. As Chuck Lofton and our #2 qualifier, Scott Palmer, prepare for this pairing.
Palmer qualified number 2 and solid 3:08 pass. Both of his cars running nice this weekend, making some consistent runs down the racetrack. And Chuck Laughlin gonna have to step it up a little bit. He was in the 350s, never really got it to the finish line under power, so looking to improve on race day if he's going to go to the second round. One thing I've noticed so far this year that Scott Palmer, his car, and Lee Calloway's, both Palmer cars, are much more consistent than what we saw last season.
Yeah, a couple of times it felt like they were swinging for the fences, and I think he's just come back and let's put these cars, let's get them in a comfortable zone and go run some laps, and I think it's paying off. New colors there on Chuck Lofton's car. Of course, the PBR sponsorship on both Lee Calloway's car and Scott Palmer. Final pair here in round 1. Oh! Lofton hits throttle too early, and that opens up the door for Palmer to get it done. 313, 276, 077 light. Nice job there for Palmer. He'll go into round number 2. He'll line up alongside his team car.
And he doesn't have lane choice. Callaway will have lane choice against Palmer. And man, just like we saw Mountain Motor Pro Stock, low ET of the round is going home. Dan Mercier had low ET of the round and got beat on a hole shot going home. Same thing as John Montecalvo.
Wow.
You got to have your A game here today, boys. It's you got to take the package of the driver on the start line and the car on the track. And Chuck Laughlin knew he was behind in performance right there, and you see him trying to push it and double stepping the throttle. Sometimes your foot goes and your brain didn't tell it to.
Man, look at that car. Woo!
They do not like that. They become really violent when you're on the throttle. And about that point, Chuck's going, oh, man. That's a nice round of top fuel.
Kids are having a great time out here. It's a beautiful day, a beautiful late spring day, and everybody's enjoying it here on Saturday. Great stuff for sure. We'll be back. We've got plenty more racing action. Round 1 is complete, but a lot more yet to go. Stay with us.
The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is making a debut at Capital City Motorsports Park in Montgomery, Alabama, May 7th through 9th. Don't miss Top Fuel, Alcohol, Mountain Motor Pro Stock, Pro Mod, and much more outlaw drag racing all weekend with fun for the whole family. Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, IndyCar, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Gary Pritchett, you just put on a race for your home fans. How exciting is it for you to win a whole shot?
Very exciting. Like you, I think yesterday we talked about, I'm comfortable at this racetrack. Just feel like I'm putting on a match race. We knew having Dan Mercier in that group first round, it was going to be tough because they hadn't quite got down the track yet, but we knew it was coming, and that was just a great side-by-side race.
Well, congratulations. We look forward to seeing you later in round 2.
Thank you very much, and I got to thank United Garage Doors, Joe, Drew, Mike. We miss you, Sherry Coble. We're trying to race Scott Palmer in the final. We'll see if we can make it happen. Redline Oil, Insinger Performance, all of our partners on board.
Well, congratulations, Gary. We'll see you later on.
Thank you very much.
And we are doing some track cleanup. Looks like some track scraping in the left lane very quickly. Scooping that stuff up, get some of the rubber off. Contaminants that are inside of the rubber as well. Dump those off and get this track spruced back up and ready for our next round. I believe Pro Mod will be our next category.
Yeah, I think I see the cars under the tower getting ready and doing a quick scrape on the track and getting some of that built-up rubber off.
Early in the weekend, Kristen Banks spent some time with one of the more flamboyant competitors inside of the Pro Modified category, Disco Dean.
I'm here with a fan favorite, Disco Dean, and also Chump Change. We have Chump Change.
I'm barely here today. I feel better than yesterday, but I'm still barely here. I feel like stir-fried poo, and I probably smell like 3-day-old Chinese because I ain't took a shower in 3 days. I just can't get up to do it. I just feel like poo, man. I just want to try to break it, and come to find out last night, had 2 bent rods, so the guy stayed up till 5 in the morning and put a new motor in. And then we found out there was a problem in the fuel system, did a new fuel system. So for elimination round number 1, we're going to have a new motor, new fuel system. Yay, that's the way to do it for first round. So I don't know. It's just been one hell of a weekend. I can't thank my guys enough. They've come over the top, did everything themselves. All I've been trying to do is rest and get sleep, and I just keep feeling worse and worse. But, yeah, the show must go on, as they say, right?
The show must go on. We got to tell the people, you have food poisoning. He got food poisoning. Yeah. That's why it doesn't feel so great, but he's here. He's ready to race, and you love racing. That's why you're here. Tell me when you first fell in love with drag racing.
Oh, I started racing when I was 15 years old at my local track, Kilcare, Durana, Kilcare, and I ran the high school bracket there, and my dad gave me my grandma's 71 Monte Carlo, had a 350 in it, put super traps on it and all that stuff, and it dipped into the 13s every now and then. And back in the 90s, that was a pretty decent street car if you ran 13s on the street. And we used to race on Garden Extension, and Fairborn was our little local street racing spot. And my dad's been a racer, his whole life. He ran E-Modified production and stock classes and stuff and bracket. And, I've just been into it my whole life ever since then. It's just been racing.
Now, Disco, let's talk a little bit about Chump Change.
Yes.
And why she got the name Chump Change.
Well, it came about a situation that the Cadillac was too heavy. Cadillac's more of a street car is what we called it because it was steel roof and quarters, and we raced on Street Outlaws. But when I come over here to run Pro Mod, I'm 160 to 180 pounds overweight against these guys, and weight is everything. As you can see, everybody threw a fit this weekend about the weight they put on the Pro Charger car, or the Harts Charger, Pro Charger cars against the screw cars. So I had to get a car that was competitive, and I have a new car getting built, but it ended up not being done yet, so I had to make something happen. So I actually traded the old 66 Chevelle I had and a little bit of money, which is called Chump Change, to get this vehicle. So I had to get something that was competitive, and I can try to win a race out here. I mean, we went to a final last year in 2 semis with the Cadillac. Now I got a car that's 150 pounds lighter. I think we can be a contender if we can get all these gremlins away from us.
Now, also, I saw something along the lines of you're starting a bar as well.
Yes, we're open Stinky Pinkies in Fairborn. It's going to be a sports bar, pool hall, old school arcade with a dance floor and a DJ and 20-some TVs. Just a little place to hang out in my local town. And if you come around that area, everybody just stop by and say hi. There's going to be a lot of Street Outlaw memorabilia, old race cars hanging up, and stuff like that all throughout the whole building.
Speaking of Street Outlaws, tell me a little bit about that and how you got started with them.
My buddy put on a race in Texas. We went down and got invited to that, and I made it to the quarterfinals. And then the producers of Street Outlaws come up to me like, "Who are you? Where are you from?" Blah, blah, and that. And I told them, and they said, would you like to run on the street? I said, absolutely. So the first time I ever ran on the street was against Big Chief. Obviously, he was the biggest name at the time. And then I just pursued it and kept following it. Then they created the show called No Prep Kings, where they took everybody that raced on the street to every track across the country that they had plotted out. And then I just kept going to that until they finally invited me to be a cast member after about 2.5 years of chasing it. And then I was a cast member and just tried working my way up the ranks and followed the tour.
Well, thank you so much. That's Disco Dean. He's definitely bringing a lot more pink to the IHRA, and we're happy to have him here.
Disco Dean, Stinky Pinky, and we out.
He's a lot of fun. Great to have him with us as well. We saw a piece on Kai Kelly a little bit earlier as well. Unfortunately, not able to make it here with us this weekend. I believe, Tommy, you'd heard that his motorhome unfortunately broke down, was not able to make the call.
Yeah, I think he had some issues with the tow vehicles and wouldn't be able to make it this weekend. But
those two guys, a big part of what we do over here. They have a lot of fun, man. Well, we'll take another break as they continue to clean this track up, prep it, and get it ready for a national level competition.
Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Super Cat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is making a debut at Capital City Motorsports Park in Montgomery, Alabama, May 7th through 9th. Don't miss top fuel, alcohol, Mountain Motor Pro Stock, Pro Mod, and much more outlaw drag racing all weekend with fun for the whole family. Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today. Find the best in IMCA racing on Speed Sport 1. Get down and dirty with the modifieds, Race Saver sprint cars, stock cars, sport mods, hobby stocks, and more. Throughout the season, we'll take you to some of the best dirt tracks across the country. Not only that, but you've got access to the biggest IMCA events of the year, from the Winter Nationals to the Super Nationals. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
We're here with Jay Blake, team owner and crew chief of Follow a Dream Team. Jay, it is so nice to have you here, and I'm looking forward to getting to know you. We're just going to start off from the very beginning of your story, where it really got interesting. May 22nd, 1997. Will you just walk me through that day?
I remember lunch, and then about 5:30 that afternoon, I had a forklift tire explode in my face, causing me to lose total sight, smell, and taste. What I call a bad day at the office.
Definitely not your average day at the office. What do you remember after that day?
I had a near-death experience that day, and when I woke up, I asked if am I alive? My brother was there, and he said yes. And then I said, am I blind? And he said, we think so, because they were trying to save one eye. 3.5 weeks later, I walked out of the hospital ready to live a new life. I had no idea what was in store. I was 31, a father, and just trying to figure out life. 2 kids, a wife. Now, life was going to change dramatically, and wasn't sure really what was going to happen.
Now, I actually saw an interview that you did, and I think you had some sort of divine experience in the hospital. Will you tell me a little bit more about that?
The first thing I remember, I woke up in a very white place, what I describe like a cloud. It was incredibly white, incredibly bright, and the peace was so incredible you can't even explain it. And I heard a voice say, do you want to stay or do you want to go? And I said, I have 2 kids, I have to go. And the next thing I know, I woke up, and my brother was at my bedside, and I said, am I alive? And he said, yes. And I said, am I blind? And he said, we think so. At that point, they tried to save my right eye. They were unable to do that. But life was going to continue, and here we are today. So
that's truly amazing. And like you said, life is going to continue. And what went through your mind, or when was there a mind shift that you were like, I'm not just going to sit at home. I'm going to make the best of this life?
I think the near-death experience was incredibly powerful, and I wasn't going to give up. There was one time that I questioned all of it, and I was at my house. I was leaning against the kitchen counter. I was in a really dark spot, and I was just miserable, and I questioned that choice. Should I have just moved on? And I wasn't saying anything. I was only thinking this. And my 6-year-old daughter came running through the house, grabbed my legs, and said, Daddy, I'm so glad you're alive, even though you're blind. And when she did that, I never questioned it again. And it was before that I had gone into my garage at home and opened up my toolbox drawer. My toolbox had been brought home from work. And I reached in and I grabbed a wrench. And I put it in my hands, and I could tell what it was. So I put the wrench away, and I opened up my junk drawer, and I reached in, and I actually turned my head so I wouldn't see. And I just grabbed something, and it was a distributor module. And at that point, I told myself, I will learn to do what I used to do again, just differently.
Well, I'm so glad that your daughter came up to you and said that she was glad that you were still here, because I can't imagine this life without Jay Blake. You're doing amazing things. When did you decide that your dream was to be a crew chief on a funny car?
In 99, I believe, 98, I believe, I was at Maple Grove with some friends for a drag race, and I realized there that I could still enjoy the sport that I dreamed of, and I was going to start my own race team. But I wanted to do more. I wanted to go back and encourage kids to get an education, to live their passion, and to think positively. So many times people say you can't do that. There's so much negativity. We need positivity. We need to energize people. We need to push people. And that's what Follow Dream is all about. Just do what you want to do. You want to be a mechanic, be a mechanic. You want to be a carpenter, be a carpenter. You want to be a doctor, be a doctor. Do what you want to do.
I just love that, because there's so many times where people tell you you can't. It doesn't matter who you are, what your dream is, you'll never get there, they say. But you tell people about the 5 tools for your life's toolbox. Will you tell me what those 5 tools are?
The 5 tools: a positive attitude, education, passion, determination, and teamwork. And those 5 tools took me from a hospital bed to be here with you today. I'm grateful to be alive, and let's have gratitude in your attitude. There's always bad things going on, But if you don't focus on them and you focus on the positive, it gives you energy to go through your day. And that's what you need to do. You need to focus on the positive.
Well, thank you so much. That is Jay Blake, hoping to influence all of us to think about the positive every single day. Thank you, Jay. I loved getting to know your story.
Thank you. Thanks for coming to IHRA.
Yes, sir.
The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is making a debut at Capital City Motorsports Park in Montgomery, Alabama, May 7th through 9th. Don't miss Top Fuel, Alcohol, Mountain Motor Pro Stock, Pro Mod, and much more outlaw drag racing all weekend with fun for the whole family. Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, IndyCar, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Thanks for sticking with us. We're back here with the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series, Virginia Motorsports Park. They just finished spraying the track. They'll take the rotators out there and grind that in just a bit, let it set up and dry to a degree, and we'll be ready to go. Round 2 of Pro Mod sitting in the staging lanes. The small tire, the Bratz 10.5-inch tire cars, courtesy of Angry Farmer, will also be following the Pro Mod category, and then we have some Pro-Am action coming out. A lengthy cleanup there, a scrape, a better part of 100 foot out. Give everybody a really, really nice surface to go play ball on. Kristen Beats in the staging lanes in the mix of a packed staging lanes. Kristen?
It is packed down here, and the temperature, the conditions are changing so quickly. A moment ago, I put on my jacket thinking, guys, it's getting chilly out here. Nope, sun's back out. But Jacob McNeil, down here, my first time talking to you this weekend in staging, you've gotten the privilege of being able to speak to Miss Kristen Banks at Top End multiple times this weekend, and that's always a good thing. How is your weekend going, in your words?
Oh, it's good. I'm like a little kid in a candy shop living a big dream. I'm driving life-size Hot Wheels out here and having a good time. My crew's vibe, everybody's vibing really well right now. I couldn't ask for a better performance out of everybody.
You mentioned life-size Hot Wheels. I've never thought about that, but looking down this road, these are life-size Hot Wheels. How did you choose your livery or your paint scheme?
I bought this car from everything from John Stover, real good buddy of mine. He's a big CUDA fanatic and all that stuff. And you look out here, you see, I think there's 2 other CUDAs here, but there's only one like this, 71 body style with this orange stuff. It's a big girl, but it's a pretty girl and all that stuff. It's the kind of car you take to the Sonic every Sunday, gets a Sonic drink, get some ice cream in. So why not make it a fast race car?
A Sonic, you go to the Sonic, you get a Sonic drink, it's a big girl. There's a question in my head, I'm not going to ask it, but I mean, this is truly a Hot Wheels car. Have you taken it to Sonic?
I tried with the police right down there. We were at the shop one day. We needed to take in some new tires. I'm like, hey, do you think we should go there? And all of a sudden, here 2 cops come by with the windows down looking back. So we just kind of backed it back up and sat in the shop for a little while. I tried to.
So you did actually try to roll it out. Street legal, right?
Yes, ma'am. I took one of the dragsters down there one time, though. But I don't think that one, because they done got no water in it, so it's dry. It'll get hot pretty quick. But I think they wouldn't have liked that too much down in the city.
No, okay, so let's look at the track, the conditions, the class, your next bracket matchup. What are your thoughts? Well, how are you strategizing?
Go out there and win. Hopefully I can kill him on the start line. This whole big girl carried on to the fin. Man, Brandon's pretty good. He's really aggressive right now. We got this big old screw blower going out there. They just re-scraped the track in my lane, so hopefully I get a little stuff, and I hear him out there dragging. So I mean this girl can get after pretty good, get some wheel speed up, hopefully we can carry it to the finish line. Randy ain't going to be able to get us.
I dare ask this, but why do you call her Big Girl, not just girl? Or what mares Big Girl?
Look, all right, see how big and wide this thing is? Look at that. Look at all the back end.
Okay, you're right. Like, I've never really explored the back end of a car, guys. I kind of feel dirty doing this right now. But, yeah, when you look at the rear end of the car and kind of how the chassis is built, it is wide compared to the other cars.
There's a bunch of little mamas out here versus big girl. They come swinging. They better bring their lunch. This big girl bringing it all to them.
I'm going to leave it at that, Ken.
Don't be afraid. It's not dirty. That's just the beauty of a big, big car. Love them, man. The wider, the better. They always look better when they're wide and low.
Sleek and fast.
He's quite an interview, man. If he can get that car to run as fast as he talks, and he has on occasion.
I thought maybe if he doesn't make it in drag racing, he can be a rapper.
Yeah, well, no doubt. He's got all it takes, it seems. He's done a great job, man, and he's made some good decisions inside of the fuel cars. Wow, he's picked it up very, very quickly. We'll see how things go in the Pro Modified category here in just a couple of moments.
Lights are flashing on the tractors.
Yep. We're going to take a 60-second break. The rotators will be back and parking by then, and we'll be able to fire up our first pair for round 2 of the Pro Modified category. Let's go racing when we come back here to the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. We're back here at Virginia Motorsports Park with the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. I've got to throw a little bit of love out to our buddy Shane Tecklenburg. He's been chiming in a little bit from time to time. He's always paying attention and watching intently. One of the top-end tuners here in the country. If you can get old Shane T to work on yourself, you probably go pretty fast. But we got to throw him a happy birthday. Yeah. How about that? He and Dave are twins, apparently.
Yeah. and April babies are good babies.
His wife having a nice big birthday party. He's actually at home on a Saturday for his birthday. That's probably pretty rare for Shane T. Happy birthday, big boy. Round 2 of Pro Mod. Here we go. Jason Harrison, Callie Mills.
It's a matchup everybody was looking for the second round. Only 2 cars running the 350s in the first round, and these 2 cars are the ones matching up.
American Pride Golf Carts back machine, and of course a Party Time car. Keeping Harold Denton's dream alive. Harold Denton, a tough competitor.
rule changes in Pro Mod recently, and well, we're going to find out right now. This is the two different variations.
And we heard the Pro Line guys were sandbagging a bit. I don't know that I'm going to jump on board with that one, but here's one of them. It's a good car. There's no doubt.
There's no sandbagging right now, because if you're going to win this round, you're going to have to pull out everything.
Yeah. I'm not going to take it easy here against Callie Mills.
Been a lot of talk. Now it's time to put up.
Number 3, number 10 qualifiers. Jason Harris, the better of the two in terms of qualifying. However, with that said, that was not the case in round number 1. We expected Callie Mills to go back up to the top of the sheet, just didn't get it in the second session. That car very, very capable of going to the number 1 spot, which means it is capable to win here today. It's going to be a drag race to the stripe. An 0-10 light for Jason Harris. Jason Harris goes 3:57 with a 7 to an 0:36 light for Callie Mills. But Callie Mills is going to get the win with a 3:57 with a no. It does go to Jason Harris. She just had the better ET. So Jason Harris grabs the win here with a 3:57.
Won it on a hole shot.
Side by side,
knew that was going to be tough, and both of them running the 50s.
26 thousandths at the starting line.
What a drag race. Both those cars, I mean, she had a 36 light and you left second. Great, great drag race. And you wanted parity? There you go. You got parity.
Man, what a battle. We knew that was going to be a clash of the Titans there, and it certainly proved out to be. All but identical ETs at the other end, and it came back to the starting line. And, I mean, again, an 0:36 light, and you're late.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not late, but you're late in comparison to your competition. And, boy, oh, boy, what a battle.
Didn't disappoint. John Dock and Ed Marks. John Dock, the teammate of Harris, we just saw lay down that 57, so we know that car's plenty capable of running it too. Ed Marks, no slouch in his own. Dock a 62 last round and Marks a 67. They're no 50s, but those low 60s aren't bad either.
Ed Marks and John Docks squaring off, and Ed Marks number 4 qualifier, John Dock number 9 qualifier. It took John Dock to get this one happy, but was able to do so. They'll keep picking away at it. Another car very capable of winning from any position.
Centrifugal and a screw going at it once again. We'll see how evenly these two are paired.
Whoever gets the win here will go against Jason Harris, who we saw just win a moment ago. Reaction time just 2 thousandths of a second between the two. Wow, and John Dock is going to steal the win. 3:58 with an 8. A little bit better at both ends of the track. A 58 to a 61. A 0:54 to an 0:56 at the starting line.
Boy, the first round of Pro Mod, we saw a lot of tire shake and one lane wins, the other car having issues, and not a lot of side-by-side runs. And then these guys, more shots at the track, different conditions today, and they're figuring it out. We're seeing 2 pair already excellent side-by-side close drag races. Dock and Harris next round, teammates taking it on.
What a great pair. Pro Mod getting a handle on this racetrack here in the second session. Our second round, I should say. Let's go up to Kristen Banks.
Jason Harris, you knew that was going to be a tough matchup. We're excited to see it, and you got it on the tree. Tell me about that reaction time.
I don't know what it was. They kind of told us, but I know I was in front of her, and she went 57-1. I went 57-7, so obviously I was a little better than her. But that was like a final round matchup right there. She's tough. I'm tough. She just didn't quite qualify where she needed to be to get away from the fast cars. But now it's me and old John Doc next round. Looks like he just took the win. Hats off to everybody, IHRA, everybody putting on this race. This is a gunfight out here. This is tough. Everybody thinks this is a slouch, needs to try it one time. But, party time's moving on. Going against the old Calamara, I'm going to milk that cow for all it's worth.
Well, we look forward to seeing it. That's Jason Harris. We'll see him against John Doc in the next round.
Party time.
Already looking forward to that one. That'll be a lot of fun. Up next, Ray Matos and Greg Blevins Jr. Blevins with a hot rod here this weekend.
Yeah, Matos not too bad either. It's
No,
62.
he's not.
I mean, it's the ones that did go down the racetrack last round and they put on a good show. And this second round, they're all pretty tight.
And it seems like it's coming back to him. Some cloud coverage as well. Already a couple of 50s out here on the board. He went to 50 and qualifying. Matos, I'm talking about, ended up number 7 with a 59.
3 out of the first 4 cars were in the 50s.
Couple of centrifugal cars here. Matos in the far lane with that beautiful blue Chevrolet, and he's going to get the win.
Boy, these guys are killing the tree. 0-13 for Matos. 361 to 362. And wow. The car performances are not only getting better, guys are doing a great job on the starting line as well. Great side-by-side drag race in the second round of Pro Mod. I guess you could call that a little bit of an upset right there.
Yeah, I think so.
Guess that extended track prep must have been pretty good.
They're getting a hold of it.
Yeah, everybody's going down the racetrack and looking good.
Christian Banks has another driver at the top end as we fire up our next pair.
John Doc, you came out swinging. How'd you get the win?
It was a good pass. We went a 58 in the heat. Tim Davis, again, killing on the tune-up. Nasty boys are killing it in the pits. We're rocking and rolling. We got Jason Harris next round, which is, he's our teammate. We pit together. We race together. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one.
What's the pits about to be like right now? Is there trash talking? Because I'll go ahead and stir the pot. He just said he's going to milk the cow next round.
That's... Pause on that. That's a little weird, Jason. But we're going to go out there. We're going to put a tune-up in there, and the udders are going to be flying, that's for sure.
Well, thank you so much. That's John Doc. We look forward to seeing you and Jason Harris in the next round.
Those guys are already having some fun.
Gotta enjoy yourself. Travis Harvey got the single this round. .362 with a 5 in the first round. So we'll see everybody else is picking up from their first round time. We'll see if Travis can continue that.
Yeah, you talked about that twofer there in that previous round. Harvey with a really good car here. Qualified number 2.
Yeah, he's having a great weekend. That car is really coming to life. We know how well he can do from all the races he's won and how great a driver he is, but this weekend just kind of seems to be flowing for him. Shutting it off a little early. Everything looks fine.
026 light.
Got the information he needed on the early numbers and not playing his hand, I guess.
Not worried about lane choice.
No.
I think that has been something consistent over here, too. I mean, it really has not been much of an issue, if an issue at all. Both lanes very, very good.
Car looked good. Sounded good. On a single, I like that. You can really hear the engine sound and what that car is doing. Nothing out of control. Just a nice, safe run. Got all the information he needs for the next round and ready to go.
As these cars back up, we're going to give you a quick little flight through the TV truck. I believe the drone is actually going to fly through the trailer, our TV trailer. It's pretty tight and pretty busy in there. Look at the gang that has been cutting this show together. There's Joe, there's Steve. Zipped right out of there, didn't touch a thing. Wow, including himself. Wow, that's pretty impressive, man. Nicely done. Great control.
Takes a lot to put all of this out there and all these great camera angles and
shut down
great
cameras.
views. Yeah, it's awesome.
Good look at the racetrack, yeah. Really, really great shots there, courtesy of the drone and some extremely talented flyers of those drones as well that we've had here throughout last year and the start of this year. Jordan getting it done.
Randy Westford, #1 qualifier, taking on Jacob McNeil. Randy's had a pretty good weekend with this Pro Mod car. He's been on.
Yeah, this car has been on point.
Jacob wants to continue being double duty. He's going to have to take out Randy. He's already in the second round in the Fuel Funny car. Looking to go to the third round in the Pro Mod.
And if Randy wants to continue double duty.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Double 03.
McNeil killing the tree here with a double 03 light.
Just
Will
not enough.
Have enough steam. A 58 as Weatherford drives back around him. And that 58 will be good enough to get him the win to the 62 for McNeil. 0.02 of a second.
It was almost enough.
It was almost enough.
Man, what a great drag race. 003 on the tree, but Randy, that big horsepower, been running great all weekend, and he needed every bit of it. Randy will take on Matos in the next round. Randy's going to have lane choice. So far, we got 3 cars in the 50s, and Harvey shutting it off, psyching everybody out in that 70s, and 160 by Matos.
McNeil proving he's a contender, man. You better be on your game.
Right there with him. Right there with him. I don't think Randy got around him till right at the very, very end.
Let's go up top. Christian Banks.
Ray Matos, what a pass, what a win. How confident are you going into that next matchup?
Yeah, I'm very confident because we make a 0-13 line and we are in the game. We are in our game.
You're in the game. How's your car feeling? Are you confident in it?
Yeah, we're confident. The car is working good. It's a new car. Only got 40 passes only, and it's working very good.
Well, congratulations. We look forward to seeing you next round.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Peter Norton coming up here next, and Tony Wilson. Tony Wilson, number 8 qualifier from one day ago. Peter Norton, number 5. And once again, our winner at the season opener in Galat. Peter Norton there, a beautiful shot of that car. And that driver, as he backs up, Tony Wilson will be in the far lane.
Not been driving Pro Mod too long. I just started this off-season in the wintertime. And, like, yeah, this is pretty cool. Huh? This is fun. Right here, he used to be Tractor Point, where Peter came from, that area.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's where he came from,
Yes,
was Tractor Point.
I think you are correct.
Got Rick Jones and Ricky Jones helping out on that team and paying off because they've been tough to beat here lately. Tony Wilson's got that team turned around, running well this weekend. He was super happy with figuring out all the issues they had, and here he is, second round, trying to go to the third.
Far lane's going to get it done. Nicely done. 362 to a 360. 014 light to an 058. And that would be the difference there. And once again, a whole shot win to Tony Wilson.
Well, that shows you right there. You got to have both ends of the racetrack. You got to have a race car, and you got to be on time on the starting line. And, you know, like Peter Norton has won the first race of the year, having all this success, and a guy like Tony Wilson says, oh, yeah, watch this. Let me step my game up and show you how it's done. And when you're the guy, you got a target on your back. You got to be careful because these guys are coming at you. And Tony Wilson knew he had to have the starting line advantage and stay ahead of him until the finish line.
Randy Weatherford, another round win. You're just clicking them off. Is that the goal today?
Yeah, the goal is to get to the end, and let's get one of them right there. That's the goal. You know, it's going to get tougher as the night goes on, because you can see the field's pretty strong as you get past this point. So hold on. We got to find something, you know.
Hey, what about, I brought you a little gift. Not really, but Casey told me that you like blow pops. So, you know, sometimes it's hard to get you an interview.
This is what wakes me up in the morning.
Well, Randy Weatherford, I look forward to seeing you later on.
Thank you.
Nice job, Kristen. Brings a smile to his face.
Got a smile. I'm impressed.
He was not expecting that. We go to the Angry Farmer, Bratz, 10-5 category. Turbo car will be in the first pair. Turbocharged Mustang against the Screwblower. Bill Lutz and Jimmy Mayo. Jimmy Dale and Brad Eglin. Bad Brad and Dustin Newborn versus Corey Reed. Corey Reed has been the man inside of this category.
Bill Lutz, he was in the final in that first race up against Corey Reed, so looking to go to it again. Gonna have to get around Jimmy Mayo if he's gonna continue his day. Lutz got two cars this weekend. He's driving one, and Jimmy
Dale's on the other one. And both are good.
Yeah, they both won first round. They're coming.
They redraw every round in this category. There is no ladder. Top bulb on for Mayo.
Big horsepower, small tire, and no time. First one there wins.
Car trying to hang on to it. It's sashaying around. It's going to go to the other side. Lutz gets it done. Just straight as a string for Lutz. I mean, that's the impressive part. If you watch the Mustang, man, I mean, it was spinning the tire and just slowly.
You can see the tracks from here out of the tower. I mean,
wagging the tail, man.
Yeah. Whoa. After yesterday, it's good to see Brad up here for this round. Huge explosion in Brad's car yesterday, but man, look at them tire tracks in that replay. Woo.
And stuck with it.
I haven't seen these guys lift for much so far.
Yeah, if you're not comfortable with a car that moves around, it's probably not the class for you.
Got a patch job there on the hood. Maybe got a few stickers over some holes. Yeah. Huge
It's
explosion.
something that he and his son, I believe he and his son, after they crashed that thing a couple of years ago, put it all back together, including painting that car. Ran with us in Pro Mod last year, stepped over here to the small tire class. And the car looked really, really good in the season opener.
Checking on Jimmy Dale. Having a second little Roots car. Jimmy Dale, no stranger to this type of racing.
Should be a great battle. Hanging right with him. Man, side by side at the stripe. It's going to go to Jimmy Dale by the smallest of margins. Great side-by-side drag race.
Yeah, Jimmy was clear over by the wall and didn't seem to phase him all. Just stayed with it, kept on going, and that was getting really close. I'd like to see the replay on that thing, man. It was up against the wall for quite a while. Instantly going left, right off the starting line, driving it over there and getting closer, closer. Oh, okay, let's move it back over a little bit. All good. And the race an eighth of a mile, but I think he might have went just a little further than that. Man, that was close. Yeah,
it was great.
That was
man.
a really close race.
Two really good cars. The no-time style of drag racing. And the guy that won the season opener coming up next. Corey Reed, alive alongside Dustin Mewborn. And you just watch Corey Reed's car, man, and you can figure out really quickly. You don't need clocks.
Yeah, you don't really need to see times on the scoreboards because you can tell that car is getting it. And what is really amazing is these are really hard to keep hooked up with that small tire. And Corey's car just seems to be going down there every run after run after run, just flawless. Smooth, easy.
Yeah, it's nice when the car's doing everything you want it to do. Very capable driver, but a lot of confidence in the car at this point.
Good looking Camaro.
Yeah, Dustin backing that one up. Really nice looking car. And there's a look at Corey Reed.
Yeah, Corey's waving at him for some reason.
Back machine.
Sticking his hand out there like, hey, anybody gonna come up here and tell me where to go?
Help me out.
Definitely the car to beat. Just flawless run after run after run. It's such a hard thing to do with that small tire. And that is a small tire.
True 10.5-inch wide tire, not the W. As you can see, there's a lot of room left underneath that fender well for a fat tire, but these are pretty much Pro Mod cars with a skinny tire.
Here we go. Can you keep it going? Yep. Another nice solid run. Looks effortlessly.
I mean, in any sort of bob on the other side, if you think you've got a shot against him, you've got to have a pass that just has nothing go wrong.
Yeah, got to have a perfect run to beat Corey right now. That car is solid. He's making this look so easy. Everybody's spinning the tires, moving around, and yeah, his car's looking good. Doesn't wiggle, bobble. Doing a really, really nice job in that car. I think Corey's really having a good time. He's having a lot of fun.
He's having a lot of fun. And that will wrap up our Angry Farmers small tire Bratz 10.5. Give them a chance to get those cars turned around and bring them back up. Pro-Am cars are coming up here next.
Ready to come out. We called Mountain Motors. And we're going to go to Top Sportsman and...
Top Sportsman round number 3 coming up with Michael Daviud, the Dodge Stratus at 429, and Robbie Krenshaw, 427.
On the dance floor.
Robbie Krenshaw, right side, the old Cutlass, 29 left, 27 right, to go to the semifinal round in Top Sportsman, the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Purging the nitro system for Krenshaw, right side. The Dodge Stratus for Michael Daviud out of West Virginia.
You like those numbers there? How you doing? You got me on board with you. I hope you're okay with it, California.
Oh, that's my new name now. Thanks.
How about it? Mike English, 429, 427. One's a Ford power plant, one's a Chevy power plant if you're using numbers, right?
Yeah, absolutely. God, I thought, where are you going with this? So burnouts are done. Robbie rolls up right side pre-stages. Michael Daviud pre-stages. Daviud's in, ready to go. Waiting on that Cutlass in, set, 3 amperes, here we go. They are clean, they are green, and they are side by side. Watch that Mopar. Wow. Michael Daviud, 21 on the tree, goes 429.4, goes dead 4 to put up a 25 thou package. Robbie Krenshaw was 005 and 2 over, and by 6 thousandths of a second, Michael Daviud's in the semifinal round in Top Sportsman.
What a drag race, man. They dialed him in right where they wanted him on that one, man. Awesome deal. Here's that green, mean-looking Chevrolet Corvette that'll come up here in the right side. Mike Alexander Jr. in Mechanicsville, Virginia, the 63 model Chevrolet Corvette. He's got PAR, power under the hood, 588. Is that what he's got? Or
588 par motor for that Corvette, that Pro Charger.
Big stuff.
And Donnie Gibbs, Mooresville. The Camaro for Donnie Gibbs, Gibbs Race Cars, and Gibbs Performance. 448, Donnie Gibbs on the left side of the track. Mike Alexander at 410 will do the chasing. Winner of this pair gets Michael Daviud next round, semifinal round in Top Sportsman. Not quite a bullpen start to go to that red Camaro. That green 63 split window Corvette got to come hustling after it. Pre-stage both drivers.
Donnie Gibbs chassis, the man who builds chassis out of Mooresville, North Carolina. Raced that Chevrolet Nova, also the red machine.
Clean green again. Here comes that Corvette. Got enough down there? Yes, he does. Mike Alexander, a 2 over 12 with a 5. Mike Alexander was double 0-1 on the tree. Donnie Gibbs went bad at 23 on the tree. Goes 4.495 on that 48 dial-in. Mike Alexander, Michael Daviud, next round.
Man, check out that burnout for the right trailer. Chevrolet Nova of Johnny Brooks right there out of Tennessee. 67 model year MT tires. The Mickey Thompson people helping him out with tires. Right trailers and Cox Racing engines. The number 18 qualified machine. His performance prediction, trip 4s, 444 in the right lane.
At the bonus, that is the Dakota pickup truck for the team in from Michigan. Dialed it at 478. Get the head start for Corrigan Race Fuels and ADP engines. Throw the pickup truck, the hay hauler, Then the head start over that very cool 67 Nova. By the way, that is 781 inches of Cox Racing engines under the hood of the Nova.
Is that all?
That's all. It's a starter motor. Come on. So head start goes to that pickup truck, the Dodge Dakota. The Nova doing the chasing. Red light start back to, oh man, 001 RED. 014 Johnny Brooks 4457. And the Nova's coming back.
Here comes the 55 Chevrolet. Check it out, man. Lighting the hides up there on the right side. Bob Mandel III. Holyoke, Tennessee. The Dad and Bob's Pro Fab Race Car Shop. The 55 Chevy. I heard the announcers talking about it today saying, man, you got to see the inside of this car. You got to see the quality of this car. It's beautiful.
Oh, they are stunning, man. Absolutely beautiful. The 55 dialed in at 411. The Dodge Stratus for Keith Castle. 419. The dial-in for the Stratus on the left side there. Itty bitty little head start going to that Stratus. And that Pro Fab race car, the house car, the 55 Chevrolet, that is absolutely a stunner.
It sure is. There's Bob Mandel pulling his son in there. Now he's going to go into the door, give him a little thumbs up and say, make it happen. 411, 419. Castle in the left lane. Going to get the lead just by a touch. What do you got, Mike English?
Bopart getting the head start. Supercharged 55 Chevrolet. That big old honking air conditioner sitting on top of that 521-inch cubic heavy. Two in the chasing. Right side. Pre-stages the Dodge.
Listen to that. Man.
Dodge is set. 55 lights that second light. Clean, green, what a great matchup here down there top end. It's got to be Mandel. 1 over 412 with an 8.021 on the tree. Keith Castle was 21 on the tree, 20 with a 6 on that 19 dial in, and by 6 thousandths of a second, that 55 Chevrolet is going to the semifinal round to race Brooks.
Awesome deal. Bob Mandel Sr. out there giving the fist pumps, man. That car's still so beautiful. Oh, what a guy, man. And that guy, pretty good shape to run around like that, Bob Mandel. You keep going, young man. Keep building the best and keep letting those kids drive them.
Oh, don't forget, he drives the Nova wagon.
Oh, I know. And I remember you last night saying, please don't, when that thing got a little squirrely on him. That's a beautiful car, too. But Bob Mandel, those guys build one heck of a race car. Pro Fab race cars.
Pro Fab race cars down there. Just stunning. Just absolutely stunning. I believe it'll be Top Dragster coming out next. Word goes out, fire up the next pair. Top Dragster coming out, quarterfinal round. Jessica Pritchett, Chad Trailer, Chad, Mickey Thompson Tires, BP Fuel, one of those car motors. The Matic Chassis Dragster 434, Chad Trailer, Jessica Pritchett. The Hubs is still in competition, Top Fuel Eliminator, out there bringing his white back. 415, Jessica. 434, Chad Trailer. Husband Gary standing over there looking at his wife's car. So the Hoops Fire Protection. Mickey Thompson Tires Dragster for Jessica at 415. Chasing Chad Dragster at 434. top dragster, round number 3, to go to the semis. Red, white, start by 4. Stick to thousandths of a second. Jessica, 33 on the tree, 4:16.4 to advance with a single to the final next round in top dragster. Dane Davies, Diamond Race Cars, Team Dragster, 408 with the power additor hanging off the side of the motor there, and Timothy Williams.
All right, alcohol funny cars to the lanes, please. Alcohol funny cars to the lanes, please.
4:16 for Williams to the right side of the track. 4:08 Dane Davies, Summit Lane. For the Williams Fabrication Team car, House of Pain. Tim Williams staged up, waiting on Dane. Turns that front wheel, Dane Davies out there. Dane was 001, 1 over 409.2 for the win. Williams missed the tree at 091 and 419.2, 166. Dane Davies to the semis to race the winner of this pair. And I don't believe Scott Lucan's making the call. So Joe DiPasquale, who picked up the win in the opening race down at Benson, down 429. Alan Reinhardt says if you were up here last round, you would have seen. I was out and about doing something. I was doing something serious. Scott Lucan's banged a supercharger.
Alcohol dragster to the lanes. Alcohol funny car to the lanes. Alcohol dragster to the lanes. Alcohol funny car to the lanes.
So Joe on the single run. He's 11 on the tree. Comes back, race Dane Davies. 429.8, 161 on that 429 dial-in.
And the Pro-Am's finishing up that next round as we're going to prep the track just a little bit. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, I believe the Outlaw Pro Mods are sitting underneath the tower ready to make some noise. We'll get another round in of them. Stay with us here. You're watching the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series.
Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Super Cat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, IndyCar, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today.